Lately, I've been trying to send you stories every day, but I feel like a large number of people who have signed up almost never come back to listen to the stories. I don't know where that is. Make you unhappy? I hope to receive comments and suggestions from you, and if you find the video good, please give me a like to give me more motivation. For those who have not yet subscribed, don't forget to click the subscribe button and press notification bell to wait for the next story. Now let's get into the story. Story 1. This story happened a year ago. We lived in a townhouse in the suburbs. Pretty safe area. There had been some robberies a couple blocks away, but they weren't common, and I felt pretty safe walking home alone at night. So one weekend, my boyfriend's brother Marshall and his girlfriend Amy and her brother Curtis were visiting. We were all just going to chill, have a couple drinks, play video games, and relax. My boyfriend had his LSATs, and after months of hard studying, he wanted to just relax before the exam. Unfortunately, I ended up getting very sick. It was the worst flu that I've ever had. Extremely high fever, nausea, headache, body aches, and all that good stuff. Of course, I didn't want to stop my friends from having a good time, so they came over anyways, and I just stayed in my room. They went out to eat before they came over, so I was in bed alone watching TV. I felt like I was dying. I slept on and off. At about 4 p.m., I heard the door open and I figured they were back, but when I called out for my boyfriend, no one came. Even if he was there, he probably wouldn't have heard me, but I knew that he would come check on me as soon as he came back, so I assumed that I just heard something fall or the neighbors were making noises, so I dismissed it and went back to sleep. I remember I was sleeping on my back and in a deep sleep. I groggily opened my eyes and thought I saw a figure move across my room. I was so heavily medicated and so sick. I didn't even fully understand what had happened and what that meant. I saw the figure, but it didn't connect in my brain that I may have seen someone, and since it was pretty dark in the room, I think part of me just thought it was the TV. Finally, at around 7 p.m., everyone came back. They were loud. Amy, my boyfriend's brother's girlfriend, was very tipsy, and she's very fun when she's drunk, so there was lots of laughter. My boyfriend came in to check on me just like I knew he would. He brought me soup. He sat and talked about his day as I made it. I asked him to look in the basket under the bed to get the new bottle of aspirin. We had a full-sized bed, and I had one small basket under the bed where I kept extra pill bottles, toothbrushes, shaving cream, and stuff like that. I didn't know it right away, but thank God he looked under the bed. He put his head up and handed me the aspirin, but his facial expression had changed. Like he lost all the color from his face. I didn't think much of it and said thank you. Come on, I'm going to take you to the bathroom. He never stutters. I was out of it, but I remember picking up on it. I told him no, I really didn't have to pee and I didn't feel like getting up. And then he said, "No, let's go. I don't want to have to climb back up the stairs just 'cause you need to pee in 10 minutes. I remember feeling pretty hurt by his words, but I knew that he was right since I just had soup and a bottle of water. He walked me downstairs, and I couldn't understand why we didn't just go to the bathroom upstairs. I think I was so sick I just felt too exhausted to question it. He sat me down on the couch. "What's going on?" He took out his phone and his hand was shaking. I asked what was wrong, and I will never forget how my heart sunk and I felt like I couldn't breathe when he whispered, "There was someone under the bed." Amy laughed, so I laughed thinking it was a prank, but it felt serious. My boyfriend's brother suggested we get out of the house, so we did, and as we were leaving we heard a thud upstairs. We quickly left and drove away and then called the police. The police came and searched the house, but they didn't find anyone. He must have known that we suspected that he was there and then left. My boyfriend couldn't give any description, only that he saw some sneakers, but it was so dark he didn't see a face or anything else. The scariest thing that still leaves me on edge is that the police found a knife under the bed. It was a small steak knife, very dull and rusty. There weren't any killings in the area, so my friends assumed that he just wanted a place to sleep. I'm not really sure how he got into our place, but I have some theories. I'm really proud of how my boyfriend handled everything. He's a calm and collected person, but I always assumed he wouldn't be that way in a crisis. I really hope that this person doesn't come around again. Story 2. Amanda is my brother's girlfriend. At the time of this story, she was looking for her first apartment and moving out from her parents' house. Her and my brother didn't want to move in together since they only had dated for a few months. She opted instead to search for a roommate online. Browsing Craigslist, she found an ad titled something like, "Roommate Wanted, Females Only." This sort of thing was common since the area she was looking in was mostly young professionals. The listing was for a room in a house for about $225 a month, which was quite cheap compared to most places that were listed. The occupant listed herself as a 23-year-old college student that wasn't comfortable living with any males. The other roommate would have their own room and attach the bathroom. So far, Amanda was into this place. However, the listing only had a single photo from outside the property. Amanda sent an email wanting to meet the occupant and tour the house. And within 30 minutes she received an email back with all the details and a time to stop by. The girl worked late hours and wanted Amanda to stop by at 8 p.m. When Amanda arrived, there was a handwritten note on the front door saying, "Door broken. Use back door." Walking around the house, it looked nice but slightly unkempt. Tall grass, weeds, dusty windows, etc. When she knocks on the back door, an older man opened it. At first, Amanda thinks that she has the wrong house, but the man reassures her and says that the occupant was out and he was the landlord, and the occupant asked him to meet Amanda since she was working late. He seemed pleasant and offered to show her around. Alarms start going off, but aren't at red alert yet. First, the guy was clearly in his 40s, unshaven. Only the kitchen light was on. As they walked around the house, Amanda noticed one huge red flag. No furniture, nothing. The landlord was polite about answering questions, but seemed irritable to keeping the lights on for too long, rushing her around and only letting her look at rooms for a few moments. There was a single room that the landlord wouldn't open, telling her that it was the occupant's room and he didn't want to invade her privacy. As they walked down the hallway into the living room, she noticed the front door had a plank nailed across it. Amanda's creepometer is starting to ding, so she decides to wrap up the walkthrough and leave, but trying to be polite. As she's giving the guy her thanks for showing me the place bit, he perks up and states that he forgot to show her the basement. It's recently furnished and would be a great rec room and that she should take a look down there. At the time, Amanda and the landlord are standing in the small hallway between the front living room and the back kitchen. In this little hallway was the basement door. When he opens the door, it opens outward to create something of a barrier between Amanda and the back door of the house. The basement is pitch black. He smiles, motions down the stairs, and says, "Ladies first." What happens next is nothing more than a stroke of luck. Amanda gets a text just as some random person parks outside in front of the house. Thinking on her feet, She pretends it's a phone call and answers the phone. "Hey, are you here?" "Yeah, I'll come out from around the back and let you in." "Oh, it's great. You have to see it." With a motion of confidence, she excuses herself around the landlord and walks out the back door. She says that the guy just looked at her like he was very confused. Once outside, she sprinted to her car and sped like hell out of there. When Amanda got home, she told her mother everything. The cops were called and they took her statement and went to investigate. The Craigslist post had been removed. Story 3. When I was really little, my parents would let me stay up late on the weekends and watch TV until I fell asleep. I really loved these times, and I would stay up later than anybody else just because I could. Well, one night I was almost asleep on the couch when I heard a noise on our front porch. It was the sound of our old-fashioned porch swing moving back and forth. I was a little scared, so I crept toward the bay windows of my living room and peeked out towards the porch. Sitting on my front porch swing was an older woman, probably in her 50s, wearing nothing but a nightgown covered in blood and holding a huge kitchen knife. I flipped out immediately and ran screaming into my parents' room, but was too terrified to form words. My parents saw that I was upset, but when I finally was able to tell them what I saw, my dad got really angry and told me that it was just a dream and to go back to bed. I refused and kept crying and screaming until he had had enough and snatched my mom and dragged me towards the front door to prove that there was nothing there. I kicked and screamed all the way trying to make him stop, but he kept pulling me. Finally, we got to the door. He unlocked it, swung it open and said, "See, there's nothing to this day." I have never seen the look of fear and shock that was on his face when that woman turned and stared at both of us and then slowly stood up with the knife. My dad slammed the door shut and got my mom to call the police while we went and got his gun. He went back to the door with a 12 gauge and cracked the door enough to stick the barrel out. He asked her what she was doing and she said, "Somebody killed my husband, but it wasn't me." My dad told her that the police were coming and she freaked out, grabbed the knife and walked away. The police found her 15 minutes later trying to break into one of our neighbors' houses. I haven't slept in the living room since. Story 4. My family has lived in rural Nebraska since they immigrated from Germany in the mid-1800s. Near the turn of the century, disease was pretty rampant in the homesteading area, and it killed off members of almost every family. When someone died from illness, time was of the essence in burying them as not to let the virus spread from the deceased to the living. This meant no wake periods. So an aunt of some unknown number of greats preceding her relationship to me dies of some disease, and she gets buried in the family cemetery on the homestead. The dogs were very fond of her, so it wasn't too surprising that after the funeral, the 2 dogs stopped near her grave. The rest of the family began to think something of it when a week and a half later, the dogs were still visiting her grave almost constantly. But they weren't just at the grave. They were visibly distressed, frantic, and often barking while there. This goes on for maybe 2 weeks when the family decides to check it out. They dig the casket up and open it. The deceased's hair has all been pulled out. Her fingers are raw and bloody and mangled. On the inside of the casket door, they can see deep scratches in the wood. She was comatose when they buried her, and she came to while underground, spending probably her last 5 or so days alive in a buried casket. Story 5. Okay, so this happened to me last summer when I was back at my parents' house during the holidays. It was around 3 a.m. and I was in my room on my computer when I got a call from my sister. Now that was already a little bit weird since my sister's room is just down the hallway from mine and she could have just come to my room. I went to pick up and the call ended as soon as I reached the phone. I figured that she wanted to speak with me, so I got up and went to her room. As soon as I reached her door, she started screaming that someone was in the room with her, so I busted in and of course nobody was there. After she stopped crying, she told me that she woke up and saw a dark shadow right next to her face, and that's when she screamed. So I told her that she called me. She tells me that her phone is not even in her room and that she was sleeping. Sure enough, her phone is actually downstairs in her purse. The weird part is that I have the log of her call on my phone, but she doesn't. We never managed to make sense of this. Story 6. My husband and I had just moved into a new house in a new state with our then 3-year-old. Naturally, I needed to go food shopping for pretty much everything. It was dark by the time I arrived home and I could see, upstairs in what is now our bedroom, what I was sure was my husband standing in the window. The light was on, so it was pretty easy to see that he was standing there. I needed help unloading the car, so I went straight inside and upstairs, only to find that no one was there. I came back downstairs to find him on the other side of the house, completely immersed in a video game. Clearly had been there the whole time, but I'm asked anyways, and sure enough, he hasn't been upstairs since I left. Story 7. One Christmas, me and my son were at my parents' house celebrating. It was getting late. I told my son, who was about 5 at the time, let's get home and get you to bed before Santa goes to our house and has to leave because you're not asleep. We get home and I'm getting our bags out of the car and my son says, "Mama, SHH, Santa is in our house." My blood froze. Our front curtains were open to show off our tree. So I asked him, "What did you see?" He said, "Santa peeking out the window at us." I took him to my neighbor's house and told them to call the cops if I'm not back in 5 minutes. The doors and windows were all locked and no sign of anybody in the house. Story 8. While at university, my friends and I ran out of booze. Hardly any shops were open this night because it was so late. So the only option was to walk the mile or so to the nearest 24-hour supermarket. Between the supermarket and the dorms that we lived in was just row after row of suburban houses which all looked the same. As we were walking down one road, we passed a field with a large campfire and some people riding horses around it. There were people playing musical instruments and general sounds of a good time going on. The horses and fire and the lanterns which were dotted about gave it a very old-fashioned feel. Maybe 5 minutes after passing the field, now walking past houses again, one of my friends commented on how weird and out of place that gathering of people had been. My other friend had been thinking exactly the same thing. So, curious, we turned around and walked back to find out exactly what was going on. There was nothing there. The people, the horses, they were not there. Just more houses. Even though we were absolutely certain that we were on the right road as we had simply turned around, we walked up and down the neighboring roads too. We found nothing. We weren't drunk, though we had had some drinks. And so I've got absolutely no idea what happened that night. Story 9. Me and my 2 buddies were on a night dive, hunting prawns. It was about 1 a.m. and we're a good 100 feet deep and the darkest black you could imagine. We used to do this thing on night dives where we would get in a circle, turn off our lights, and then stir up the water and watch the bioluminescence float around us like floating stars in a black watery space. It was beautiful. Only this one time, we turn off our lights, stir up the water, and the water glows just enough to reveal a fourth person sitting in our circle. We were at a dive resort, so it wasn't so odd to see another diver. Only it was 1 a.m. and we had seen no one else prepping a dive at the dock. He was also alone, which was odd considering the dangerous conditions of a night dive in those waters. He had no fins or gloves. I don't know how he swam so well without fins or didn't get hypothermia without boots or gloves. We wore dry suits because it was so cold. But this dude was in a wetsuit with exposed skin. We thought we saw a giant gash in one of his legs, so the 3 of us all noticed him and were too scared to move. I can hear my buddies panting in their regs, and the guy just smiles, waves, and then swims away. Whenever you think you're alone and someone just shows up, like in an alley at night, it's weird. 100 feet underwater at night is terrifying. Story 10. When I was like 13 years old, my mother dragged my younger sister and I on a Disney cruise. I won't lie, at first I was extremely pissed about going, but it actually was cool. Something crazy happened to me while on the trip though. One night my mom and sister were annoying the hell out of me, and I told my mom that I was going to the top deck to just look around. She told me to be careful and to come back in 20 minutes. I told her that I would, and when I got up to the top deck, I walked over to the railing and was looking down at the black ocean that was being cut through by our huge ship. As I was looking down, I saw what looked like a man that appeared to have fallen or something. He went by very fast and disappeared, but I thought I saw his arm come up at one point. And at the time, I even thought I heard him make a noise. I saw his face for a split second and he looked petrified, as I imagine you would be if you fell off of a cruise ship, and I started freaking out. I ran over to a woman and man that were talking and playing cards at a table nearby. They were wearing the ship's employee clothing, and I told them what I just saw. They both took it very seriously, and the man called for help on his radio. I explained to more employees, including the captain, what I saw, and they did an emergency passenger welfare check. My mom got called up to where I was, and a while later, they told me everyone on the ship was accounted for. They pretty much made me swear on my life that I was sure and that I wasn't lying. At the time I told them I was sure, and 11 years later now, I am just as sure I saw a man in that water. Story 11. Working on a school report late at night in my ground-level bedroom, I glance up to look at my reflection in the glass of the window, and then I realize it's not my reflection. Someone else is staring at me through my window, and then they disappear. I shudder. It still gives me chills when I think about it. Story 12. One night, my buddies and I were going for a midnight walk around the roads by the house that we were staying at. Since we were under 18, we could have gotten in trouble for being out past curfew, so we would hide behind trees or whatever we could when a car came by. One of my friends said, "Why are you guys hiding? No one is going to care or do anything." Well, the next vehicle passes, and everyone hides behind something but him, to prove a point. Shortly after that, the same vehicle, a red pickup truck, turns around up the road and heads back in our direction. This time, we all hid. We figured that they made a wrong turn or something, but no. Every few minutes the truck would pass by us as we hid, trying to find us. At one point, Some guys got out of the truck with flashlights and were searching around the woods and shrubs for us, but we were about 100 yards away from them. Eventually, we got back to the house, but they still drove up and down the road looking a few more times, whether they were trying to scare some random kid they saw, or something worse. I'm not sure. Story 13. One night, I was laying in bed, trying to get my daughter to go to sleep, but she was refusing to. As I was getting more annoyed and tired, I asked, "Why won't you go to sleep?" Her response was, "Because those two people are watching us," and pointed to the corner of the room where it was pitch black. I couldn't see anything. Without making a noise, I removed her from her bed and slowly brought her into my room and locked the door. She never said anything like that again. Story 14. Coming back home from my deployment, I stayed at my parents' house for a few weeks while my late grandmother, who was suffering from severe dementia, stayed in the room adjacent from mine. It was around 2 a.m. when I am awoken by a blood-curdling shriek that lasted for what felt like an eternity, but must have actually been about 30 seconds in just one breath. It turns out that my grandmother was sleepwalking, trying to enter my room, and slammed herself into the baby gate that we had for my dog. I honestly don't know what was more terrifying, hearing that shriek suddenly in the dead of night, or flicking on the dim ceiling lights, and seeing her stare at me, face decrepit, mouth agape, and her eyes wide as can be. It makes my blood run cold every time I think about it. Story 15. Whenever I remember this, I feel like it's a false memory, because it's pretty weird, but this is how I remember it. We were walking through an old church that had taken on a lot of graffiti over the years, just exploring. Most everything had been dated, ranging from many years prior to just a few weeks. While walking through a hallway, someone noticed that the graffiti on the wall was dated for the next day. It freaked us out. In hindsight, someone probably just future dated it, and we coincidentally were there the day before. Maybe it was their intention to freak someone out, and if it was, it definitely worked. Story 16. At an abandoned house a few miles away from my home, we found negatives of what seemed to be in a nightgown. Several months later, upon returning with a friend, he spotted a pet prescription bottle. He had some friends at the local animal hospital, so he took it there and asked about the dog. The vet said that he indeed remembered the dog, and the old lady who owned the he informed us that she took a tumble down the stairs and was left there for 2 days before someone finally found her dead. My friend still has the negatives. Story 17. One of my favorite activities is exploring old, abandoned buildings. I've seen quite a few strange things during these trips, but one experience still creeps me out to this day. A few years ago, I found a long-forgotten water refinery through the help of online exploration communities and Google Earth. Although it's stupid, I always go to places for the first time alone, partly for the thrill, and partly because if something bad were to happen, I would feel terrible having brought someone else into that situation. So, I make plans to head there the next day after my classes let out. The day of the trip, I pack up my camera and water bottle and set off following my hand-drawn map. After an hour or two of biking, I finally arrive at the place, which luckily had an old bike path that dead-ended just past it. It was completely overtaken by vegetation with trees growing up through and around the buildings, not to mention that the actual buildings were just disintegrating with paint peeling off every wall and ceiling. I took my time scouring each of the buildings, looking around for anything interesting. I found hundreds of broken windows, weird broken spheres, and some kind of giant oven. After an hour or two of successful exploring, I decided to head off happy with an SD card full of pictures. Soon after, I pulled my bike back out through the hole in the fence that I'd entered and started biking away. I remembered that there was one last shot I wanted to get. I'm pretty insistent on getting the shots that I want, and I didn't know if I would ever come back, so I decided to just tough it out, ride back, and take the picture. As I was going back, I saw a lone man dressed in old clothes walking down the bike trail away from the dead end. I thought it was kind of a strange path for someone to take a walk on, and something in me said, "Don't let him see you go in there." I biked past him and gave him a slight head nod and figured that I would bike all the way to the end of the trail, turn around, and by the time I got back, he'd be gone, having continued in the opposite direction. I leisurely take my time. I get to the end and turn around, and as I head back toward the hole in the fence, I see him there, staring at me, and walking back toward the dead end from which he came. He had a happy look on his face, but it wasn't the kind of happiness that made me feel at ease in any way. The best way that I could describe it is he looked like he had just been told a very dirty joke and was trying to contain it. I knew I had to do something as I was literally trapped between him and a dead end. I decided to play it cool once more, but be ready to drop everything and run if things got hairy. As I get closer and closer to him, I can see his facial expression clearer, and he is not someone I want to be in the same state with, let alone the same bike path. I'm silently cursing myself for going back for one picture as I slowly get closer. Finally, I'm about 20 feet away from him and he calls out, "I sure would like a ride. It's so hot out. Mind if I jump on?" As soon as I hear this, I realize this is no longer my brain falsely interpreting something as creepy. I pick up speed and rush past him, putting as much space between us as I can. I now look behind me and see that he's once again turning around and following me. At this point, I bolt back to the road. Interestingly, I stop at a nearby gas station on the way home to get a refill on my Gatorade. I see a cop there and told him I just rode down the old bike path by this park. He looked at me, sort of bewildered as to why a person would ride out there, and he told me that he didn't recommend people go there, especially alone. Story 18. This happened when I was in college. I lived in Isla Vista, the student community at UXP, notorious for being a party school. It fully lived up to its reputation. I liked to party, but these people were off the wall, and as such, there were a lot of people who put themselves in dangerous situations, drinking to excess, not being careful, not locking doors, etc. It had a very isolated vibe, and anyone who was hanging around who wasn't college-aged immediately looked out of place and strange. One night, after having a few drinks, I came home to my small house where I lived with two other girls, probably around 2:30 a.m. We were all serious students, and when we partied, it was not your typical Uxbrager, more like a small get-together with friends. We would often have a few people spend the night, sleep on our furniture, or our beds as the case may be. That night, my roommates had a few people over who I didn't know, and I saw that when I returned home, one of them had opted to sleep on the couch from the shadow that I saw there. I didn't turn on the light because I didn't want to wake them up, but as I was passing the couch to enter my bedroom, I noticed that the figure was lying very stiff. He just had this weird energy to him. He was lying down, but it was like he was putting all of his energy into lying as still and rigid as possible. I paused, and the guy quickly jerked his head to face me without moving his limbs so quickly that it startled me. I could see his wide, open eyes glinting in the dark. Figuring that I had startled him, or that he was drunk or maybe on some kind of stimulant, and was unable to sleep, I just hurried past into my bedroom and locked the door. The guy made me nervous, and I wasn't taking any chances. I fell asleep. At 4:30 a.m., I woke up. There was a strange sound at the door, almost like somebody was drumming their fingers against the wood very quietly. I lay still and listened. There were more quiet sounds, like someone scratching the door with their fingers, which got louder and louder until it was clear that he was using both hands and scratching as fast and as hard as possible. It created an extremely loud and intimidating sound that filled me with fear. I got my cell phone and texted my roommate because I was afraid to make a sound. I texted, "Your friend is freaking me out. Is he coked out? Can you talk to him? He's banging and scratching on my door." She didn't text me back, probably because she was asleep. I texted my other roommate to the same effect, covering all my bases. Keep in mind that the scratching has been going on at this point for a couple of minutes. I have no idea how he could have sustained it. Scratching a wooden door with your fingernails can't feel good. He also grabbed at the knob and jiggled it super forcefully. Because neither of them answered, I decided to call and really wake them up, though I was scared to make a sound. I know it sounds stupid, but there was something seriously horrifying about being teased like this through the door. I know that he was trying to terrify me. I felt like a little kid, but I could tell this guy was really messed up, and maybe the police needed to be called, and I wanted to tell my roommates since it was one of their friends. The scratching stopped abruptly, and I called my roommate, who answered sleepily. "Yo, your friend is messed up. Can you please deal with it? Do we need to call the cops? He's seriously scaring me," and he was scratching at my bedroom door. She didn't say anything for several seconds, and when she did speak, her voice had no sleepiness in it at all. "What friend?" she said. "That guy that was sleeping on the couch," I said. She was quiet again. "We didn't have any guys over," she said. "Call the police." My adrenaline surged, and I told her to please lock the bedroom door as quickly as possible. I realized that I hadn't heard scratching in a while, and I had no clue where he had gone. Suddenly, I heard a loud banging in the other end of the house where my roommates shared a bedroom. The bangs were followed by the sound of them screaming in fear. I quickly dialed the police as this maniac proceeded to bang against the locked bedroom door of my two roommates as they screamed. The heaviness of the blows left no doubt that he was trying to break the door down. I told the 911 operator the situation, and she dispatched 2 squad cars. The police in Isla Vista are generally used to peeling drunks off the sidewalk and breaking up brawling frat bros. This was really serious and strange, and I think the dispatcher got the sense from my tone how terrified I was, and she stayed on the phone with me the whole time. At one point, the banging stopped, and everything was quiet for a while. I talked with the dispatcher, and suddenly looked down to see that the guy had slipped his fingers under my door and was just kind of wiggling them around, making this weird growling sound. I screamed and backed away, which is my biggest regret about this situation, since when I look back on it, it would have been really nice to just stomp the shit out of those fingers. When the cops rolled up, I heard running and the sound of our sliding glass door opening and closing, and then he was gone. The cops never caught him. He had broken in through our side door by jamming the lock somehow. My door was covered in what turned out to be huge gashes that he had made using a pair of scissors, which he discarded on the ground before he left. What terrifies me most about this was that I walked right past him. I looked him right in the face. I realize now that he was not trying to sleep or on drugs, but was lying so stiff like that because he was hiding. He probably heard me open the door and freaked out because he hadn't realized there was another girl living there and tried to blend into the couch in the darkness. Story 19. This happened in my junior year of high school. One evening, my mother and stepfather had gone out to some event. Maybe it was an extended dinner or a concert. I can't remember. I had stayed home to work on a paper that was due the next day, and spent the whole night working at the desk in my room. To give you a picture of the room, my desk faces a wall and sits next to a small window that's on the same wall, and from where I sit, my back faces my doorway. While I was working, I was wearing these great headphones that I had gotten for my birthday, the kind that are noise-canceling. My parents left the house around 6 p.m., and the whole time they were gone, I sat at my desk, blasting music through my headphones and writing my essay. Occasionally, I would take breaks and watch the rain and lightning outside my window. I never left my desk. My parents returned around 11 p.m., and at some point late in the evening, I had removed my headphones. So when my parents came home, which was coincidentally just a few minutes after I had taken off the headphones, I clearly heard the garage door open, and my parents opened the door to the house. Seconds after I hear them enter, I hear my mother shout my name. "Adrian." She screams. What on earth happened in here? Confused, I get out of my chair and start walking through the house to them. There's only a small hallway that separates my room from the living room. Due to my rush to figure out why my mother was yelling, I paid little attention to the hall and the house. After a few moments, I get to my parents. My mom looks really upset. "Was this you? Did you have friends over?" I look down. The carpet is ruined. It's covered in muddy footprints. I frantically explained to her that I have no idea how those got there, that I had spent the whole night at my desk working on my paper. I watch as her face goes from anger to confusion to fear. We realize that someone else must have entered the house. Quickly, we scan the footprints, trying to make sense of the situation. It only takes us a few moments to figure out where they start. Our back door, which was usually left unlocked. Then we notice something else. The footprints started at the back door, but there were no footprints exiting the back door. We hear something pounding through our house. We hear the front door get torn open and then slammed shut. We all run into the garage and lock the door. My mom starts shouting at the police through the phone. "Please come quickly. Someone has broken into our house." After what seems like hours, the police arrive. An officer stays with us in the garage as his partner goes through the house room by room. His partner tells us that it's safe to go back in, that there's no one in the house. Then, she asks us a question. She asks us, whose room is down the hall to the left? My parents look at me, and I tell the officer that it's mine. She asks us to follow her down the hall. As we go, it's easy to see that the footprints weave through my house from the back door. They go through the living room, through the small hallway, into my parents' room, which is down the hall to the right, and then turn around towards my room, and then stop in my doorway. Then, the officer points at my door, which I had left open the whole night. On it, in black Sharpie, was written the following: 847, I see you. 853, You forgot to lock the back door. 859. You seem focused. 924. Turn around. 947. Look at me. 1015. Look at me. 1037. Look at me. 1049. Look at me. For nearly 2 hours, someone stood in my doorway watching me. To this day, I shudder to think about what would have happened if I had ever turned around and looked at them. Story 20. I was homeless for a few years after I turned 18. Being homeless leaves you with a permanent feeling of anxiousness and a sliver of fear buried within you at all times. You expect anything. The main problem I had with being homeless was sleeping. I was getting enough money from working side jobs to not have to worry about food or clothes, but finding a suitable place to sleep was difficult. You always had to keep in mind being detected. Sleeping in the woods was uncomfortable, but the odds of a cop waking you up and trespassing you are slim. I drifted around sleeping in unconventional and uncomfortable areas for quite some time before I discovered an abandoned church off a side road. The church was in pretty good condition, and it was hidden off a side road, so the odds of getting arrested for sleeping there were low. The pews were torn out, and the stained glass windows were murky with dirt and dust. But there was a roof and 4 walls, and it wasn't infested with animals, so it was heaven. I brought a sleeping bag and some blankets, and I slept there for about a week, while I was trying to save up money to get an apartment for once. After a week of sleeping there, I came back to the church after a day of working, and settled down in my sleeping bag, ready to go to sleep, when I heard the unmistakable sound of a piano. 2 keys being hit repeatedly, my pulse instantly skyrocketed, and I grabbed the knife I kept on me at all times. I didn't even know there was a piano in the church. I slowly got up with the knife in my hand, and started packing my things up. I was getting the hell out of there. As I slung my backpack over my shoulder, the sound of the piano cut off, and was replaced by the sound of a door creaking open, slowly. I froze again, and stared out towards the altar where the sound was coming from. It was dark, and I didn't want to turn on the flashlight on my phone, so I stood there breathing heavily while I was willing my eyes to adjust to the darkness. The door behind the altar was swinging open by itself. I tried opening it when I first discovered the church, but it was locked, and I didn't want to break it down. The door was swinging open, and beyond the door was an even pitcher black than the one I was currently experiencing, and I turned towards the main doors, content on getting out before I saw any more. As I turned, I heard the sound of the door swinging open be replaced by the sound of it slamming open violently, and suddenly, a plank of wood fell from the rafters in the ceiling, and clattered loudly onto the floor, feet away from me. A groan like a mixture of a machine grinding to a halt, and a man in pain, emitted from the door behind me that slammed open and sent literal chills up my spine. I slammed my way out of the church and started running up the road. I looked behind me to see the front door slowly shut by themselves. I never returned. My story may not be the most interesting story you've ever heard. It doesn't end in me seeing a ghost or an alien or anything of that nature, but it is real. Story 21. Many years ago, I lived in Maine, and would occasionally go camping by myself. On one of those occasions, I woke up late in the middle of the night, at around 3 a.m. I was tossing and turning, and couldn't sleep, so I just lay there, listening to the woods. Then I heard a faint hello. I was petrified. I felt so vulnerable in that tent. I never figured out who it was. Story 22. The summer after I graduated from high school, I left work early and went up to my parents' cabin in northern Michigan. I spent the night at the beach, watching the sunset. Once the sun went down and it became nearly pitch black, I got to my car and started driving down the highway. After a minute, there was an old Tahoe that started riding my tail and flashing its high beams. So I got up to about 60 in a 45, and they were still on my tail. I pulled off to the side road that my parents' cabin is off of, and they took the same turn. I thought this seemed weird, because there's only about 30 or 40 houses on this road. So I went all the way to the end, which is usually a dead end, but leads to a maintenance area for the golf course nearby. The truck was still following me. At this point, I was freaking out, because if I pulled into the house, they would know where we lived, and they were still very close behind me. I took a bunch of random turns, and the truck kept following every single turn for about 15 minutes. I finally had a chance to make a turn with traffic, going through the intersection that gave me a few seconds of a head start. I pulled down the side street. I went up about 100 yards, and then turned off all my lights, and waited. The truck slowly drove by the perpendicular street, and kept going. I booked it home, pulled my car around the side away from the main road, and pulled every curtain in the cabin. For an 18-year-old, I was scared as hell that night. Story 23. Years ago, in the early 90s, my boyfriend was driving me home, and we saw a man lying on the ground in the strangest position, kneeling with his head on the ground, and bent at a sharp angle, so that he faced the street. It was 2 in the morning, and the man was covered in sweat, with his eyes open. We pulled over, and I hopped out of the car to check on this guy. His eyes were wide open, and he seemed like his face wasn't moving, but it really felt like he was pleading for help. He didn't respond at all when called out to him. No blinking. He had glassy eyes. I reached out to touch him, and he was ice cold. I'm sure he wasn't breathing. This was before cell phones, so I hopped back in the car, and we sped back to my house to call 911. 10 minutes later, the police called back to ask for the cross streets again. Apparently, they arrived at the corner, and there was nothing there. I verified that they had the right spot, and they said they would call back if they needed any more information. That was the last I ever heard about it. I checked the newspaper for the next few weeks, but we never found out anything else about that man in the road. Story 24. This is a story that was told to me by my mother. She was home alone and was expecting a friend to come over. She wanted to take a shower, so she left a note on the front door that said, "I'm in the shower, come on in." While she was showering, she heard a knock on the bathroom door, and she said, "I'll be right out." When she got out of the shower, nobody was there, and a few minutes later, her friend pulled into the driveway. Story 25. I often visit Walmart in the wee hours of the morning. One time, I was in at about 2 a.m. and noticed an elderly gentleman asleep on one of those mobility scooters at the entrance. When I left about 20 minutes later, he was still there. I thought it was a little odd that no one from the store had woken him up. I found out the next day that he had died, and spent the better part of a day on display as a corpse at the entrance to Walmart. Story 26. I'm a massage therapist. I work for myself, and frequently go to clients' homes at night. Whenever I would have a new client, I would bring my boyfriend with me as kind of backup. So the new client's condo was in a really nice area in Arizona. It was around 8 p.m. when I arrived. I got out of the truck and grabbed my bag and started looking for the apartment, because this was one of those mega complexes, and of course, the numbers were barely visible. As I was walking around, I noticed that every light I walked by would start flickering really quickly. Like the light would be fine 1 minute, and as soon as I walked by it, it would start flickering. I felt like someone was watching me, but I shrugged it off and found the condo as quickly as possible. My session lasted about 90 minutes, and I packed up and headed back to the truck, except it wasn't in the spot that my boyfriend had parked in previously. So I call him, and he says that he's on his way, that something happened. I get in the truck when he arrives, and he is super pale, and his hands are shaking. I ask him what happened. He told me that as I was walking towards the apartments from the parking lot, he saw a girl behind me, walking in tandem with me, almost like a shadow. He said he put his head down to light a cigarette, and neither one of us were in his line of vision anymore. About halfway through his cigarette, he saw someone walk by the truck really quickly through the rearview mirror. He said it was the same girl. He was starting to feel a little freaked out, but nothing too bad. He said he turned on his headphones and leaned the seat back to take a nap, I guess, when he felt a thumping under his feet on the floorboard. He said he looked out into the parking lot and then saw the girl crawl out from under the hood of the truck, stand up, and then walk backwards away, looking at him the whole time, and then disappeared into the shadows of the opposite side of the parking lot awnings. So he peeled out and sat at the nearest gas station, which was right next door, for the rest of my appointment. I never went back to that particular client's home after that. Story 27. A few years ago, I was awoken in the middle of the night by a phone call. I answered the phone, and I heard a woman's voice on the other end, crying, and then she whispered, "Help me." I looked at the screen, and the number was restricted. I heard more crying, and then a sudden scream. The scream was cut short, and the line disconnected. I've told this story to many people, and most of them say it was probably a prank call. I would have agreed, but the crying, it sounded so desperate, so real. I have no idea who it was. Story 28. When I was a teen, I never had much of a rebellious side, but my parents didn't want me in their bathroom when they weren't home. They had a fantastic shower, as compared to the leaky piece of crap that I was stuck with. We'd had a minor spat this particular morning, and they left to quote-unquote clear their heads. That meant it was time to use the fancy shower. I was alone, and they had been gone about a half an hour. Then, I suddenly hear my dad stomp into the bedroom. He slammed his keys down, checked the answering machine, and I knew that he had to have been pissed, so I called out. My shower drain was leaking again. I'm sorry. I'll be out in a minute. And then, I heard him stomp over to the bathroom door, and then stop. I called out to him, and he starts jiggling and turning the handle like crazy. The weird thing is, the door wasn't locked, so I stepped out of the shower quickly and wrapped a towel around me, and began saying, "What the hell?" as I opened the door. I opened it while it was in mid-shake, watching the knob turn, and there was no one on the other side when the door opened. I ran through the apartment, and saw that we still had a message on the machine, and the front door was still locked. My parents came home 2 hours later. Story 29. I took in a puppy a few months ago. Her original owners weren't able to bond with her. They said that she was unresponsive and disobedient, and didn't have the look that they wanted. I have no idea what they were talking about. She's the best behaved dog that I've ever known, and she's downright adorable, so I'm used to people stopping me in the street so they can pet her. Usually, people will ask before they touch her, or at the very least, they'll say something like, "Oh my gosh, look at that dog," to let me know that they're obviously going to come over and say hi to her. I'm pretty much fine with that. What I'm not fine with is what happened on one of my earlier walks with her. I live in a tiny seaside town, and I like to take my dog on a tour of all the areas closest to the sea when I walk her. We'll walk along the beach, down the promenade, around the miniature lakes, and then back home. Probably not the smartest thing to do, the same route every day, but I've switched things up since this happened. We were at the final stage of our walk one evening, making a couple laps around the lakes, when we walked past a man. Now a lot of old men gather there on a regular basis. I didn't think much of one dude sitting on a bench by the water. I told myself he was staring because my dog was cute. I just passed him by. Then, from behind me, I hear him say, "Sit," and my dog, who is much more obedient than her previous owners let on, sits down and looks up at me all happy and expecting a treat. I turn around and frown back at the guy, and I see that he's still seated on the bench, and quickly encourage my puppy to start walking again. We haven't gotten 5 feet further down the path before behind me I hear, "Sit," and my dog does. I turn around again, already glaring, and see that the man is now on his feet. I tell my dog to keep walking and try to get her to pick up the pace, trying to get over to the path that leads up to the main street. We're still nowhere near the path when the man yells, "Sit," and my dog does again. She's starting to look very confused, and I'm pretty much terrified at this point. He's coming over to us, and he's catching up fairly quickly. He's close enough that even without my glasses, I can tell that he's grinning. At that point, I had had enough. I forgot about getting to the path. I just scooped up my dog off the ground and ran straight up the hill to the side of us, and climbed over the little fence that separates the lakes from the street. I looked down. The man didn't follow, but stayed at the bottom of the hill, looking up at us. He was not smiling anymore. I had never seen him before, and haven't seen him since, and I really hope that it stays that way. I don't know exactly what his intentions were, but it seemed to me like he was using my dog's obedience to slow me down, to keep me from getting away from him, so I really doubt his intentions were good. I'm glad I didn't stick around to find out. Story 30. A few winters ago, I got a job as a security guard. My responsibilities were to guard the construction site of a 3-story industrial building that was in development. This was a super sweet job. All I had to do was be at the construction site between the hours of 7 p.m. and 3 a.m. I could sit in my truck the entire time, except for 2 different times that I was instructed to patrol the site. What I would do is get out of my truck and walk the perimeter of this site, and then go inside and shine my flashlight around. This obviously wasn't a hard task, but it was a bit creepy. It was pitch black around this site at night, and there were no working lights anywhere. Every time I patrolled, I was a bit creeped out, except for one evening where the creepiness turned into straight-up terror. The night was going by normally. I was watching YouTube videos and listening to music in my truck. The clock hit 1 a.m., and I was due to complete my second patrol through the site. The first patrol went by completely normal, and I had no reason to expect any different this time around. So I jumped out of the truck and started down the path that led around the site. I was shining my flashlight in front of me the whole time, and saw nothing out of the ordinary. This trek around the site took the most time out of the patrol, and I'd say about 15 minutes after I began, I had circled all the way around, and was back at my truck. At this time, I headed inside the building. My truck was parked in front of the building, and so I entered at the front door. The building was still being framed, and there were no doors installed anywhere, including the ones that led to the exterior. And that's the reason I was here, to make sure that nobody walked inside and stole any equipment, or vandalized any part of it. As I walked inside, I heard something upstairs. It sounded like a shovel or something had fallen onto the floor, and so I hesitantly started up the stairs to investigate. I was a little bit spooked. What would I do if there was somebody up here messing around? I didn't have a gun or anything, just some pepper spray that the owners gave me. I reached the top of the stairs on the second floor, and I shined my flashlight around, and didn't see anything suspicious. I walked around, and eventually reached the front of the building, and that's when I looked down to my truck through the recently installed window. There was somebody sitting in my truck. He was sitting on the driver's side seat, with his legs still hanging out of the truck facing me. I was just about to turn around and head back down to confront him, when he suddenly looked up at me and waved. At that moment, I turned around and ran back to the stairs. I walked down them quickly and ran out of the building. I ran over to my truck, and the guy was no longer there. I got very nervous at this point and looked around with my flashlight. I saw nothing and decided to call my boss and let him know that there was a man here. As the phone was ringing, I searched my truck and saw that nothing was missing, and everything was where I left it. My boss didn't answer, and so I left a very short message, stating, "It's 1:22 am, and there is someone messing around the site, and I have not located him yet." I shined my light around like a madman searching for this potentially dangerous person, and thought it would be a better idea to get in my truck and drive slowly around the site. This didn't take long, and I didn't see anyone. I circled back to the front and parked my truck in the same exact spot that I was in before. I put the truck in park and called my boss again. I got no answer and got out of the truck once again. I stood next to my driver's side door and again shined the light around. I didn't see anyone. Then I shined the light up to the window that I had been at when I first noticed him, and saw him standing in the same spot I was at, looking down at me. I realized my job was to stop people from messing around at this site, but this creeped me out so much. I got in my truck and waited until my boss eventually called back. He called the police, and an officer showed up there about an hour later. He went inside the building and looked around, but never found the guy. I didn't see him again that night, or any other night I was there. I have no idea who he was, or why he was there. Story 31. I left work late one night, later than usual. I was driving home when I unexpectedly ran into some construction going on, and I was forced to take a detour. I turned right onto a street I rarely ever drove on, and haven't been on in years. The street took me into the downtown area of my city, and it wasn't a very nice place to be. Crime happened here all the time, and it made me nervous, especially because it was late, and there were no other vehicles around. I stopped at a stop sign, and apparently made a wrong turn, because I looked around and noticed the detour signs were gone. I pulled my phone out of my jacket pocket sitting on the passenger seat, in order to use GPS so I didn't get too lost, and to guide me home. As I was navigating my phone, I heard a noise outside. I looked up from my phone to see what it was. As I looked around, I spotted a woman about 30 yards from my car, in the parking lot of a convenience store that was now closed. She was standing off by the corner of the store, where it was much darker. Right after I saw her, I noticed that she looked scared, and then almost immediately I saw a man reach out from the side of the building she was standing next to, grab her by the arm, and pull her out of sight. The woman had made a noise again. This scared me to death, and I wasn't sure what to do. My first thought was that he might have been trying to rob her. I was about to dial 911 on my cell phone when I realized he might be trying to do something worse. I'm not the toughest guy in the world, and have only been in a couple fights in my life, but I'll be damned if this woman was going to be raped or killed while I was right here. So I take a deep breath and opened my car door. After I did this, I heard the woman again. It sounded like she was half screaming, half calling for help, but all her noise sounded muffled, like the man was covering her mouth. I walked around to the back of my car and started towards where she had disappeared out of sight. I walked fast, but tried to be as silent as possible. As I walked, her sounds were abruptly cut off, and I got scared. Scared of what I might see. Scared of what I might have to do. I reached the corner of the store and very slowly looked down into the dark side of the building. At first, I saw nothing, and so I moved closer. And that's when I saw them. I saw them both, standing in the darkness, side by side, like statues. He wasn't touching her. She wasn't crying or screaming. And they weren't fighting. I realized quickly what was happening now. I immediately turned around and started a sprint back towards my car. As my feet hit the ground, I could hear that they were chasing me. I got to my car and threw the door open and got inside. I locked the door, and right after I did, they were both attempting to open the doors from both sides. I put my key in the ignition, started it, and stomped the pedal to the floor. I was so shaken up over what had just happened that I ran 2 stop signs right after. I drove home and never saw their faces up close. And you bet your ass, I haven't been down that street since. I know someone from my childhood. Story 32. Who used to work as a chef. Let's call her Sarah. Sarah had to prepare a dinner party for a politician, but she and her workmates had run out of some ingredients, and since she drove a motorcycle, she offered to rush to a nearby store that was a few miles away. The house they were working for was settled on a hill. Aside from a few houses, there weren't any stores or establishments in the area. The road was empty. There was no one around. Sarah finished the errand and began to drive back. She was halfway on her journey when she felt a weight push against her back. Startled, she glanced at her rearview mirror and saw an unfamiliar woman with matted hair sitting in the back of her motorcycle, smiling and staring directly at her. Sarah was so shocked, she nearly lost control of her motorcycle. She concentrated as hard as she could and revved the accelerator as fast as it would go. She began cursing at the woman, telling her to get off the bike. As soon as Sarah could see the house in the distance, she heard the woman laugh, and suddenly, her motorcycle felt lighter. She couldn't feel anything pressing up against her anymore. She dared to glance at her rearview mirror again, and thankfully, she saw no one. When she arrived at the house, she was trembling. She knew that she would sound delusional, and possibly even gain a bad reputation at her job. But she told the people there about what she saw, and to her astonishment, A couple of the politician's security guards chuckled and told her that this was normal around here. Apparently, a few other motorists living in the area also endured the same encounter. Story 33. My husband and I lived in a small 2-floor house with 2 main entrances, one along the front and the other on the side of the house, which opens up into the laundry room. When we were too busy, or it's too late to walk our dog, we hook his collar onto a long line that's attached to one of the pipes on the corner of our house so that he can use the bathroom. We used to do this from the door in our laundry room, but we had noticed the large step from the door to the ground had been taking a toll on his hips. As a result, we started letting him out through the front door instead, since the porch is much closer to the ground. This particular night, I was home alone with my dog, and it was around midnight when I decided to let him outside one last time before going to bed. I hook him up to his line, close the door, and lock it before heading into the kitchen to put away the dishes. This was pretty routine. Even if he used the bathroom quickly, he liked to walk around along the front and side of the house for a few minutes before coming back inside. As I'm putting away the dishes, I hear a scratch on the door. That's what my dog does when he wants to come in, so I head over to let him back inside. Since I've watched way too many scary movies, I've always looked through the door's peephole before opening it. Out of habit, I look to check that my dog is in front of the door. Instead, I see a man staring very intently at the door handle. I freeze with my hand on the door handle. I don't know how much time went by, but then I heard another scratch. This one, louder than the last. This kind of wakes me up from my initial shock, and I run to grab my cell phone. I call my husband to tell him what's happening. He was very confused. I probably wasn't explaining the situation very well, but he says that he's heading home. This is when I realize my dog is still outside with this person. I head back to the front door, trying to make as little noise as possible to check whether the stranger is still there. Just like before, he's standing there, head bowed, looking at the doorknob. I tiptoe over to the laundry room and slowly open the door as quietly as possible. I can't see my dog anywhere, and the side of my house is covered in gravel. I knew I couldn't step outside without making a lot of noise. With my heart still pounding in my chest, I go to the front door to keep an eye on the stranger and to get a better look at him. I considered calling the police, but I didn't feel that they would take me seriously since all this man was doing was standing in front of my house. I tried taking a picture of him with my cell phone, but my camera was only able to take pictures of the people and not the images behind the glass. All of a sudden, the man looks up directly at me. I swear he knew I was there. He glares at me and then opens his mouth to show this taunting, malicious grin. He stood there that way for a few seconds, and with that, he turns around and starts to walk down the street. I stay in the same place, almost expecting him to rush back and start pounding on the door. Luckily, my husband got back after a few minutes. He convinced me to call the police, and we went out looking for our dog. It turns out that this man had cut the end of the line connected to the pipe, and our dog decided this was a good time for him to explore my neighbor's backyard, which was where we found him. It's been 3 years since this happened. We've since moved to a new house, and the police weren't able to come up with any suspects. Ever since then, we take our dog on very long walks before the sun goes down. Story 34. I went camping in Big Sur, California with one of my best friends. It was off-season and a Sunday night, so the place was practically empty. We picked a campsite about a half-mile walk to the ocean. It was in a huge, open field surrounded by a lush forest. In the background were limestone mountains, and you could hear the crashing of the ocean's waves. We spent the night around the campfire telling stories and eating. We're both pretty experienced backpackers too. We are very diligent in ensuring we do not leave any trace of food by our side. I have my dog with me too. She was leashed around one of the few trees in the field on a long metal leash and full harness. It's a full moon, and it was pouring beautiful blue light across the field. It was absolutely pristine and breathtaking. Around 1 a.m., something spooks my dog. Now, she is used to the woods, but I mean she is flipping out, tugging hard on the leash, like she is desperate to escape. She pulls so hard that her harness snaps, and she goes bolting across the field into the wilderness. I lose my cool. I drop everything and bolt after her. I'm not thinking straight, running into the woods at night. My only concern was getting her, even if it meant risking my own safety. I rescue her. I find her curled up in a random clearing in the woods, looking ashamed and terrified. Thank God she ran in a straight line, otherwise I would have been totally lost. I walk back carrying her, and my heart is pounding furiously at the horror of the idea of her being lost in the wilderness forever. The thought now is still unbearable. I can feel her heart pounding too in my arms. She's terrified. I'm no longer in a great mood. We all head to bed in my tent, but my dog won't lay down. She refuses. Her ears are up, and she's staring intensely at the tent wall, as if she could see right through it, and she's tracking something. It takes a while for my nerves to calm down from my chase earlier. I'm working hard at deep breaths and reminding myself that I'm prepared for anything that I could encounter. That my dog is simply spooked from maybe a raccoon. Maybe she's just exhausted and acting up. Then I hear it, cackling, like a high-pitched laughter that is full of a disgusting type of joy, and it's coming from outside my tent. My senses go on high alert. My body tenses up so tightly, it's like I'm about to break in half. I can't even breathe. And then, I hear more cackling, like a group of witches were doing something evil just yards away. It fills my ears, laughing, and more laughing. It's loud, and it just sounds so wrong. I can't even bring myself to move to look at my friend. It's like my entire body has given up. The laughs are then followed up with blood-curdling screams. It honestly sounded like somebody was being murdered. It was full of panic, and horror, and sadness. Dear God, it could have been wolves or coyotes killing their prey, but it sounded so distinctly human. The laughter, the sobbing, the screams. Finally, my friend says something. What? What the hell? I even begin to laugh a little, because the situation was so intense and wild. I had no idea how else to react. I can't handle this, I say, and suggest that we bolt for the car. It's a mile away, so we decide to stay. We just listened to the laughter and screaming until it faded away. When it was over, I didn't bother going to bed. Story 35. Camping with 2 friends, the middle of the night. All 3 of us inside a square tent. Just chilling out, chatting, the lights are on. One side of the tent wall begins to cave inward, as if there's strong wind or something pushing on the side of the tent. Everyone freaks out, but I assume it's the wind. Chill out, guys. I proceed to jump up and punch the tent wall. But then, I connect with something. A feeling of punching flesh is unmistakable. Now I freak out. What, or who, did I just punch through the tent wall? I eventually convince my friends it's the smartest idea to have a look outside the tent. But it's been 15 minutes, and by the time they agree, there's nothing out there. Story 36. I was in my tent, and it was the middle of the night, perhaps 1 a.m., and I had woken up to go pee, just like normal. I was about to unzip the tent, when I heard a small scratching sound. I paused. It was a slow, deliberate, crunchy, digging sound. It was too rhythmic for an animal. So after making sure it wasn't my dad who was sharing the tent, I unzipped a corner of the door and peeked out. The moon was just bright enough for me to see a woman, squatting right to our little two-man tent, digging at the ground with her bare hands. My dad went and shined a flashlight on her, and told her to go back to wherever Q-8570 she had made camp. The woman got up silently, leaving a 4-inch deep hole next to the tent, and started walking away. I went outside, went pee, and got back into my sleeping bag. A few minutes later, I was awoken again by a clattering sound of a person or an animal walking around where we had put our stuff. I looked outside again, and the woman was crouched low, walking around our stuff and looking at things the way a monkey would. My father stepped out of the tent, shined the flashlight on her again, and she faced him. He asked her to kindly leave our stuff alone, but she just stood there, dirty, but clearly not malnourished, staring at his light. He gave up and went back to the tent. Soon, we heard her digging again at her little hole, which was literally 6 inches, and 2 pieces of thin nylon, away from my head. I shouted for her to go away, and she ran away in an animalistic fashion, and didn't return. I fell back asleep, and in the morning, our stuff was scattered, but nothing was missing. Story 37. My husband and I were out of town on vacation. We were staying at this bed and breakfast in Vermont. It was in a pretty rural area, but very beautiful. The place appeared to be very old, with elderly folks managing it. They were so nice and pleasant. We arrived there about 7 o'clock, and were starving. The old man that showed us to our honeymoon suite room told us he would make us some supper. We told him he didn't have to, but we didn't fight him too much, since he genuinely seemed like he wanted to, and we really were starving. He made us some red potatoes and chicken fried steak with toast. After eating, we sat with him and his wife and talked. We asked questions about the place, and how long they had worked there. They told us they owned the joint. They asked us where we were coming from, and what the occasion was. They were so nice. In the middle of our conversation, we noticed a man exit the bathroom down the hall, which was visible from the side of the table we were sitting at, and stomp a few doors down to his room, or what I assumed it was. He seemed troubled, like he was upset, or maybe on drugs. He was making grunting noises. The elderly couple just smiled, and you could tell they felt very uncomfortable, like they were familiar with this man, and were just dealing with him. I wanted to ask about him, but I didn't. I felt like I'd be making it worse, and making them more uncomfortable. Later that night, my husband and I were in our room, laying in bed talking, when in the room next to ours, we heard a very faint voice say, "Not again." It sounded like a man to me, but my husband said to him it sounded like a woman's voice. Then, we heard what sounded like a big piece of furniture being moved around the room. A few hours passed, and we were asleep, when I was shaken awake by my husband. I was startled, and he said he heard somebody gasp in the room next door, and make a noise that sounded like they were in some kind of trouble. He said it was not the room that heard the noise earlier, but the other side of our room. I told him he should call the front desk or the living room and tell whoever would be working there. He did, but very strangely, nobody picked up the phone. He put some clothes on and went down to the front of the building, where we met the elderly couple from before. He was gone for about 10 minutes, and then returned and said nobody was down there. He said he walked into the back kitchen, around the outside of the house, and never saw anyone. I'd say about 20 minutes after he returned to our room, we heard somebody walking in the hallway. They eventually walked up to our room, and then stopped. Thankfully, the door was locked, because whoever it was tried opening it. My husband yelled out, occupied in a stern, annoyed voice. The person at the door then continued walking towards the staircase. We eventually went back to sleep and woke up at around 9 a.m. We packed up our stuff and went down to the front expecting to see the elderly couple, but what we found instead was very troubling. We walked into the back kitchen once again, and laying in the sink were white rags that looked like they had blood on them. We continued to look around, and eventually, my husband opened a closet and found a mop bucket, and inside the bucket was very thick-looking red water. At that point, I freaked out. I knew something was very wrong. We walked around the whole place and never saw anyone again. Eventually, we left some money on the back kitchen counter and a note and left. The rest of our vacation was normal, I guess you could say, but when we hit our next stop, we called the police and told them that they should check out that bed and breakfast. They told us they would, but we never got a call back. We never found out what happened until we got home. A few days after we arrived at our house, police were at our door questioning us about our stay at that bed and breakfast. We were told that the elderly couple were brutally murdered, and their bodies were dismembered. The woman was found in the room next to ours, chopped up, and her husband was found in the room on the other side. His body had been dragged to the bathroom, and his body had been cut up in the bathtub. I was sick upon hearing this. We had to go take a polygraph test, but our story and willingness to cooperate excluded us from possible suspects. Months passed, and I would often inquire about it and call the police, asking if they had found who did it. Eventually, they had. We learned that the man that was staying at the place, the one that walked out of the bathroom that night, had committed the crimes. We haven't gone on vacation since. Story 38. My childhood was filled with terrible and horrifying incidents, one of which takes the cake. My parents split up when I was very young, and I lived with my father. We lived in the middle of nowhere, except there were a few people that lived on our street. The street was really long and lonely. We lived towards the end of the street, and in the middle of the street was a woman. I thought she was really weird. She lived in a trailer, and once, when I walked by, she tried to sell me some candy. I was with a neighbor boy, so I didn't feel scared or anything. I told her I didn't have any money for it, and she laughed when I told her that. Like I said, she was really weird. What's even weirder is that my father started dating this woman sometime after we moved in. She never came to our house, but occasionally, my father would go to hers. So living on this street was weird in itself. It seemed like weird or bad things would constantly happen. Unusual people would drive down the road and throw parties where they would light a tree on fire with gasoline. It really seemed like everyone living on this street was really weird, except me and my father. I always wondered what my father saw in that weird woman that lived down the street, but was too young to really put it together. One night, shit at my house became a horror movie. I was in my room playing with God knows what when my bedroom light turned off. I got up and opened my door. My bedroom was on the second floor, and I called out for my father. He didn't respond to me. I was confused because we had just eaten dinner together not an hour earlier in the dining room downstairs. I called out again, but heard nothing in return. I went downstairs and outside and saw a police car drive by and stop at our neighbor's house. I stood on the porch and just watched when my father suddenly surprised me from behind. He told me we needed to go inside. When we got back in the house, my father was frantic and telling me we need to hide that somebody hurt his girlfriend, the weird woman I was talking about, and was coming down the house. This scared me, and I of course agreed to hide. We went upstairs and into the spare room next to mine. It was dark outside, and all the lights were out. I told him they went out, but he seemed to ignore me. He tried to turn the light on, but it didn't work. He sweared, and then he told me to get down on the ground. He told me he could hear somebody coming up our stairs. I started to tear up, and was very frightened now. He told me then that he was going to go confront the person in our house, and he wanted me to stay put. I asked him to stay over and over again, but he insisted, leaving me crying on the floor. He got up and walked out of the room. It felt like an eternity passed, and I heard nothing. Then, I heard something. I heard the floorboards by my bedroom door creak, as if somebody was standing there. I froze up, terrified. I was too scared to even call for my father, which I desperately wanted to do. Then, I heard the person run down the hall and down the stairs. I remembered that our old house was built in such a way that you could walk around the roof of the second story and enter the bedrooms through the windows. I turned and looked outside, and saw only darkness. I decided to open the window and climb out. I moved around the window, where I was out of sight, and sat there in the dark for a time. After waiting for a few minutes, I finally made the choice to jump down to the first story roof, and then jump down again to the ground. I did, but I hurt my ankle in the process. I sat right where I landed, rubbing my ankle, and the scariest thing that has ever happened. Somebody standing about 5 feet away started walking in my direction. I looked up to see a figure in the darkness standing there, obviously looking at me. They didn't move. I did, however. I got up and ran up the driveway to the street and over to my neighbor's house. There was a bunch of stuff going on. People were walking around, panicked. The police had come and asked everyone questions, and they told me they had come to our house, too, but nobody answered the door. I asked my neighbor to take me to my house to get my father, but they just said no every time I asked. Very late that night, the police came again and dropped a bombshell on me and my neighbor. My father was found in the back pasture and was arrested for murder. He had killed his girlfriend, that weird woman down the street, and was trying to pretend like somebody else was in our house. He was sentenced to 12 to 20 years for second-degree murder, and I've kept in contact with him. I've asked him many times why he left the room I was in that night, why he ran around the house trying to scare me and pretended to be someone else, and he would just always say he didn't know. Story 39. I was camping in Lake Tahoe as a teenager. The usual trip my family took. We would hike, and usually my dad would take the boat up to the lake. This one particular trip, We had heard from a park employee that a little boy had gone missing. Everyone was looking for him. Myself, my brother, and my dad all went to look as well. We looked for a few hours, but didn't find him or any trace of him. We left the next day, and we didn't find out if the boy was found or not. The very next year, we went back to the same place, and on our first day camping, we went for a hike. On the trail, I walked out into the trees to go pee. That's when I saw a little blue shirt a few feet away hanging on a tree branch. It didn't click with me at first, but when it did, I returned to the trail and told my dad. He went out and looked, and when we got back to our camper, he drove off in his truck to go tell someone. When my dad returned, he said that he was told that the boy that went missing was wearing a blue polo shirt. This sent chills down my spine. The next day, we went on the same trail, and I went back to where I found the shirt. It was gone. Story 40. The one and only time I ever went camping with my boyfriend, something crazy happened. It was a popular campsite, and there were many people there when we were. It was in the middle of summer. At some point, we decided to go skinny dipping in the river that wasn't too far after the sun went down. We walked down to the river, and as we expected, nobody was there. While we were messing around in the water, and again, let me remind you, we were not wearing anything. A man appears out of nowhere and is standing in the sand looking at us. I was terrified because the creepy man just stood there. My boyfriend asked him if everything was okay, and I could hear in his voice that he was scared. The man ignored his question and then started walking into the water towards us. I can't tell you what this was like to where you would understand. It was ridiculous, right out of a scary movie. We both started swimming across the river to the other side. We didn't want this creep to get to us. We made it to the other side, and saw that he was very close. Naked, not caring, we ran into the trees and up to the campsite on the other side of the river. Luckily, it was very dark, and nobody saw us. We ran into a bathroom that was connected to the campsite, and just stood there, shivering, and asking ourselves if this shit was actually happening. Eventually, we went back to the river, and saw that the man was gone. We swam back across. We reached the other side, and saw that our clothes and phones were gone. We went back up to the path to our tent, and lucked out again. Nobody ever saw us, except that creep. We got dressed and drove up to the office to explain that somebody stole our stuff. But we had to lie and say that it happened during the day, because obviously, skinny dipping was not allowed. We never saw the clothes or our phones again. What the hell was that guy doing, walking into the river towards us? Your guess is as good as mine. Story 41. I am a United States Postal Service carrier. Something very weird and creepy happened to me a few weeks ago on my route. I've been carrying mail for 4 years now, and have had this route for about 2 years. It's a decent area to deliver mail, and I've never really had a problem with it, compared to other bad areas around my city that I unfortunately have had to deliver in. Some carriers have to deliver in shady neighborhoods every single day, so I do feel I got lucky with mine. I always go to this one specific park in the middle of my route to eat lunch every day. There's never really too many people there when I am, but this day, there were 2 little girls playing on the playground. This park was a pretty good size, and the playground was surrounded by pathways, beautiful flowers, and even a few fountains. The 2 girls showed up to the playground after I sat down at the picnic area about 20 minutes before. They were doing their thing, and I was texting my girlfriend and watching videos on my phone, when out of nowhere, this guy comes up behind me and says in a stern voice, "You better get out of here, or I will call the police. You damn pervert." I was shocked, and literally speechless. I spun around to look at him, and he was huge, probably around 300 pounds, balding, and wearing old-looking glasses. I couldn't think of what to say before he spoke again. He said, "Get out of here, or I will beat the hell out of you." My face turning red with fear, I finally replied, "I'm just eating my lunch, man. I'm not sure what the problem is." The man huffed at me and turned around and started walking away down the path. I sat there in awe for a few seconds, and then looked at my phone to check the time. I had 5 minutes left of lunch. I texted my girlfriend about the huge guy, and then I looked over to the playground. I saw the two girls standing on the top of a big wooden slide, and I saw the man standing below them. He was talking to them. My first thought was that he was their parent or something, and got pissed and paranoid when he saw me eating lunch. But then I saw him reach up and try to grab one of the girl's ankles. The girl let out a brief scream, and I stood up. The man turned in all directions, looking for people who might have seen it. Well, he must have forgotten that I was there, or maybe he assumed I was still facing the other way eating. I have no idea. I started walking over to them after seeing that. I got close, and I could see the girls look terrified. I shouted over to them, "Hey, do you guys know this man?" The man turned around and had a very scared, but angry look on his face. The girls both said in unison, "No." The man started walking away immediately after that, and I just stood there and watched. After he walked out of the front gate of the park, I asked the girls if they had a phone and could call somebody to come get them. One of the girls did, and called somebody. I'm not sure who. I waited there until I saw an older woman enter the park. She walked over to us and asked what was happening. I told her everything, and she didn't really react like I thought she would. She seemed annoyed or something, actually, like annoyed at the girls. She told them to get down and that they were leaving. After the three of them left the park, I checked my phone again, and I was 35 minutes behind schedule. So I quickly walked out of the park and turned to go down the sidewalk towards my truck. I got to my truck, unlocked it, and got inside. I started the engine and started driving. A few blocks down that same street, I saw the man sitting in a small red car. He was glaring at me as I drove by. I immediately got my phone out and called my boss. I told him everything I saw, and he said he would call the cops. The rest of my shift, I thought about that guy, and I felt bad for leaving. When I got back to the office, my boss told me he did call the police and that they went over to the park. I really hope he did and that they caught that guy. I haven't seen him or the girls there since. Story 42. I am in my 30s now, but when I was 11 years old, I had a frightening experience with a mailman. I was at the kitchen table with my mom, and we were making cookies and brownies. We were mixing things, and my mom said that she didn't have enough eggs for what we were making. She washed her hands and told me she was going to run to the store, and she'd be right back. I stayed there at the table, sitting in the wooden chair, watching the TV that was on in the living room next to me. I'm not sure how long after my mom had left, the mailman appeared at the kitchen door and tried opening it without saying a word. Thankfully, it was locked, and he spoke to me. "Hey, can you unlock the door?" I need to bring a package inside. I felt sick to my stomach. This mailman was a big guy, and he looked really creepy. I told him he could just leave it on the porch, and he said back to me, No, I can't leave this package. It has expensive things inside. Just open up, and I'll be on my way. I didn't know what to say, and right after that, my brother had walked into the living room after coming down the stairs, and walked across the room and into the kitchen with me. He stopped by the bowl of brownie mix and dipped his finger in and said, "Where's Mom?" I looked past him to the kitchen door, and the man was gone. I got up and looked out the door. He didn't leave the box he was carrying. My brother thought nothing at all of this, but my mom was a little weirded out when she got home. I saw our mailman a couple days later, and it was the same guy. Something I never realized at the time, but did when I got older, is how would the mailman know that there was expensive things inside our package? What would have happened if I had opened the door? Story 43. Let me start off by saying I am female, and I am not a typical mail carrier. I was hired to deliver mail in the rural areas of a town I live close to. I don't walk door to door like most mail carriers, you see. I usually just drive to each mailbox out here in the country, although every once in a while, I do have to leave my truck and carry mail to someone's door, usually because their mailbox has overgrown weeds surrounding it. The mailbox is rusted shut, or in some cases, they simply don't have one. Something creepy happened on my third day. I had parked my truck and started walking a long driveway to deliver the mail to a house. Their mailbox was completely surrounded by weeds and spiderwebs. It was raining, and I couldn't see very well because of my glasses. As I walked, I suddenly tripped on something and landed in a puddle. I couldn't believe I just did that, and I was soaked. I scrambled to my feet and looked around for what I tripped on. I didn't see anything. I was confused and pissed off. I bent down to pick up the mail I dropped, which was also now soaked. After gathering all of it, I started to jog over to the front door. I rang the doorbell and left the mail in front of the door. I turned around and started heading back down the long driveway. I was jogging, trying to get to my warm truck as fast as I could. As I got closer, I saw a man standing by the front of my truck, and when he saw that I noticed him, he ducked behind it, almost like a child that was trying to hide from an adult. Right after that, I heard a noise behind me. I turned to look, and there was now two men standing on the porch watching me, the mail still sitting at their feet. The way they were just standing there, watching me leave, was so creepy for some reason. I made it to my truck and walked around it. The man that was there was not there anymore. I didn't feel safe. I got inside my truck and locked the door. I drove away and was freezing cold for the rest of the day due to falling in that stupid puddle. The next day, I pulled up to the same house. It was raining this day, and I could see clearly as I began to walk the driveway. I stopped suddenly when I noticed a long, thin wire stretching across the driveway, right before the large puddle I had fell in the day before. I could not believe my eyes, and then I noticed a person crouched down behind the bushes next to the puddle. I immediately turned and started walking back to my truck. When I got there, I got inside and locked the door again and started to drive away. As I did this, I looked up the driveway and saw the man standing up now next to the puddle, and the same two men standing on the front porch. I had an argument with my boss later about switching routes permanently, as I didn't want to be close to that house ever again. He finally agreed, and I never did go there again, nor did I hear about anyone else ever having trouble delivering mail to that house. Story 44. When I was in 8th grade, my parents separated. Basically, my mom packed her and I up one night, and we moved into my grandpa's and didn't look back. We ended up living there through my high school years, and when he died, my parents officially got divorced. My mom remarried, and we moved into the city with my stepfather. My grandpa lived on the first floor of the apartment, and the owners, an elderly couple who were family to us through marriage, lived on the second floor. The property also had a small in-law cottage out in the back where my uncle lived. For some reason that I will never understand, there was no lock to get into the actual building if you entered through the back. The back door opened into a landing where there was a locked and deadbolted door to our apartment, and then 2 sets of stairs. One led up to the also locked and deadbolted door of the second floor apartment, and the other led down to the basement where there was also no lock. Our apartment could also be entered from the front of the building, but in order to access the second floor apartment or the basement, you had to go through this landing. The basement was actually pretty nice, and at one point, they had started to convert it into its own apartment before they ultimately decided to make the in-law cottage instead. So in the basement, there was a full kitchen complete with an oven, a sink, and a refrigerator. The washer and dryer, which was shared by all of us, was also in the basement, as well as just some general storage stuff. The basement was entirely open except for a back room that was full of storage. It had one of those kind of swinging saloon-type doors where you can see above and beneath them. The storage area was longer than it was deep, so you couldn't really see anything much behind the doors aside from shelves. You had to walk in them and turn to really see the room. One night, when I was in high school, I think I was 15 at the time, after taking a shower, I saw that the laundry bin in the bathroom was pretty full, so I grabbed a ton of laundry and headed down towards the basement. It was pretty late at night, but I figured I would at least get it started and move some things over in the morning. I tossed everything onto the ground and started sorting out colors when I got hit with a horrible feeling in my gut. The basement was not at all a creepy basement. It was well lit and pretty welcoming with the kitchen and everything, but for some reason that I can't explain, something just started to feel wrong. Anyone who has ever been hit with the feeling that they were being watched knows exactly what I'm talking about. I don't know how or why it came over me, but it was something that I couldn't shake. And I found myself looking over the saloon doors and the only part of the basement that I couldn't see in its entirety. I don't know why. Maybe just to assure myself I was being a big baby, I started to walk towards the back room, but stopped myself just as I reached out towards the swinging doors. I've been a horror fan for as long as I can remember and had seen more horror movies than I could count, and I knew that if that was a movie, I would be calling myself a dumbass and saying not to go into that back room. I quickly snapped my hand back and ran up the stairs, leaving all the clothes behind, and into our apartment where I locked the doors and immediately told my mom that I just had the worst feeling in the basement and that I was super creeped out. Despite me not being the type of person that scares easily, she basically rolled her eyes at me and told me to go to bed. I ended up doing as I was told, though it took me a bit to shake the feeling and finally fall asleep. Later that night, my bladder woke me up and I stumbled out of my room to go to the bathroom. I didn't turn any of the lights on as I started making my way towards the bathroom because it usually woke up my grandpa and I didn't want to bother him. When I got closer to the bathroom, I noticed my mom standing in the doorway of her bedroom, and something looked off, and it took me a moment to realize that she was clutching the phone. She then noticed me and whispered to me to get against the wall, which I did without hesitation. It took a few moments for the grogginess to wear off and my eyes to adjust to the darkness before I could see what she did. My mom's bedroom was immediately off of the kitchen. The kitchen was where the back door that led to the landing and the basement was located. The door had a tiny window up top with a small but thick curtain. It was thin enough that you could see that someone was outside of the door, but thick enough to not be able to make out any of the features of the person on the other side. But there was someone on the other side of the door, and every now and then the doorknob would move and you could hear the scratching sound was on the other side. I have never been so afraid in my entire life. I'm not sure how I managed to do what I did next. It was like someone else had taken control over me entirely. I slid down against the wall that I was clinging to and started to crawl against it in the darkness towards the kitchen. My mom looked petrified, watching back and forth between me and the back door. She kept whispering for me to stop and go back. But I kept moving forward low and against the wall towards the counter where I carefully grabbed a butcher knife. I was shaking the whole time I moved with the knife in my hand on the ground next to the fridge, which was next to the door the man was trying to get into. I had this horrible feeling that I was going to be killed. But if I wasn't going to go down without a fight. It felt like I sat there forever in the darkness next to the door with my mom hiding in the bedroom doorway across from me, just waiting. But it was only for a few minutes. My mom had already called 911 before I had woken up and stumbled my way towards the bathroom. The lights from approaching squad cars soon filled the kitchen. And from the other side of the door, I could hear a sudden clamoring and commotion and the slam of the back screen bursting open as the would-be assailant took off running. It was around 3 a.m. when this happened. So it was completely dark outside. And we lived right by some train tracks and very thick bushes and trees that made it easy for the man to escape the cop that pursued him. The police came in and took statements from my mom and I. My grandpa, who was partially deaf, had managed to sleep through almost the entire thing until the police came through to search the apartment and make sure that we were okay. The outside of the door and the doorknob were both covered in deep scratches, like someone had been going at it with a knife, trying to figure out how to get in. But that was the most horrifying part to me. That was reserved for the basement. The clothes that I had brought down were not where I had left them, and they had been thrown about and disheveled. And the back room, the one with the swinging door that I had stopped myself from going in, the boxes that were out of view, and also been thrown about, all opened, obviously gone through with some things missing. And there were some wrappers from food on the floor. He had been down there looking for something to steal. He was down there. When I went down to do laundry, I had almost walked into that room. And based on what we had seen on the door, he had a knife. To this day, I can't help but find myself sometimes thinking about what would have happened if I had walked into that room. Story 45. My family used to drive to Tahoe around Christmas time when I was a kid. We would stay in this group of cabins that you could rent out for a weekend and go skiing and hiking. One year, I was walking through the forest with my sisters and my cousins. And we went much farther than we had ever gone, miles out into the wilderness. We never saw any animals. But eventually, we came across a small shack completely in the middle of nowhere, far into the deep woods. It was the creepiest thing we had ever seen. And we dared each other to go knock on the door, thinking that someone might be inside. This shack was no bigger than a porta potty. I built up some courage, and two of my cousins and myself walked up to it. We knocked lightly on the door and then tried opening it. It was locked, and we could see that the doorknob had a hole for a key. And just before we were about to leave, I saw something on a tree about 10 feet away from it. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was a thumb nailed to the tree. We ran and never looked back. Story 46. I was walking around the woods with some friends years ago, when we nearly stumbled into a pit full of rattlesnakes. Obviously, we were mortified. But the scariest part of this was that we saw a small leg of some animals sticking out of the snakes. They all swirled together, and whatever the leg had belonged to was very dead. It was the most sickening, creepy thing I have ever seen. Just the thought of falling into a pit of snakes. Oh my God. Story 47. Just down the road from me, I found a brick ranch-style home. The lawn is quite large, and the land behind the lawn is cleared, except for strategically placed trees. There are close to 20 trees on this lot. There are about 10 dog houses placed under the trees. There are water bowls for the dogs, and there are, of course, the dogs. Except these dogs are not alive. They are large, stuffed animal dogs from a toy shop. The grass is cut, and the lawn is well manicured. Months go by, and seasons change. It rains and turns from summer to winter, and I can see from the road that those stuffed dogs stay out there getting weathered and eventually degrading. When the stuffed dogs become too worn, they are replaced by new stuffed animal dogs. I don't want to know why someone would do this. Story 48. When I was 11, my brother and I asked our mother if we could go swimming down at the pool in our apartment complex. She hesitantly said that we could, and that she wanted us back home in 45 minutes. She gave us the key to access the pool area, and when we got there, we both ran and jumped in. We splashed around and wrestled in the shallow end, and then we saw that there was a woman sitting in the spa. The spa was on the other side of the pool, and we couldn't make out the woman very well. We could only tell that she was elderly. Then my brother noticed something else. He said that the water she was sitting in looked brown. I wasn't wearing my glasses, and I couldn't see that far. My brother climbed out of the pool next to me, and as he looked over at the woman from where he was standing, I saw his face turn white. He started to cry as he tried to speak to me. I got out of the pool and stood next to him. The woman was staring in our direction, and the spa was a dark red. We had to walk by her to exit the pool area, and didn't even notice her when we ran inside. We walked down the side of the pool, and it seemed like the woman was watching us as we walked. As we got closer, we saw that she wasn't watching us. She was dead, and the spa water was dark red from her blood. We ran home and told our mother, and she in turn called the police. The old woman had slit her wrists. Story 49. When I was a kid, I found an abandoned elementary school in the middle of the woods. I found it when I was around 10 years old while exploring at my dad's hunting club in the backwoods of Alabama. The odd thing about it was that it didn't seem to have a road leading to it or even a place to park cars, but everything inside was from the 60s and the 70s. It also seemed to be abandoned quickly. Books were still opened on the desks, shoes still in the cubbies, and papers still scattered around the rooms. I actually took a lot of the books that weren't weather damaged and brought them home with me. I remember asking my dad about it a few years later, and he knew about it, but said it gave him the creeps. so he never went near it. My dad left that hunting club a year later, so I never had the chance to check it out a second time. Story 50. On a 41-foot sailboat in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay, with about 7 other men doing a shakedown test cruise, planned to be out for about 12 hours. Mid-1980s, not as reliable weather prediction resources. We get caught in a tropical storm, winds gusting into the 50 mph range, just this short of a weak hurricane. We had just barely rigged storm houses and storm sails because the one fellow on board, who was the best sailor, sensed the storm was almost on us. Otherwise, we would have died. During the storm itself, I expected to die at any time. In fact, we made a secure call on the radio. If you have time at sea, you know what I'm talking about. If not, it's not that important. For what seemed like 15 minutes, we were in a milestone, no visibility, but then it passed. We would live. This was about 3 p.m., and although there was cloud cover of course, the ambient light was such that you could see 2 miles or so in any direction. If you're familiar with the sea, you know that such storms, particularly in shallower depths near landmasses, dredge a lot of things of the sea floor. The siding. We're all on deck, working lines, checking damage, etc. And the bay around us is choppy and churning and foaming. Old-timey sailors often used to the sea is confused. I look about 15 feet off the starboard side, and something swims to the surface, breaks the surface, looks at us, then submerges again. It was like a thin man with humanoid shape, arms articulated like a man, a human head, but its skin was covered in scales like a snake. It looked at us, blinked its weird, heavy-lidded eyes, then dove back under. So maybe you need to know a few things about me at the moment. No drugs, no alcohol, no injuries. I was elated because I was glad to be alive, but my senses in that situation were sharpened, not dulled. I had at the time about 6 years' experience on ships and fishing boats, and had seen squid, octopi, flying fish, sharks, skates, etc. all around the world. I was not the type of guy to see a patch of seaweed and call it a sea monster. I made an instant decision that I was not going to say anything. What could I say? I just saw a strange creature. Take my word for it. The men on this boat were all mechanics and engineers and professionals. Why get a reputation as a flake? At the time, it was important for each of us to get D, skipper, or OOD qualifications. And saying something like that would be frowned upon. And as I stood there in my life vest, soaking wet, hooked onto the steel lifeline, glad to be alive, one of the other sailors, a USN captain with over 30 years experience in the surface navy, piped up and said, "I just saw a brown thing pop up on the surface. It looked like a lizard man with a scaly face. It blinked at us with these big eyes and then went back under." "Yeah, I saw it too," I said. No one else said that they had seen it. Then we sailed back to the pier later that day and didn't speak of it again. Story 51. One night, I was hanging out with my aunt and uncle when they randomly asked me if I believe in Bigfoot. I said, I do not. But I had an experience. I certainly can't explain away. My buddy and I were passing through rural McKean County, Pennsylvania, in the Appalachian foothills after spending time in my family's hunting cabin in neighboring Potter County. I was telling my buddy about McKean County's main tourist draw, the Kinshaw Bridge, once the world's tallest railroad bridge. Sadly, a few years ago, The bridge was felled in the middle of the night by a tornado, ripping apart its midsection and leaving only the portions of the bridge anchored into the hillside standing. On the valley floor are rusted, contorted steel beams, some reaching dozens of feet into the air. Even though it was fast approaching midnight, my friend wanted to do some good old-fashioned trespassing to check it out. So did I. It being late at night, and in the middle of nowhere, there wasn't a soul around, we hopped over their laughable security apparatus, a rented chain-link fence that wouldn't deter an 8-year-old. It's close to a full moon, and we're now 100 feet or so above the valley floor on what's left of the former monolith. We're doing the stupid teenage young 20s bullshit us guys do. Leaning over the edge where there used to be hundreds more feet of tracks, spitting off the edge, pissing off the edge, you know, all the prerequisites. After we grew bored of that, we began to rip off chunks of railroad ties. It was scary how easy it was to do this to something that had very recently had trains running on it. Naturally, the only course of action was to throw these huge chunks of wood off the bridge and make some noise. We chucked the chunks, and when it hit the ground, it made some noise. But oh my Lord God Jesus, the sound, the scream that came right after that will forever stick out in my mind. Outside of it being incredibly loud and urine-inducing, the best I can do is tell you, it sounded half primate and half industrial machinery, like metal screeching while hydraulics hiss. Then, whatever it is we spooked or pissed off, start sprinting away through the forest below. Mind you, it was a full moon, and at that hour, we had good illumination. We could see sizable trees bending at absurd angles by something with an insane amount of size and strength. Even its footsteps made a ruckus among its primates like grunts. Sadly, we weren't lucky enough to catch a glimpse of the beast through the dense forest canopy. Listen, I've seen a handful of black bear running in the wild. None of them made anywhere near that much noise while sprinting away. I was fortunate enough to visit South Africa once, and saw a rhino sprinting through the safari just a few feet away from our jeep. Again I say, a rhino sprinting didn't even come remotely close to making that much noise. Nothing compares. Whatever it was, has to be colossal. When I got back to my home in central Ohio, I scoured the net for recording of bear and mountain lion calls. Nope, nothing sounded remotely like the scream we heard. I have yet to hear anything like it on the dozens of animal documentaries I've watched, or a handful of remote camping trips. Once I concluded my story, my aunt and Uncle Jaws were on the floor. I asked them what was up. As it turns out, there was some Bigfoot show on at the time, and they had just seen an episode that took place at the Kinzo Bridge. I didn't even know about the show's existence, and had never seen or heard of the episode. Neither had my buddy. So again, I don't believe in Bigfoot. No authenticated print, droppings, or animal carcass. The odds of something of that alleged size not leaving a conclusive trace of evidence has to be next to impossible. Is it more likely my friend and I shared in a delusion? I guess that's more likely, but we were not tried, impaired, or scared until we heard that thing. In closing, everything I said is 100% what we experienced, and true. I'll never forget it. I want a rational explanation, but almost 10 years later, I've found absolutely nothing. Story 52. Last summer, I heard about them. The black-eyed children were my favorite ghost story, and quite honestly, until last night, I thought that's exactly what they were. Most of the stories I've read take place in remote towns across the Midwest region of America. I live on the East Coast of America, so I figured I was safe from the phenomena happening to me. Most of the stories, for those that don't know, involve two children, usually an older girl and a little boy looking for help to get home. Sometimes the stories happen at night, sometimes early morning just before sunrise. My event happened at 1:04 am, Sunday, June 1 Saint. I had been watching a science fiction double feature at my neighbor's house. It was me, and let's call them Zeke and Harry. His house is exactly a quarter mile away, so I had walked over expecting to have some drinks and watch the movies. All in all, it was a successful night up to that point. After the movie ended, Zeke kicked Harry and I out, saying that he had a Tinder date in the morning and needed to rest. Harry and I left and started walking home together. Harry's house was in the middle of Zeke and my house. He offered me a cigarette, and I turned him down, as we chatted about some of our respective year away at university. He offered me a ride home the rest of the way, but it was a decent night, so I turned him down. What was I thinking? As I got to the end of the street to the T intersection, I turned right to get to my house. I noticed a weird vibration in the air. It was making my feelings resonate in my mouth. It was pretty unpleasant, and that's when I saw the first pair. Coming out from behind the house directly ahead of me were two pale children. Goosebumps shot up my spine. At this point, it was 1 am, and I was a little creeped out, so I decided to jog the rest of the way home. The closer I got to my house, the more children I saw. They were fucking everywhere, hundreds of them coming from every direction, all with strange black eyes. All of them were crying out for help. Help us. Help us. Help us. I ran as hard as I could to make it home. All the children were converging on me as I ran, and I had to dodge a couple of them from touching me. I struggled with my keys as I got to the door, and I could feel a small hand brushing the cloth of my shirt. As I ran inside and slammed the door behind me, I expected my parents and brother to come out and see what the commotion was, but no one did. I ran upstairs to wake them, but couldn't find anyone. I ran to my room, which was in the basement, glancing back outside to see a horde of children just standing staring at my house. Once I got to my room, I tried using my phone and laptop, but neither could connect to any network or got any sort of signal. I sat with my favorite knife, and I guess at some point, I fell asleep. I was awoken by my dad, who needed some help with yard work. He says he was asleep in bed with my mom all night and has told me several times to stop making up stories. I fear for tonight. Story 53. When I was younger, each summer and almost every New Year, my family would pack the car and go on a road trip to visit family in Mexico. We never had any problems until one particular trip, when I was late. Like every road trip before, we left our home in North Texas around 6 p.m. in order to reach our destination the next morning. So around 2 a.m., we crossed into Mexico, and that's when things got weird. When you're on the only stretch of freeway in the middle of the desert, you don't tend to freak out about having the same car behind you for miles. It was practically pitch black outside, the only visible shapes being the dotted stars and the eerie silhouettes of the cacti. We'd been in Mexico for about an hour and still had a few more to drive, and I remember sleeping but still being semi-conscious of what was around me because I didn't have the skill to really fall asleep in a car. So when my mother suddenly spoke my dad's name, I heard her. Miguel, that car behind us. It's been behind us since we left Lerdo. My dad peeked at the car. It shrugged off my mother's tension. A lot of cars use this road, He's probably going to Reynosa or another city, and he left it at that. Despite his sureness, my mom kept a weary eye on the car behind us. By this time, my siblings and I were hyper-aware of the car and entertained ourselves with watching the car through the gaps in the luggage that blocked the rear window. We got tired pretty quick. "He's getting closer," my mother noted, and we turned to watch as the car inched closer and closer to ours. "He's too close, Miguel," and she was right. By this time, the car was practically pressed against the rear of our car and on a lonely stretch of highway in the middle of nowhere with another few hours until daylight. It was downright scary. We couldn't do much. My dad didn't slow down, and he didn't speed away either. He just drove and the car followed. The next 30 minutes were the most tense we had ever experienced. The car would ease off sometimes, only to press its blinding headlights against our rear once more, like he knew he was freaking us out and enjoying it. It was during one of the periods that the car had pulled away that my mom spotted a police car up ahead parked on the side of the road, and she didn't miss a beat. "Pull over right now, Miguel," and he did, and the car kept driving. I wonder how confused the policeman must have been as he watched my dad park our car right in front of him. The policeman came over and asked what was wrong, and my mother urgently told him everything. The car, the way it followed us and taunted us. The policeman took her claims seriously and told us of how people were victimized and had their cars stolen on these empty highways by thugs and criminals. And then he offered to drive behind us for a while to make us feel safe. We drove off with the police cruiser behind us, relieved, until about 10 minutes later when we saw something that confirmed the policeman's words and my mother's worst fears. 10 minutes later, we saw the car pulled over on the side of the road, waiting. Story 54. This happened to me about 2 years ago when I was on a cross-country road trip with my good friend Kim. We started in the Northwest, and our final destination was in Georgia. We were trying to make this trip as quickly as possible, and since it was just the two of us, we took shifts sleeping and driving. We had just passed through Laramie, Wyoming, where I got pulled over for speeding. Not much. Only 10 miles over the speed limit. I apologized to the police officer, and he kindly let us off the hook since our car had no cruise control, and we had a long way to go ahead. After leaving Laramie, we didn't stop for a long time, and the highway rarely cut through any towns. It was probably 3 or 4 in the morning, and the highway was deserted. Tall pines lined the 2-lane blacktop, and jagged mountains framed the starlit sky above. Kim was sleeping heavily, her chair reclined all the way down, a blanket thrown over her head. I had the radio on, but she was so exhausted, she paid no attention to it. I was trying to concentrate on the road and the quiet music on the radio to stay awake. Visibility was very limited, and there were no lights on this road. Suddenly, red and blue lights flashed in my rearview mirror. I hastily looked at my speedometer, but I was diligently following the speed limit after the narrow escape from getting a ticket earlier. I pulled over, killed my engine, and rolled down my window. The cop car behind me appeared to be an unmarked vehicle, but it was hard to tell. Kim didn't stir as the police officer approached my window. "Ma'am," he said in a Midwestern drawl, "you know why I pulled you over today?" "No, officer, I don't." His flashlight was pointed directly at my face, and I had to avert my eyes. I looked at the badge on his chest instead of his face. "Your plates show are from far away. Where are you headed?" The police officer in Laramie had asked the same thing. "Georgia. Family emergency." "Is that so?" "Well, miss, You aren't in any shape to make it to Georgia from Nebraska. No, sire. I frowned. Was my car breaking down? Tail lights out. In my tired haze, had I missed something vital? I'm sorry. What's wrong? Here, miss. Step out of the car. I can show you. He gestured with his flashlight, and the beam slanted across Kim's blanket-shrouded face. She yawned. What's going on? The police officer abruptly turned, walked away, and got into his car. He flipped a U-turn and sped off in the opposite direction down the highway. Kim and I stared at each other for a moment before I started the car, rolled up the window, and sped off, with no regard for the speed limit this time. Story 55. I was driving in the backcountry roads of Maine with my two friends in 2012. We were on a short road trip, and it was the middle of the night. As we were driving, my friend saw something in the middle of the road. Whatever it was moving very slowly. We drove closer and stopped in front of it. It was a baby, crawling. All three of us got out of the car and ran over to it. It was a baby doll, being pulled across the street by a string. We drove away from there as fast as his car would go. Story 56. My friend Thomas and I had taken a road trip down to the beach, and we were on our way back home. The sun was setting as we drove, and we were sitting silently, listening to music. Suddenly, the front passenger's side tire popped, and we pulled over. We both got out, and were looking at the tire. We were talking about what we should do, who we should call, etc. When out of nowhere, we see a guy off in the distance, on the same side of the road as us, walking in our direction. By now, the sun has almost completely set, and we can't make out this guy's features very well. He seemed to come from nowhere. There were no other cars in sight, anywhere, and the road we were on was pretty barren. We stood there waiting for him to approach us, thinking that we would talk to him, but instead, we got in the car and sped off, when we saw that he was holding a knife. Story 57. I was 10 years old, and being wheeled into the hospital late at night. I remember seeing Christmas lights decorating the front of the hospital. Once I was inside, I remember the doctor telling my parents that I had pneumonia, and my mom started to cry. Those are the only things I remember about my visit, up until I was left alone on the first night. Everyone else in the rooms around me was sleeping, and so was I, until I heard something. I was facing the center of the room when I opened my eyes. I heard someone's shoes squeaking on the floor outside my room. I turned over and saw a nurse walk by, but she had walked out of my vision, past my window before I could see her face. About 2 seconds passed, and then I saw her walk by again. This is when my heart stopped beating, because of what exactly I saw. She was walking by at a very fast pace, and was looking directly at me through my window, in an exaggerated stare, meaning she was walking by, but had her head turned completely to the right side as she did, not able to see in front of her as she walked, and just staring at me. Very quickly, she was out of sight again. Then suddenly, she started walking by again, in the opposite direction. She was walking back and forth in front of my window. This time, her head turned completely to the left, again, staring into my eyes. She had brown hair that wasn't kept, and she looked insane. On this pass, I noted that her eyes were open very wide. At this point, I thought my heart would explode because of how it was beating, and how scared I was. Nobody else was in sight. When she walked out of my vision, a second later, she was walking by again, every time, her head turned to the side, looking at me. I remember thinking, even at 10 years old, that something about her was very wrong. I didn't move a muscle, and could do nothing except just watch this incredibly scary woman walk back and forth in front of my window. One of the times that she walked by, she was smiling, a huge, sickening smile that made tears well up in my eyes. Every time she walked by, she could not see what was in front of her, because the only thing she wanted to see was me, in my bed, through my window. It seemed like several minutes had passed, until finally, she did not walk by again. She simply walked by one last time, and then was gone. I sat there in bed, and peered out my window, expecting her to walk by again at any moment. But she didn't. I must have stared out my window for the better part of an hour, before my eyes got so heavy that I fell asleep. The next morning, I awoke with my dad sitting in a chair next to my bed, reading a book. He smiled when he saw I was awake, and I told him what I saw before I fell asleep. He didn't seem to be scared by this, or even very alarmed. He asked me if I was sure it was a dream. I was 100% sure then, and I'm 100% sure now. The woman was real. It happened, and she was wearing the same thing as every other nurse I saw. I was in the hospital for 2 weeks, and didn't see her again. Story 58. This was told to me by an ex-boyfriend of mine about 5 years ago. I don't remember his exact words, but I do remember the gist of the tale. He lied to me many times, but I wasn't dating him for his intelligence. It seemed he believed this is what happened to him. As far as what actually happened, I don't know, and I'm not going to ask him. I just wanted to know if this is something he made up, or if someone else has experienced these creatures as well. From the smell and size, I immediately thought skunk ape, but after reading about the skunk ape, I decided against it. This happened circa 1995, probably spring, and I believe it was near a suburb southeast of Orlando. He said he lived at the last house in a cul-de-sac in a predominantly Cuban neighborhood. My ex, hereafter referred to as X, said this takes place in the woods near either an abandoned airport or mall. I think airport, but I can't remember precisely. He and 2 of his friends went into the woods there one night when they were in their early teens. I dare say they had beer and were looking for a private place to drink and shenanigize. They go deeper into the woods. X smells something first. Then his friends comment on it. It smells like garbage, he says. Absolutely reeks of garbage. A blob of black sludge drops on the front of X's shirt. It stinks. It is the vile aroma they had been detecting for several minutes now. In front of him drops a very tall, around 8-foot thin creature with red eyes. It is covered in long, fine black hair. The way it lands, he said, was the most horrifying part. It landed without a sound. It landed on its feet from branches that had to be at least 10 feet in the air. It landed without disturbing the ground, like an illusion. They ran home. But that's not the end. Being an idiot, X decided to borrow his father's pistol, which of course was not secured in any meaningful way, and returned to the woods to kill these things before they had decided to come out of the woods and cause some kind of chaos. He did not know if they were aliens or demons, but he found both conditions offensive. He returned to the woods alone after dark. It wasn't long before he smelled the creature's stink, or before the same thing dropped down in front of him again 5 yards away. He raised the pistol and aimed to fire. The creature only stared at him. This is where I start to lose my suspension of disbelief. X suddenly feels that this thing is no threat. He lowers the pistol, and the creature takes off into the woods, and X gives chase. A quarter mile or so later, he chases the creature into a clearing where there are more of these things. There is a larger one in the center, standing with the one X was chasing. They appear to be in conversation. This larger one is more of a gray color and taller. They both look at X, and the gray one raises his long-fingered, bony hand towards the young boy. The small, black-haired one seems to say something to the gray one. X says the communication was not audible. The message is clear. It's all right. He won't hurt us. The gray-haired creature lowers his arm, at this point outnumbered. X flees. He never went back into those woods, alone or otherwise. And that's the tale. I'm not sure if I believe it myself, but he swore it was true. I've told it to the best of my knowledge and memory, as well as refining his telling into something more readable. Has anyone else seen these things? Story 59. This happened to me 4 years ago, in 2012. I was in the hospital, and for reasons I'd rather not share. It's not interesting anyway, but what is interesting is what happened one day while I was there. I woke up early one morning, before the sun came up, to see that another girl was now sharing the room with me. She wasn't there before. She was laying in her bed, and appeared to be crying. For the longest time, I didn't say anything. I eventually did speak, and when I did, I said, "Hi, are you okay?" I realized that question was a dumb one, considering she was in the hospital, crying. She responded back, and said she didn't feel good. I told her I was sorry, and that I didn't feel good either. I asked her what was wrong, and she didn't respond. I told her my name was Katie, and asked what hers was. She replied, "Julie." She continued to cry, and I just laid there, feeling bad for her, feeling helpless. I had fallen back to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. Which was weird as hell, I thought. That day, I was excited, because I was leaving after having been there a few days. I laid in bed and watched TV, until my sister and my mom eventually arrived, and came in with a doctor and a nurse. They asked me how I felt, and my mom and sister hugged me, and I told everyone I felt great, and was ready to leave. I got up and went to the restroom to change, and when I came out, I asked the doctor about the girl that was in my room earlier that morning, and he said he didn't know who she was, or that there was another girl there, but that another doctor may have moved her to my room temporarily, and then back out when another room became available. I shrugged, and on my way out of the room, I walked up to the nurse's station and asked the nurse who had been helping me for the past few days where the girl was that was in my room. She told me she had passed away. I was shocked and felt so bad. I asked when. The nurse said 6 days ago, and I was confused. I told her there was another girl in my room earlier that morning, and asked what the girl's name was that had died. She responded to me and said, "Julie." Story 60. My sister Sarah walks at night. She often goes outside and walks around the farm. 2 nights ago, I looked outside and saw her walking at a brisk pace, holding Father's hatchet. It wasn't the first time she has butchered our cattle. We might have sent her away if not for the truth. She is asleep when she goes walking at night. Father has been gone for 5 years, and Mother cries most of the time. She cries because of Sarah. It was 1:30 after midnight when I awoke. I know she opened my door, as I shut it when I sleep. She often walks around with knives and sharp farm tools. When I walked down the stairs, I saw her. She was sitting in Father's chair, clutching the knife. She was looking at me. I took a single step towards her, and she sprung up to her feet, and took 2 paces towards me, and then stopped. I said her name, Sarah, and told her I would take her back to bed. She said to me, "I am not sleeping." I then asked her if she was not asleep. "Then why is she holding a knife?" She spoke, "Because I want to kill you and Mother." I told her she was ill and needed to put the knife back before Mother catches her. She turned around and walked outside. I didn't leave the house that night. When Mother and I found Sarah in the morning, she had stabbed herself in the eye and was dead, face down outside the barn. I am worried about Mother. She hasn't walked at night since stabbing Father 5 years ago. She says she was asleep when she did it. My mother never sleeps. Story 61. Again. Those were the words I heard Daddy saying while looking down at one of the chickens. It was completely ripped open. Blood was everywhere. This had been the 4th chicken this week. I was just a boy at the time, but I remember Daddy shouting out that he would gut the beast that was eating our chickens. Daddy unraveled some wire and emptied out some cans of beans. He wired the cans around the perimeter of the coop. The beast would come, and when it hit the wire, the cans would sound. True to his plan, late that night, we heard the sound of the cans falling and clanking. The beast was outside. Daddy took the rifle, threw on his boots, and ran out there to face whatever beast was slaughtering those chickens. I watched from the window as I saw Daddy run out through the field and then stop dead. I ran outside to see what it was. When I approached, I looked at him. His mouth was open with one lip curled in to create a face of disgust. It was no beast. It was a man. A skin and bones man with long hair and a beard, not wearing clothes. He was hunched over a chicken. He was holding the mutilated bird above his head and letting the blood drain into his mouth. I had never seen something so terrifying, not even 30 years later as I write this. Daddy lifted the rifle and yelled, "You need to leave." I don't know if it was on purpose, but Daddy shot the gun and almost hit the man. The man quickly got up and looked at my daddy. A bloody smile he gave and then ran away. He never came back, but I wonder why was he eating the chickens? Maybe some sort of satanic ritual. Maybe he was ill, or maybe he just liked the taste of blood. Story 62. The lady that my mother asked to watch my sisters, and I was not well. She would arrive at our flat at dark while my mother was gone and watch us until she returned. She would always insist on playing hide and go seek. My sisters and I loved this game, but not with the lights off. She would insist that all the lights are off. This night, it was first my turn to find them. I found my sisters first. They were downstairs hiding together under the table. The lady was hiding somewhere upstairs. I was too afraid to go look after the last visit. She came out of the darkness and grabbed me. When I screamed, she put her fingers down my throat. Me and my sisters waited in the library until Mother returned. She was very upset with the lady. She could not find her either. Mother decided that she had gone, but I was afraid she was still here. As I lay in bed, I began to fall asleep. But then I opened my eyes and she was there standing at the edge of my bed. As I screamed, she put her fingers down my throat and my eyes poured tears. Story 63. I have a very scary story to tell you. I was out of work and was desperate for cash when I looked on Craigslist under gigs a few years back. I responded to several ads ranging from painting to helping people move and cleaning. On a Sunday morning, somebody called me and told me they had some work. They said the job was to clean a kitchen inside a small building that was recently closed down and he was renovating it. He needed me to show up and work in the evening, starting at 7 and ending at like 1 or 2 in the morning, and that it was only for tonight. But he'd pay me cash $200. That sounded great to me, and I had no problem with these hours as my last job was a graveyard shift anyways. So the man I was talking to gave me the address, and I told him I'd be there on time at 7 o'clock. He sounded like a normal nice guy. I showed up a little before 7 and approached the building. This building was amongst many others downtown but looked eerily lonely in the way that it had no windows and no lights were working outside in front of it. I thought it might be a bar that was closed down or something. I knocked on the big wooden door. I heard noise coming from inside and eventually a man opened up. He was tall. He had a goatee and looked to be in his 50s. He greeted me with a smile and asked me to come on in. There was a single lamp lighting the room we were in, and it indeed looked like an old bar. The room wrapped around another smaller room in the center of it. It looked as if he was painting the walls and working to fix the top of the bar, which was rotting old wood. He showed me to the center room, which was the kitchen. The kitchen was very dirty. Old glasses and dishes were laying around. The oven was pulled from the wall, showing rotting drywall behind it. Sawdust and dirt was all over everything. He told me I was to clean this kitchen and to get as much done as possible before 2 a.m. I told him I'd work my ass off, and he pointed out some cleaning products sitting on the ground by the wall with some rags to scrub with. I asked if he had any gloves, and he said no, but that the sink in the corner still worked and I could clean my hands when I wanted with that. That sucked, and I was a bit hesitant to clean some of the stuff in here without gloves, but I remembered that $200 he promised, and I moved past my disappointment. He told me while I was cleaning he was going to be working outside at the bar. I asked where I should begin, and he said scrubbing the baseboards around the room. I told him okay, and he walked out. Fast forwarding, I had been cleaning for about 2 hours, making a bit of progress, and I was getting very thirsty. I told myself I would finish this then before exiting the room to ask if there was anything I could drink. I kicked myself for not thinking to bring a water bottle. After finishing my goal, I stood up and I realized I had not heard him working outside the room at all. I hadn't heard anything, as a matter of fact. I walked to the door and opened it. To darkness. Complete pitch black. At that instant I became very nervous and shouted out, "Hey man, I'm making some good progress in here," expecting to hear him respond. He didn't. I looked around but seriously could not see anything. The lamp was gone. I looked back into the kitchen, which was bright and all lit up with all the lights on and working in the ceiling. I peered back out into the dark room. I began taking steps out into the room surrounding the kitchen. After taking about 10 whole steps, I stopped and was about to speak out again when, to my horror, the door slammed shut behind me and I was engulfed in blinding darkness. I could not see anything, and I spun around waving my mom's, walking back toward the kitchen door. My steps were small as I did not know what was in front of me. I was afraid I would run into something, and I did, waving my hands around in front of me. I hit something, not a door. I hit somebody's face. I scuttled backwards, not hearing anything. Whoever I had just touched didn't react. I backed up until I hit the back wall and I realized I must have been close to the entrance door to the building. I turned and I felt around for the doorknob. Luck was on my side as I quickly found it and pulled the door open. It was dark outside at this point, and only a very small amount of moonlight came into the room, just enough to where I could see the man standing against the kitchen door with a blank expression on his face. I ran out the door and never looked back. That's the last time I used Craigslist to find work. What was that guy doing? What was he going to do? It makes me sick to think about it. Story 64. One dark night, a 15-year-old girl named Lydia was walking home from her friend's house. She turned down a narrow street to take a shortcut and was startled by the sight of an old man standing in her path. When she stopped, the old man turned to her and in a hoarse voice said, "Tell me the way." His face was disgusting, his skin covered in scars and boils, his hair stringy and unkempt, his eyes bulging horribly, almost popping out of their sockets. Lydia was terrified. She was alone in a dark and narrow alleyway with a strange and disturbing person. Her heart began pounding, and it took her a few seconds to catch her breath. "Tell me the way," the old man demanded. Okay. Where are you going?" asked Lydia nervously. When the old man told her the address he was searching for, a chill ran down her spine. It was her house. "I don't know where that is," she replied curtly as she pushed past the old man and ran down the alleyway. Glancing back, she could see him standing in the alley, watching her flee. Lydia was so freaked out by the incident that she didn't stop running until she got back to her house. Breathing a sigh of relief, she took out her keys. She looked up and down the street to make sure the old man hadn't followed her. It was empty. She turned the key, unlocked the door, and pushed it open. From the darkness inside her house, a hoarse voice said, "Tell me the way." Story 65. I'd like to tell you my story now. I was working as a driver for Uber about a year ago. As you might guess, doing that job resulted in meeting many strange people. Many drunk people, quiet people, loud people, and in a few rare cases, creepy people. This story does not involve a creepy person. It involves my one and only terrifying person. One evening, around 11 p.m., I was getting tired. I had worked for several hours, and I had decided to pick up one more person and then call it a night and go home. This last person's pickup location was in a very bad, creepy neighborhood. I had dropped off another group of people here about a week before this night. I pulled up to the house set as the pickup location and immediately noticed it looked run down and vacant. It didn't look like somebody should or could be living in it. A man walked out of the house before I could even inform him on my phone that I had arrived. He looked normal, which was a huge relief. He got in the back and said hello and thanked me for picking him up. I asked where he needed to go, and he didn't give me the address like I'm used to. He instead told me to head down the street and make a right. I didn't think anything of this. After following his instructions, he told me to get on the freeway and go about 15 miles, and then get off on Lincoln Boulevard. I was happy to hear this, as it wasn't too far from where I lived, and this being my last ride for the night, I didn't want to drive a huge distance back to my house. After getting off on Lincoln, he told me to drive about 4 miles up and then make a right-hand turn. After he gave these directions, I started feeling a bit uneasy. After driving those 4 miles and making that right, he told me to make a left on Jefferson, a mile up the street. Upon hearing these instructions, I felt more nervous. He was giving me directions into my neighborhood. I followed instruction and made the left. I asked what next after this, and he didn't say anything for a few moments. I looked in the rear view mirror and my heart sank. He was staring at me with big, wide eyes. I repeated myself and he finally replied with, "Go about another mile and then make a left on Patterson." I can't tell you the level of fear I had reached after hearing that. That was the street that I lived on. Did this guy know where I lived? Was he directing me back to my house? My heart started to race. I made the left turn and then asked, "Next?" He responded immediately with, "Up the street here, my house is on the right." I felt sick. I kept driving and started to slow down a bit. I, without looking at it, passed my house slowly and said, "Which one?" He was silent. He responded in a very quiet and sinister voice, "You just passed it." I stopped the car and my heart was now throbbing. I looked in the rear view mirror to see him smiling. I spoke, "Which one is it?" Still looking at him, he replied to me without breaking his gaze or his smile, 1905. I got out of the car immediately after hearing him say that. That was my address. I started backing up into the middle of the street. I took my phone from my pocket and called 911. He got out of the car on the opposite side of me. I backed up into my neighbor's bushes and made the choice to run and knock on their front door. I did, and after pounding for a moment, I turned around to see where he was, expecting to see him right behind me, but he was nowhere in sight. They answered the door and I told them what just happened. A police officer showed up shortly after that, but the man was gone. Your guess is as good as mine how he knew where I lived, what my address was. I still have no idea. I didn't see him again. I never picked up another person after that. Story 66. This happened about a month ago at the park near my house. I had taken my baby girl there in the afternoon. My baby loved the swings, so that was our first stop. While gently pushing my baby, a man walked into the park. There were other kids around and a few adults as well. I didn't feel threatened by this. The man wore blue jeans that looked quite old and a t-shirt with a bear on the front, or a wolf, I can't remember. He looked as if he had a mental disability of some kind. Maybe autism. I wasn't sure. Anyway, he walked around the park looking at everything. The kids, the adults, the slides, everything. I went from feeling completely safe to completely unsafe when he spotted me and my baby girl. He started clapping his hands and laughing as if he was very happy to see us and ran, and I mean literally ran, over to us and stopped right outside the sand pit in which we and the swings were centered in. He laughed and smiled. He was staring at my baby. I said hello while forcing a smile. He ignored this and said, "Do you think she would let me hold her?" I responded with, "No, she doesn't like people too much." A complete lie. I took her out of the swing and said, "We'll be on our way now, have fun." The man stomped his foot and let out a sound of frustration, like when you tell a 6-year-old they can't have an ice cream cone at the fair. We walked home and the man did not follow. This was minor as I am coming to realize, but I guess you had to be there. It was very unnerving and I got the distinct feeling that this man was not well and that he was dangerous. Who knows what he would have done if I actually let him hold my baby. Story 67. I'm a United States Postal Service employee, and this is by far the scariest thing that has ever happened to me. A co-worker called in one day and said he couldn't make it to work for some reason. I was left with the responsibility of delivering all his mail on his route. I was not happy about this because his route involved going through the old town of the city that I lived in. This old town was a tourist attraction of sorts. It had very old, Western-style buildings, and the street was a dirt road. All of the buildings within this old town were shops, mainly for tourists. Most of these buildings required the mail carrier to actually go inside and hand-deliver the mail to the various shop owners, which took extra time and meant you had to converse with most of them, which I disliked doing for the most part. This one day, late in the afternoon, I entered a building and was met with only a staircase. It was not an option to not deliver the mail. So of course, I descended the staircase, which was an old winding metal staircase. It was uncomfortably long, and finally, when I reached the bottom, I saw only a very long hallway with old light bulbs flickering above me. Along the hallway were doors on both sides, very similar to what you'd see in the hallway of a hotel. I paused for a second, not knowing what to do at this point, where to deliver the mail. A second later, at the end of the hall, I saw a man walk out one of the doors on the left and immediately enter another room on the right. I didn't have a chance to speak to him before he was gone. After standing there for a few seconds, I decided to walk down the hall. When I finally reached the end, I knocked on the door the man walked into. Nothing happened, and he didn't open up. Just then at the end of the hall, where I just came from, I saw the same man walk out of a door on the same side of the hall I was on. He walked into the middle of the hallway and stood there staring at me. I yelled out, I have some mail. He interrupted me by taking a long machete out from behind him. At first I thought this must be a joke, but when he started sprinting towards me, I decided it wasn't, and I entered the room I was at. The room was an old dark wine cellar from the looks of it, and I immediately crawled underneath one of the old racks in which to store wine, and thought this can't really be happening. It was, and the man entered the room searching for me. He walked past me and continued down the rows of wine racks while sniffling. I got out from underneath the rack I was under when I felt he was far enough away, and I went back out into the hall. I sprinted back down over to the staircase, and just as I hit the first metal step ascending, I heard somebody running fast down the hall behind me. I skipped steps, going as fast as possible up the old staircase until I reached the top. I bursted outside onto the dirt road and looked behind me. The man did not go through the door. I got into my service vehicle and sped the hell away from the old town. I later told my boss about this, and he said he would look into it, and I shouldn't worry about it. I told him I'd never go there again, and he did not argue with me. Story 68. This happened on Halloween night. It happened years ago in the wine country of California. Myself and two roommates lived in a 3-bedroom, 2-story house. Early in the evening, everything was normal. We passed out candy to trick-or-treaters, hung out together, watched a scary movie, and overall we were having a great time. There's always a feeling of creepiness that comes with Halloween night, especially if you just stay at home. You never really think something sinister or something terrifying will happen. After all the candy was gone and all the kids disappeared, our movie was nearing its end. We had all drank some wine and were getting very sleepy around midnight. We decided to call it a night and go to our separate rooms to go to sleep. I slept in the bedroom on the first floor while my two roommates had the 2 bedrooms upstairs. At about 1 a.m., I awoke to a noise accompanied by a feeling, a very bad feeling. I got out of bed and stood in my dark bedroom listening for the noise that awoke me to continue. For a moment, I thought maybe there was no noise and that maybe I had dreamed it and had gotten out of bed for no reason. It took a few moments, but then I heard a muffled scream coming from upstairs. I heard scuffling and commotion coming from up there. I was very scared and decided I had to go see what was happening. Although in a situation like this in reality, selfishness takes over and you really just want to hide or escape and be safe. I opened my bedroom door and took 3 steps out of my room. The stairs were a few feet away from my bedroom, and just as I had taken those steps, I heard somebody coming down the hall at the top of the stairs, and they were coming fast. They were coming right towards me. It was pitch black, and having only a second to decide my next action, I quickly but silently moved to the back sliding glass door and slid it open. While doing this, I felt as if somebody was going to grab me from behind, but they did not. I tiptoed backwards into the bushes in my backyard while staring at the back door, expecting somebody to walk out at any moment and see me, but nobody did. So I waited about 3 minutes, I'd say. I was terrified of what had just happened in the house, what was still happening. I did not want to go back in. Then the faces of my 2 roommates popped into my head. I had recalled earlier that night drinking with them and having fun, and I realized if they were in trouble, I needed to be brave. I needed to go back inside to help them. So I did. I slowly walked back towards the back door and I crept back inside, and I immediately heard screaming that sounded like it was being muffled by blood. I heard gurgling noises. My heart was beating out of my chest as I climbed the stairs, unsure if somebody was still in my house or if they had gone. I came to my first roommate's bedroom and turned on the light. A very surreal feeling of this cannot be happening swept over me as I gazed at both of my roommates lying on the bed. One was silent, one was groaning in pain. There was blood all over the room. I did not know what to do. One of them was making noises and the other was very clearly dead. I stepped into the room and almost slipped on the actual puddle of blood that was there on the ground. I tried to speak, but I couldn't. I was in shock. I grabbed my roommate's phone off her nightstand and dialed 911. I felt as if the intruder was still in the house and was going to approach me from behind. I kept turning around. I saw nothing. I told the operator that I needed an ambulance immediately and that my friends were dying. Ambulances and police were at my house in only a few minutes. My friend that was groaning, she died before the police arrived, and I never saw the intruder. For some reason, he skipped my bedroom that night and instead went upstairs. Went upstairs to murder both of my friends. Story 69. To give some background information, this event occurred a little over a year ago, and I still haven't been able to even begin to get over it. I'm a 22-year-old 5'4" female, and at the time I was 21. My family and I had recently moved to a new town that was a fair amount more rural than the town I had previously lived in, and our new house was a large ranch-style house with a basement. I was home from college and my parents had left for the week to celebrate their wedding anniversary with their friends who lived several hours away. Before I continue, I'll give you a quick layout of the house so that you'll be able to imagine the setting. There were 3 doors which led into the house, one on the front porch, a sliding glass door on the back porch, and another door on the other side of the wall from my bedroom which led into the garage and the basement. When you walk out of my bedroom and turn, you can see all the way across the house: kitchen, living room, dining area, to the door of my parents' bedroom and the stairs leading up from the basement. It had been a few days since my parents left, and I hadn't had any problems. They had sent me a couple messages on Facebook letting me know that they arrived to their friend's house safely and were having a good time. The day had gone well, and I was sure to check that I had locked all the doors of the house once the sun started to go down. It was about 11 p.m. and I was doing my nightly routine of laying in bed and messing around on the computer when I suddenly got this sinking feeling of dread. I felt as if I was being watched. It was summer and we didn't have air conditioning, so I had a large box fan in the window blowing the cool night air into my stiflingly hot room. But once that feeling settled over me, I decided that I should remove the fan and close the window just in case. Once removing the fan, shutting and locking the window and pulling down the curtain, I felt a bit better. However, I still couldn't shake the feeling of dread. I lay back in bed and tried to continue what I was doing, though I didn't put my headphones back on. After a few minutes, I began to hear something that sounded like light scratching. I sat still in bed, listening to the sound, trying to pinpoint what it was and if I recognized it at all. Our new house, although relatively close in distance to our neighbors, had a fair amount of forest around it, so I thought the scratching may have been an animal or someone's dog that got loose and wanted to come inside. After a few minutes, the scratching stopped and everything returned to silence. I figured that I was probably right and that it must have been an animal. My relief was short-lived, as soon after the scratching stopped from the other side of the wall, I began to hear slow footsteps descending into the basement. This is when I realized that there was someone in my house. There was no way I could get out of the house without walking past the basement stairs. We didn't have a house phone, and at the time, I was in the process of getting a cell phone because mine was broken beyond repair. I sat there for a few seconds wondering what the hell I should do. I knew that I would need to get out of the house as soon as possible, and that the more time I wasted, the worse it could be for me. I contemplated popping the screen out of my bedroom window and jumping out, but it was far enough off the ground that there was a good chance I would end up getting hurt if I did. Not to mention that if I jumped out and hurt myself, I wouldn't be able to run for help, and I would be right next to the door that whoever was in my house had gone through. So I decided to very carefully and quietly open my door and peek out around the corner, and if the coast was clear, I would make a dash for the front door and sprint to my neighbor's house. I very slowly opened my bedroom door, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness of the house before creeping around the corner and looking to see if it was safe to make a run for it. What I saw nearly made me vomit. As my eyes scanned the house, I noticed that something was off. I squinted hard as I looked over at the basement stairs and was able to make out the shape of a man. What made it worse, he wasn't just standing at the top of the stairs. He was crawling up them like some kind of nightmare creature. I quickly backed into my room again, shutting and locking the door as quietly as I could. I didn't think that he had seen me, but there was no way that I was going to make a run for it now. My only choice was to pop the screen and jump out the window. As I was unlocking and opening my window, I heard the handle to my bedroom door turn. Once the man realized that it was locked, in a sickeningly sweet, sing-song voice, he cooed, "I know you're there." This was followed by a loud cackle, and what I can only imagine was him throwing himself at full force against my door. I ripped the screen out from the window and flung myself out. I landed wrong on my right foot, and I was sure that I had broken my ankle. But at the time I couldn't think of anything other than getting as far away as possible. I got up and ran as fast as I could to my neighbor's house, knocking on their door in a panicked frenzy and ringing the bell over and over. I looked over at my house as I was yelling for my neighbors to let me in, and I swear, I could see the man standing at my window, waving at me. My neighbors finally opened the door after what felt like forever, and I managed to explain well enough what was going on for them to let me in and call the police. I stayed with them until the police arrived. The police searched my house and found that the lock to the basement had been picked, and that the door to my bedroom was hanging off its hinges. They weren't able to find the man anywhere, and because I had only seen him for a split second in the dark, I couldn't provide them with a good description. Of course, I got into contact with my parents immediately, and they hurried home. The police took my statement and searched the area for the man, but of course they came up with nothing. After this event, my parents and I were sure to add deadbolt locks to the door leading into the basement and the door leading out of the basement to the rest of the house. They also helped me pay to get a new phone. What really bothers me about all of this is that nothing was stolen. There wasn't even any evidence that the guy had looked through anything while he was in my house. Story 70. I used to take care of a mentally disabled man in a community protection program. He had to be kept away from people because of his sudden violent outbursts. His parents were rich and bought an old farmhouse on 10 acres or so, about 4 miles out of town, so that he could be away from the public and not forced into a psych ward. For 4 years, I worked there on a 56-hour shift, come in on Sunday evening and leave Wednesday afternoon. There were 2 of us on these shifts, and we were both supposed to be there the entire 56 hours. But because we were the most senior trainers on staff, we would take turns going home on one of the 2 nights we were scheduled. After 3 years of being in that house, I had become comfortable with it, despite it being so isolated and overall kind of creepy. I would always stay up and watch TV until around midnight. My client was always locked in his room at about 8 p.m. One night, about 12:15 a.m., I turned the TV off and pulled the covers over myself to try and get some sleep. There was one window in the staff room, and it faced the back of the property, and it was about 6 feet off the ground. I had just started drifting to sleep when I heard the most blood-curdling woman scream from right outside the window. I popped up so fast that I nearly lost consciousness and had to steady myself in the doorway while the scream continued and then faded away. I grabbed a flashlight from the laundry room and threw open the back door, illuminating the area outside the window, and there was nothing. I ran along the perimeter of the house and saw nothing. I watched the sun come up the next morning, desperately glued to the TV, trying to distract myself from what had happened. All of the people I worked with were much older than me, and there was no good reason to play a prank like that in the middle of January in Eastern Oregon. I'm sure there's an explanation, but it bothers me to this day. Story 71. I went on a date with a guy from Craigslist. I was 17 years old at the time. I put an ad up looking to meet someone. I don't remember the details. A guy responded who lived close to me, and so I emailed him back and gave him my number. He was actually one of the only ones who responded without a creepy message. He said his name was John and that he was 26 years old. This guy, John, and I spoke for 2 days before meeting, and we met on a Friday night. We texted back and forth and he asked if I was single. I said yes. He asked what kind of food I liked to eat because he wanted to take me to a restaurant. I asked him a few questions about himself. He told me he still lived with his mother but had the top floor to himself and that he was a part-time model that made good money. Judging by his picture, him being a model was fairly believable. So on Friday night, John comes to pick me up. He drove a silver two-door car. He texted me and said that he was waiting outside, and after checking my hair and makeup one last time, I said goodbye to my parents, telling them I was heading out with friends, and then left. I got into John's car, and the first thing I noticed was that he looked exactly like his photo. He had pale skin with dark hair and dark eyes. He looked a little older in person, but he made up for it with a snappy fashion sense. He looked really cool. He was incredibly kind, and his body language and smile totally put me at ease. Yes, it's really stupid to go on a date from Craigslist, but surprisingly this guy was normal. We chatted for a while as he started driving away from my hometown towards the highway. He wanted to drive us into the city to go to dinner, which wasn't too far away, around a 25-minute journey. John started to reveal more details about himself to me on this journey. He told me he was embarrassed to tell me that he lived with his mother, that I might think bad of him, or not having his own place at his age. John got closer and closer to the highway, and I can't tell you what it was. I won't make it up because I don't remember, but it wasn't anything remotely creepy. I just felt put off by him. You know where you're on a date with someone, and you're not sure, and then they tell you something that's your biggest turn-off. It was the kind of situation. Again, he didn't say anything too creepy, just off-putting. As we're getting closer and closer to the turn-off, I tell this perfectly nice guy, I'm really sorry. I don't feel like going to dinner anymore. I'm not feeling well. John's initial reaction was sympathy. What's wrong? Are you okay? Is it my driving? I told him I just didn't feel well. John then kept asking me, what did I say? What did I do? I told him it's not him, it's me. I wanted to go home because I felt ill. Then he said, okay, just let me drive you around for a bit, before I take you back. I don't want to end the evening like this. I knew that without him driving me home, I'd have to walk over an hour, maybe more. So, I told him that driving for a bit sounded like a fine idea. But instead of him turning around and going back towards my house, he veered off and started heading to the town I knew that he lived in. I should mention that it was pitch black out, and the town where John lived was surrounded by dense woods. This isn't even worth mentioning if you take the highway and to get there, but he decided he wanted to go via the back roads because it's more scenic, despite the fact I couldn't see a thing. John had gone from being incredibly talkative to almost completely silent. He kept driving further into the wooded area. A few times I'd ask him questions about himself to break the awkward silence. At one point, I put my hand on his knee affectionately, trying to regain the friendly, flirty banter that we had had before. He blanked me for the most part, occasionally answering in soft grunts or nods. It was like he was having a tantrum. John pulled into the parking lot for the forest. It was around 9 p.m., so naturally it was totally empty. He slowly kept driving, looking around for other cars, and then parked the car upright at the end, close to the woods. There was nobody else in the parking lot, and I hadn't even seen us pass other cars to get there. For 10 minutes he just sat there, staring into the darkness ahead, which was disturbing. I think I managed to make small talk for maybe 5 minutes, which is a long time when someone isn't talking back. Then I joined him in his silence. I was afraid of appearing fake. I didn't want him to think I was scared. So some time of silence goes past, and abruptly John gets out of the car, closes the door, and locks the car. I was stuck inside. His lights were on so I could sort of see ahead. In front of the car was a field that maybe went on for about 20 feet, and then beyond that were trees and dense forest. To the left was the rest of the car park, and the exit at the far end, and to the immediate right was more forest with a small path. John disappeared into the forest ahead. I tried the handle on the door. It would not open. I began to rationalize this. Maybe he'd accidentally locked the door. I was telling myself if he really wanted to do something, he would have stayed in the car. With no sight of John, I decided I needed to call someone. I looked around for my phone, and I couldn't find it. This was an old, silvery pay-as-you-go flip phone. I was confused that I couldn't find it because I had put it right next to me in the cup holder. After looking for it for a good few minutes, I became sure that he had taken it. Mind you, I didn't want to start rooting around his car, knowing he might be watching me. I didn't want him to catch on that I was freaking out. At that point, I started looking for my phone with only my eyes, instead of making it obvious. I was petrified this guy was watching me panic in the darkness. My eyes were darting all around the floor. Nothing. I looked up and squinted into the field and forest ahead. I saw him. John was standing about 10 feet from the car in that small field. He was standing and smiling. It was the friendly smile. He looked terrifying. This was not the same guy that I got in the car with. I looked ahead and smiled back. I was still trying to act like his behavior was normal. Like nothing he was doing was scary. Still smiling, his tongue began to protrude from his mouth. He stuck it out all the way. He began wagging his tongue up and down while maintaining eye contact with me. I felt myself trembling. I was trying to compose myself, not taking his eyes off of me. And with his tongue still out, he started unzipping his pants and then began to urinate in front of me while staring at me the whole time. This is the point I found it difficult to act like I was in on his behavior. I looked down at the floor, not wanting to watch what was in front of me. He didn't creep or slink back to the car. Instead, I hear his thundering steps and then a slam against the window. I guess at this point I was the luckiest person alive because another car pulled into the parking lot. I don't know what this did to John, but immediately he got back into the car and laughed at me, that normal laugh, and said, "So what music do you like? I'll put it on while I drive you home." And he did. He drove me all the way home. When he pulled up to my house, I went for the door, but it was still locked. "I want you to promise me something." I asked him what that was. If you ever see me after this, turn the other way. Act like you don't know me. If you see me with my family, don't you dare say a word. I don't expect to bump into you, but don't say anything." I agreed. And then I asked him, "Have you seen my phone?" He told me no. I guess my phone was a small sacrifice for surprisingly making it home okay. When I got inside my house, I said goodnight to my parents and went upstairs to my room, and then turned on my computer. I wanted to gather as much information about the guy that I could. Back then, I used MSN Messenger, like AOL Instant Messenger. It logged in automatically whenever I started up my PC. Now before I get to the final part of this story, it's important that you know this. One day before, I had been at my best friend's house. We had the kind of friendship where it was like, who could pick on the other the most. It was all good fun, and we mostly just made fun of each other and had a laugh. The day before, my friend had changed 2 contacts in my phone. She replaced the contact mom with a guy that I had been texting back and forth with. I immediately knew she had done this because I saw the previous messages come up, but I didn't change the numbers back at the time, thinking that I would just do it later. So when I logged onto MSN Messenger, I had a ton of messages from this guy and a few from my best friend. When John had locked me in the car, he had taken my phone and texted Mom, which was actually this guy. "I'm sorry, but I decided to move out. I've met someone. Please don't look for me. I am happy being left alone." The guy knew that this was a big red flag. He responded and texted my phone back saying, "I don't think this is you. I know where you went and I'm calling the police." This was incredibly quick thinking for him, as he had absolutely no idea where I was. I think that text saved my life that night, and it explains John's sudden change of behavior. If it was the random car that pulled into the parking lot, it was that text. Story 72. I was staying at a friend's house and woke up in the middle of the night to someone else in bed with us. I could see from the street lamp that my friend was turned away from me when I sat up, and that there was an unknown person there too. It was very dark and I couldn't make out their facial features, so I really gently reached out and touched them. They appeared to be asleep, but for all I know, they were awake with wide eyes looking at me. I can't explain why I didn't scream or anything. I decided to lay down and not move, and if they did something that could have meant trouble, then I would react. I didn't sleep and watched as this person eventually got up and walked out of the room, down the stairs, and out the front door. I went downstairs to make sure they had really left and then locked the door. It really freaked me out that someone could welcome themselves into a home and just climb into bed with two girls. My friend slept through it all and doesn't truly believe that it happened. Story 73. When I was a kid, barely a teenager, I frequently spent my Saturday nights babysitting my siblings. As the eldest of three, I assumed this responsibility with no pay or thanks to speak of. It was simply expected of me, one of my contributions to the family. I babysat so frequently because my parents needed it. They had had marriage problems in the past, and their counselor told them they should go on a weekly date. You know, revive the magic, rekindle the flame, all that good stuff. It sucked to be robbed of a weekend evening, but it wasn't much of a burden. My parents were happier than they'd been in a long time, and they both seemed genuinely excited for a date night each week. I would have rather been doing other things, of course, but I'd seen my aunt and uncle go through a nasty divorce a few years back, and I desperately wanted my parents to stick together. And so it was on that night of December 3 RD in the year 2006. I stood at the open front door of my secluded Colorado home, waving goodbye as my parents backed out of the icy driveway, wrapping my arms around my torso in response to the wintry mountain air. I entertained myself for a few brief moments by exhaling forcefully and watching my breath float away into nothing. And there was truly nothing around me, not a car or a creature in sight. It wasn't long before I grew bored and turned back into the warm house, nose tingling from the chill. George and Kate were eating their dinner at the kitchen table. As I watched them, I couldn't help feeling like an only child. George, who was 3 years younger than me, was severely autistic and about as talkative as a bag of bricks. He only spoke when he really wanted something, and only then in the simplest of words. Milk and sandwich was code for peanut butter and jelly with the crust cut off, which he was presently devouring. Kate, meanwhile, was still a baby, just shy of 2 years old. The 9-year gap between them is glaring, but to this day, my parents swear to me that Kate wasn't an accident. Kind of like back in high school, when I swore to them. I had no idea how those magazines got under my mattress. But I digress. The kids finished dinner, and I set them up with their entertainment for the night. George in his room with the PlayStation 2 and Kate in her crib in front of Sesame Street. Myself, I ignited the basement fireplace, dimmed the overhead lights, and curled up with a book by the light of our Christmas tree. I read in perfect contentment for nearly an hour. Night had fallen by then, and the room had become toasty. I was beginning to doze off when I heard George's heavy footsteps descending the staircase. I sat upright and looked at him expectantly as he waddled into the room. "No more knocking," he said, his eyes looking at me in annoyance. I shook my head. "I'm not knocking," I said. "Is someone at the door?" George stared at me blankly. "George," I said, more clearly this time. "Did someone knock on the door?" "No more knocking," he repeated. "Knocking on window. Knocking on window." I stood up, now wide awake. "George, is someone knocking on your window?" "No more," he replied simply. I stood in silence for a moment, unsure of what to do. It was probably just one of my friends playing a trick on me, I thought. But being alone in a house that big makes you a little jumpy. My mind started to race through the situation. I was a 13-year-old boy in a nice house on the hilly outskirts of a Colorado mountain town. The streets were engulfed in trees, and there were no homes within a quarter-mile of my own. Our road saw next to no traffic, and the police station was a good 15 minutes away. It was probably my friends, I thought. But what if it wasn't? "Follow me," I told George, hand trembling slightly. I turned the knob and glanced up the staircase. It was dark up there. The only light came from Kate's bedroom. "Kate," I sprinted up the stairs to her room, where she remained happily perched in her crib, squawking with delight as Elmo fiddled with his crayons. I breathed a sigh of relief, but still, my heart pounded in my chest. I made my way down the hall to George's room and stood tentatively at its door. Taking a deep breath, I gently pushed the door ajar, reaching for the light switch and thinking better of it. If this was the worst-case scenario, then I didn't want our mystery intruder outside to know where in the house I was. The only light in the room came from the video game paused screen. I listened for a moment, but heard nothing. I began to suspect that Georgie had simply imagined the knocking. I moved to the window and flicked up a blind to reveal nothing, just a landscape of freshly fallen snow, backed by a quiet, lonely road. I watched the peaceful night, relieved, as the large flakes fell softly to the ground, my eyes trailing an individual fractal all the way to the footprints just beneath the window's frame. At first, I did not comprehend them. I just stared, transfixed, at the deep imprints in the snow. Shoes. A man's shoes. None of my friends wore that size. Of that I felt sure. I traced them backwards from the window to the sidewalk, from whence this intruder had evidently come. But where did they lead? It was a bright night. The moon shone proudly between the clouds. My eyes followed the steps across the front yard, but once they passed behind the giant pine tree, they disappeared. My heart leapt to my throat. Whoever had walked behind that tree was still there. In panic, I quickly backed away from the window. George sensed my fear and began to whimper. "No, no, no, SHH, I muttered, desperate to keep him quiet. I flicked the television off and led George out of the room. I quickly pulled Kate from her crib, powered her TV down as well, and carried her down the stairs into the blackness. "Can't see," George said, and Kate began to cry. I shushed her hurriedly as we descended. Once in the basement den, I unplugged the Christmas tree, so that the only light in the room came from the embers of the dying fire. I sat George down on the couch and settled Kate into his arms. "Sit right here," I directed, staring into his eyes. "Don't move, do you understand? Do not move." I thought to myself, I need to call the police. I would have called my parents, but this was 10 years ago and they didn't have cell phones. So I took the stairs quickly and quietly, tiptoeing to the phone hanging from the wall of our living room. I picked up the phone and dialed 911, but I heard nothing. Silence. I slammed it on the receiver and picked it up again. Again. Nothing. I think it was around this point that I started to cry. I couldn't help it. I was scared. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself that the storm had killed the phone line, but there wasn't much of a storm. The snow was steady, sure, but there wasn't even a breeze. Certainly nothing that could have disabled our phone. Tentatively, I walked into Kate's room and peeked out the window. My first glance was towards the tree, of course, where the footprints stopped, but now they continued. Sometime while I was herding my siblings downstairs, whoever was behind the tree had moved. I followed the footsteps across my frozen front yard to a man standing near the driveway. He was looking right at me. My breath stopped. I was frozen in place. This was not one of my friends. I had never seen this man before, but he was looking at me with an eerie blankness. He was wearing a black turtleneck and black slacks, a lone dark spot on a blanket of purest white as he stood in the snow. My eyes never left him, and his never left me. We stood still, silently staring for what seemed like an eternity. My heart throbbed in my chest, and I felt nauseous. For the first time, gazing into this man's eyes from afar, I began to consider the possibility of my death. I thought of my dad's brother, who was killed in an accident at age 11, forever 11, never growing up, frozen in time in the memories of all who knew him, as a soul of eternal youth. At this, the tears flowed freely once more. "Please don't hurt us," I begged in a sobbing whisper. I knew he could not hear me, but I could not help myself. Finally, he broke eye contact with me and looked toward the heavens, toward the gently falling snow. He was saying something, but what? I could not hear. I stared transfixed as he pulled a handful of dark powder from his pocket. Then, still gazing upward, still muttering to himself, he flung whatever it was to his feet. I desperately wanted to run to get my siblings, but I thought that to let this man out of my sight would be unconscionably foolish. No, better to keep an eye on him. The house was still locked. I had the upper hand. Besides, I could not bring myself to look away from the strange ritual unfolding before me. The man had removed his sweater and flung it carelessly to the ground behind him. He was no longer staring skyward, but his lips continued to move. I trained my eyes intently upon his mouth, trying with no success to read his words, when I saw something glint in the moonlight. It was a knife. A long, callous blade, which he had removed from his other pocket. It bore dark stains already. From what? I covered my mouth to hush a scream as the man, still muttering to himself, ran the edge of the blade along his pale, distended stomach. A thin red line appeared along his abdomen, and blood of the deepest shade began to dribble from the wound. The streams trickled down his belly and fell ungracefully upon the black powder at his feet. At this, the man stared skyward once more, face contorted in a gruesome smile. He was sobbing uncontrollably, and mucus ran freely from his nostrils, but he looked happy, beyond happy. Elated, my stomach churned in revulsion. This man was in ecstasy. I watched, almost entranced, by this bizarre unfolding, when the man's face changed suddenly. He looked directly at me once more, and his eyes appeared unhinged, still clutching the knife. He began to sprint directly at my window. I took one look at the weapon this man brandished, and instinctively fled the room. I slammed the door shut behind me, and was halfway down the stairs, when I heard the window shatter. The man screamed loudly in pain as I reached the basement. I locked the door behind me and ran to George and Kate. "No more screaming," George pleaded. "No more screaming." I agreed in hushed tones, stroking his hair in an effort to calm him down. Kate, meanwhile, seemed happy as a clam. I strained, listening intently. Is he inside the house? I still clung to some naive hope that he had injured himself on the glass and had retreated. Or perhaps he had been weakened by his self-inflicted wound. Finally, I heard it, the subtle but unmistakable sound of footsteps upstairs. He was indeed inside the house, and by the sound of it, was trying to be quiet. I silently guided George and Kate into a storage closet and closed the door behind us, manipulating the handle to make as little noise as possible. We stayed there for about 5 minutes, listening to the ceiling creak threateningly above us. Then I realized that we were not trapped. We still had a way out. I saw in my mind's eye a window well in the bathroom down the hall, the only access our basement had to the outside world. Almost as if on cue, a frustrated scream echoed from above, followed by a tremendous crash. He had pulled something to the ground, perhaps the entertainment stand, or maybe it was the hutch. "He's here," the man shrieked hysterically. "How dare you hide from him?" To this day, I don't know who he was talking about, but it was at that moment, the moment I heard him begin to descend the stairs, that I made my move. Holding Kate in one arm and guiding George with the other, we began our flight down the hallway. As we reached the bathroom, I stared fixedly at the window near the ceiling. It would be a tight fit, but we could make it. I flung the window open, stood on the toilet, and placed Kate gently in the shallow window well. Then I stepped off, and told George to get on. "Yucky, gross, no standing on toilet," he said, looking embarrassed. I heard the man fumble with the locked handle at the base of the stairs. Time was running out. I'm not proud of what I did next, but it was the only way I could think to get George to cooperate. I smacked my brother roughly across the face, and grabbed him by the shirt with both hands. "George, get on the toilet now." I snarled at him, the first time I had ever done that. He began to wail in pain and surprise, but he did step onto the toilet at the same time. "Climb out the window," I directed in a harsh tone, and as he grabbed the ledge, I used all the strength I could muster to help push him up. Once, he almost slipped back down, almost, but he was stronger than I thought he was, and managed to pull himself back up. With both of my siblings safely in the window well, I climbed on the toilet one last time, and gripped the edge of the windowsill. As I clambered out myself, I heard a crash. The man had broken down the basement door. With one last hoist, I pulled my legs up through the window, and shut it quietly behind me. As I helped my siblings out of the well, I heard one last anguished shout from the man, muffled through the pane of glass. "Why are you hiding from him?" "Cold," screamed George as I led him barefoot through the snowy grass. In panic, I shushed him, but it was no use. He and Kate were both crying quite loudly by this point. My only hope was to get them as far away from the house as possible. I heard a distant crash from inside the house, and I quickened our pace. Feet numb, I sprinted through the yard to the sidewalk, and practically had to drag George onto it. "Bathroom light on," he said pleadingly. He was obsessive about turning off lights and electronics before leaving, and he was correct. We had left the bathroom light on in our haste. I ignored him and rushed us down the frozen pavement, stepping on sharp rocks and sticks and not even comprehending it. Adrenaline surged through my veins. I didn't know what we were heading toward. All I knew is what we were heading away from. The snow was falling much harder by this point. I could already see it collecting in a pile on Kate's head. Her nose was beet red and dripping with snot. I needed to get her inside. But where? I looked ahead and saw a light off in the distance. The Garland's house. I'd said maybe a grand total of 6 words to Mr. and Mrs. Garland my entire life, but that was our one option. It was in their house that we would seek refuge. My house was now around the corner and out of sight, but I did not let up the pace until George tripped on something and landed in a dark puddle. "Hey," he screamed indignantly, looking back at his stumbling block. In the glow of the distant streetlight, I could see George had fallen into blood. A dead man lay face up and eyes open on the sidewalk. Snow had fallen onto most of him, and he had been mostly invisible until George's feet had connected with his midsection. I remembered the dark stain I had seen on our intruder's knife. "Come on," I pled, wrenching my eyes away from the grisly scene as I pulled George to his feet. We ran for another 60 seconds maybe and finally reached the Garland's front door. The window into their parlor was open and a fire was roaring. Mr. and Mrs. Garland sat drinking tea in cozy armchairs. I pounded ferociously on their door. They answered together, utter bewilderment stamped on their faces. I handed Kate to Mrs. Garland and collapsed into tears. The police arrived at my home 15 minutes later and apprehended the man, unconscious, lying in a crumpled heap on the floor of our basement bathroom. They discovered him with a fractured skull, many deep lacerations from the window of Kate's room, and his intestines partially protruding from the wound on his gut. He had slipped in his attempts to climb where we had climbed, hit his head, and knocked himself out. Apparently, he confessed under questioning that he was a member of a strange cult. A cult which, as far as anyone can tell, does not exist. He claimed to have been taking part in a ritual which required the sacrifice of a pure soul, and my autistic brother had been his target that night. My parents have not shared with me all the details of what happened after that night, but as far as I know, our intruder is currently rotting in a cell. The man he killed, the man lying on the sidewalk, was a friend of my father who lived 2 streets over. He had called his wife on the phone not long before he died, informing her of a suspicious man dressed in black stalking around the neighborhood. My parents arrived home from their date to find police swarmed around the block and their home a crime scene. My father relocated at work, and we had moved across the Rockies to Salt Lake City just 2 weeks later. Kate is now a bratty middle schooler. As far as I'm concerned, she's perfect. George, now 21, hasn't changed a bit, but he loses his mind if someone knocks on a window. As for me, I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie now. I climb mountains with narrow trails and steep ridges. I go cave diving in places where you shouldn't. All, I think, in an attempt to recreate the fearful intensity of that one snowy night long ago. But it never works. The closest I come is when I'm alone in my room in the dead of night, When I'm reading your worst stories about your worst times and the things that chase you in your dreams. Then, and then alone, is when the real fear sets in. Story 74. This happened 3 years ago, when my twin brother and I were 15. Our bedrooms are right next to each other on the bottom floor of the house, while my parents' master bedroom is on the second floor. One night, I woke up to some commotion going on in my brother's bedroom. I sat up in bed, and a minute after I sat up, my mom walked by with my brother and it sounded like they were arguing. My brother has nightmares often, and this night he claimed he saw someone looking through his window at him. He grabbed his cell phone and called my mom as the stranger stood there. While telling her what was happening, I guess the person disappeared right before she got to his room. My mom had a feeling he was just having a nightmare, but he insisted he was awake and that there was someone outside. My dad investigated and there was no one out there. This happened another time a few nights later, but this time I was awoken abruptly by my brother entering my room in a panic. I asked him what the hell he was doing, irritated, and he was almost in tears and said, "That guy is back. He's outside my window." The tone of his voice, suddenly I felt a chill come over me. I knew he wasn't dreaming or having a nightmare. We sat in my dark bedroom, and before we had a chance to think of what to do next, we heard a thump on the wall. My bed is pressed up against the wall and on the other side was my brother's bedroom. He looked at me in terror. I was rapidly trying to make sense of what was happening before we heard a second, louder thump. We sat in disbelief, and a minute later, my phone started ringing. It scared the hell out of us. I silenced the noise, but didn't answer the call. It was my brother calling. I looked up at him in horror and confusion and showed him the screen of my phone. His eyes became wide and he started to tremble. I rejected the call and immediately called my dad. He answered in a tired voice, and I told him someone was in the house. He asked me what I was talking about, not wanting to believe that what I just said was a reality. I told him again, and then heard him promptly come down the stairs, fast. He opened my bedroom door, and my brother and I told him that just a few feet away from he stood in my brother's bedroom was an intruder. My dad has never been faced with anything like this, so I could tell he was scared when he realized he had to go check it out. My brother and I followed closely behind him. The window was open, and my brother's cell phone was lying on the ground in the middle of the floor. We installed cameras around the house the next day, but whoever it was hasn't returned since. We think whoever it was that was in my brother's room must have seen us installing the cameras. Story 75. When I was in my teens, my parents took a vacation but left their cars in the driveway. It was just my grandmother who lived in our house, my younger sister, and myself for almost 2 weeks. One random night, I woke up to our dog growling, and the motion sensor lights in our backyard turning on. I got up and walked towards the front of the house, and noticed a shadow coming through the bottom of the door crack. Somebody was standing there. I slowly creeped my way to the peephole, and when I looked out, I saw an eyeball looking in. I froze for a second in a panic, and then rushed to the phone to call 911. As I was running away from the door, the person did one really loud slam on the front door and gave off a laugh that I can only describe as absolutely insane. As I'm calling the police, I run to one of the windows to see if I can see what the person looks like, and I notice an old car speeding off down the street. I never knew who it was or why they were there. The police believed that it was burglars, thinking nobody had been in the house because the cars hadn't moved in days. Story 76. I was home alone for a weekend a few years ago while I was still in high school. After school one day, I was driving home, and when I passed in front of my house, I thought I saw an old lady in white clothes in my sister's bedroom looking through the window. I went into the house and slowly went to her bedroom to check it out, but there was no one there. I pretty much forgot about it until that night I got a call from a very panicked and scared neighbor saying that there was some lady pacing back and forth in my sister's bedroom. I ran to the room to check again, but there was no one there. Nothing like this has happened since. I hadn't known Clara long. Story 77. But we were inseparable as soon as we were introduced. I could tell her anything, and she accepted me for who I was, instead of politely tolerating me like the others. My birthday party was modestly attended by my classmates. Either their parents forced them to come, or they felt bad for me. I only cared that Clara was there, and I ignored the other guests. They played amongst themselves as Clara and I drank tea, ate cake, and laughed together. She told the best jokes. She was in the middle of a really funny story when Daddy grabbed her and dragged her across the lawn. The other children cheered as Daddy slipped a noose on Clara and threw the other end of the rope over a tree branch. The noose tightened around her delicate neck as he pulled on the rope, lifting her and causing her legs to dangle in the air. I'll never forget her writhing and reaching, or the sound of her trying to choke out my name from her collapsing throat. The whole party was a setup, some sick joke that everyone was playing on me. I ran to Daddy and tugged on his pant leg and begged him to stop. I begged him to let Clara go before she choked to death. I begged and begged, but instead, Daddy grinned and yanked the rope, causing her body to bob in the air. He tousled my hair and then handed me a baseball bat. He wanted me to beat Clara while she was hanging and barely holding on to her life. He wanted me to beat her as her eyes bugged out and her face turned blue. He wanted me to beat her as the noose cut into the skin around her throat, causing it to peel and bruise. Daddy put his strong hands on my arms and positioned me into a batter stance. "Go on, honey, don't be afraid," he whispered in my ear. "Give her a whack." I stood frozen as the children around me started yelling, becoming more and more impatient. The world spun around and I dropped the bat. The other children became enraged until Daddy picked it up and smashed it into Clara's dangling body. The fear in her eyes increased as he pummeled her again and again, leaving bruises and breaking her limbs, causing her bones to jut out of her skin. The final blow split her open and her guts spilled out all over the lawn. My classmates squealed in delight as they rushed to grab her entrails. They shoved her innards into their greedy mouths and licked their lips, now red and sticky with her blood. Daddy left her lifeless body hanging for the rest of the party. I begged him to call the doctor, but he scoffed and said the doctor won't help. At the end of the day, Daddy threw Clara into the kitchen trash can. Every time I snuck her into my room, he took her away and put her back into the trash. For 5 days, I stared at her rotting body while I ate my morning cereal and my microwave dinner. Then the garbage men came. They took her away. They took her away forever. I hope you understand now. I simply can't get rid of my newspapers or my old magazines. I know I haven't painted or sewn for years, but I need to keep those art supplies and fabric just in case, and I can't part with my glass bottle collection. Some of them are very rare, original green glass. They might be worth something one day. I know the dining room table is far too big for the room, but it was such a good deal and my chairs were my aunt's. No pets. No, I could never bear to part with any of them. 26 cats and 40 rabbits may seem like a lot, but I love each and every one of them. I can even name them all. Clarence, Tommy, Melanie. Well, she's been missing for a few years. Maxwell. Or is it Maxine? They're happy here. Very happy. Please don't take them away from me. Please don't take anything. It's all I have. Story 78. From about 5th to 9th grade, my best friend Natalie and I were pretty much inseparable. We lived only a few streets away from each other in an idyllic little town in the Midwest. The kind of place that feels like a living time capsule of the 1950s. Charming houses with beautifully kept gardens. Huge old maple and oak trees lining every street. Neighbors who actually stop and greet each other as they walk their dogs or mow their lawns. Summer block parties. Kids playing in the street until dinner time. That sort of thing. Natalie and I used to walk to and from school together every day, and I often stayed over at her house for an hour or two after school while my parents were still at work. I loved hanging out at her place because her mom was the sweetest person ever. She would serve us delicious snacks. We would tell her all about the latest middle school drama. And she'd even let us watch a TV show or play a computer game before we started our homework. Natalie's dad worked a lot and was around often, but whenever I did interact with him, something about him seemed off, on a superficial level. He was perfectly nice and friendly, even funny. He had a great sense of humor and was always joking around with Natalie and me and the rest of our friends on the few occasions that he was around. But even though I didn't sense a single bit of discomfort from any of my close friends, I couldn't help feeling uneasy in his presence. For one thing, he was a bit too touchy-feely. It was subtle, but I was always noticing in little ways that made me slightly uncomfortable. Here's an example. One weekend, he took me and Natalie and two of our friends to a cider mill. We picked apples, drank cider, and went on a hayride. When the ride was over, Natalie's dad was helping each of us off the side of the wagon, and I was last in line. Something about the way he grabbed my friends by the waist and let his hands linger just a touch too long once they were safely on the ground started to weird me out. When it was my turn, I quickly jumped off the wagon before he could touch me. He looked a little bewildered, but didn't say anything. Fast forward to Natalie's 12th birthday party. She had a sleepover with about 10 girls, and we arranged our sleeping bags on the floor of her living room since it was the biggest room in the house. The living room wasn't really closed off by many doors. It had a big opening that connected it seamlessly with the foyer in the front hallway of the house. I was sleeping near that hallway, which I wasn't pleased about as I preferred to sleep surrounded by people whenever I went to sleepovers. I've always been super afraid of the dark, and liked having that extra protection, as silly as it sounds. In the middle of the night, I'm awoken by a hand pressing on my arm. I didn't jolt awake or anything, but I opened my eyes and turned my head to survey my fellow partygoers. They were all dead asleep, some even lightly snoring. Suddenly I heard quiet giggling behind me. Still lying down, and now officially frightened, I quickly turned my body to face the foyer. The opening in the wall that connected the living room and the foyer was a big, sweeping arch. On the right side of the arch, I could just see the top of a man's head peeking out from behind the wall, only about 3 feet from the ground. Then I noticed his fingertips were spread out on the wooden floor. He was crouching. It was Natalie's dad. I froze. I honestly had no idea what to do. Was he just kidding around? Didn't it occur to him how creepy this was? Do I say something, or just awkwardly ignore it and try to fall back asleep? Being my timid, non-confrontational preteen self, I decided to go the latter route. I turned back on my other side, scooted in as close as I could to my friend sleeping next to me, and somehow managed to fall back asleep, despite being obviously and understandably petrified. I'm not sure how long it was before I was woken up again, this time by a firm tapping on my temple. Knowing who it was this time around, I tried my best not to indicate that I was awake, struggling to keep my eyes closed and my breathing slow and deep. Again, I heard the same stifled giggling. The sound was particularly disturbing, because it was almost manic. Like he thought this whole routine was absolutely hilarious and could barely contain himself, even though it was coming from a grown man. It had all the giddiness of a 5-year-old playing hide-and-go-seek with his older siblings. Yet again, I had no idea what to do. I wasn't sure if he wanted me to acknowledge him, or what. I turned to face the foyer again, and just barely caught a glimpse of his head and fingers disappearing behind the wall in that same crouched position. More giggling. I quickly turned back and scooted even closer into my sleeping friend, partially waking her and causing her to shift around a bit. I hoped that she would wake up completely, but she just turned over and quickly drifted back off. As I pulled my sleeping bag tighter over my shoulders, I heard what sounded like someone shuffling on all fours down the hallway. I don't remember how I got back to sleep that night, but I somehow did, and morning finally, mercifully arrived. Natalie's parents made all of us pancakes, and her dad was acting completely normal. He didn't pay any particular attention to me, but didn't make a point to ignore me either. Just interacted with me like he did with everyone else, always smiling, and joking, and friendly. A couple months later, Natalie had another sleepover. This time, I made sure to secure a sleeping spot in the exact center of everyone, far from the front hallway. But later that night, I abruptly woke up in the middle of a deep sleep for seemingly no reason. I had been sleeping on my back, and just suddenly opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling, wide awake. Almost instantly, I was overcome with the most intense feeling of dread that I have ever experienced. I felt like I couldn't move my limbs, like some invisible weighted blanket was holding my body down. Even though I knew I shouldn't, I slowly turned my head towards the front hallway. As my eyes adjusted in the darkness, I could see Natalie's dad and mom standing in the entryway, looking directly at me with the most angry, hateful expressions on their faces. They were positioned awkwardly far from each other, about 2 feet of space between them, with their arms stiff and straight at their sides. Even though they were a fair distance away from me, I'll never forget how disturbing their faces looked, contorted into pure rage that only seemed to grow in intensity the longer I allowed myself to look. Their eyes kept narrowing, and they were showing all their teeth the way a threatened dog would, gritting them so tightly, I thought their jaws would crack. After staring, frozen, for a good few seconds, I finally felt like I could move my arms and legs again. I quickly turned away from them, and pulled my sleeping bag high up over my head, shaking. I barely slept the rest of the night, but I never heard any noise or movement from the hallway. The next morning, it was all homemade pancakes and warm smiles, and utter normalcy, yet again. I never told Natalie about any of this, as I was pretty sure she would think I was either crazy, or trying to prank her. Our friendship quickly faded a few years later anyway, which coincidentally was right around the time that her parents got divorced. Recently, Natalie and her parents' divorce came up in conversation with my mom, who told me about a comment Natalie's mom made to her years ago. Back when Natalie and I were still super close, we had actually taken a few small road trip vacations together with our moms. I guess at some point on one of these trips, our moms were gossiping about a particularly wealthy and impossibly perfect family that lived in our neighborhood, and had a reputation of being somewhat pretentious. Natalie's mom, skeptical about their apparent perfection, said, "Well, in this neighborhood, you never know what goes on behind closed doors." The comment is innocent enough, but for me, it adds an extra layer of creepiness given what I experienced with Natalie's parents. Story 79. It happened during my freshman year of college, when I was back in my hometown for Thanksgiving break. I'm from a small town in New England, the kind of place you can't wait to get away from, because nothing ever happens there. I guess maybe this was my town's way of getting back at me for thinking like that. It was late on a Wednesday before Thanksgiving. I was at a friend's house, happily reunited with my best friends from high school, since we were all home for the holiday. A fog settled in that night, owing to the classic New England mix of chill and humidity. As I drove home, I went by our town's library, which is situated next to a small duck pond. The fog was extra thick over the water, and illuminated by the lampposts surrounding the pond. It gave it an eerie golden glow. Being the film student that I was, I had my camera with me as always. Without thinking, I turned my car around and pulled into the library parking lot, which overlooked the pond. I considered walking down to the pond for a moment, but something told me not to do that. It wasn't fear, not yet. I remember not feeling any fear at all, just excitement and awe of the sight in front of me. But still, I didn't get out of my car, and that decision probably saved my life. Instead, I kept my car running, headlights still on, and rolled down my window. I stuck my mom out of the window and took a few photos of the pond and the fog. I pulled my mom back inside and looked over the photos. They were pretty terrible given how bad of a technique I was using. This was the first time something felt wrong. As I looked at the photos, I just felt. The best way I can think to explain it is that sometimes I have nightmares about being in open water. I know that there are sharks swimming beneath me. I can't see them, but I know they're there. I realized I was having that same feeling in my waking life as I looked through these pictures. I felt the danger before I saw it. I looked up from my camera, fully alert, and peered in front of me, but saw nothing for a moment. Then, a figure materialized out of the darkness, around the pond, and into the beams of my headlights. It was a man. He was wearing dark jeans and a black zip-up jacket. His hair was dark and short. I don't remember his face. He was walking in the direction of the library, in the direction of my car. I waited, not wanting to let my fear take over. Maybe he was walking toward me. Maybe he was going to the road. But he kept coming toward me, walking faster, and getting closer. I remembered my window was down, and quickly rolled it up. Then, he was right in front of the hood of my car, and I could tell beyond a shadow of a doubt, he was staring straight at me. The look in his eyes. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were intent, determined. The moment we made eye contact, the moment I saw that look, I just reacted. I don't remember feeling fear or panic, just being more alert than I have ever been. I never took my eyes off of the man as I threw my car into reverse and spun out of the parking spot I was in. But I went the wrong way. Instead of turning my car toward the exit, I turned toward the back parking lot. Yes, there was another exit I could get to, but I would have to drive around the entire library to get there. Either that or reverse all the way out onto the road and risk hitting something. A tree. Another car. I didn't want to risk crashing, then I'd have no escape. I decided I would have to go around the library. It would take longer, but it was the safest option. All these thoughts went through my head in an instant. The man ran to get in front of my car. One of my biggest regrets in life is not running him over then and there. I put my car in drive and waited. He stopped running once he was in front of the car and then took his time. He walked slowly around the hood of my car, staring at me the whole time. Our eyes followed each other. He smiled. The moment he was clear of the front of my car, two things happened. He lunged for my car door. I floored it. I remember the sight of my car sailing past his outstretched hand. I drove as fast as I've ever driven, taking the corners at speed around the library. As I came out the other side, the exit was in sight, but the man wasn't. I drove as fast as I could toward the exit. As I got in front of the library again, I looked over and saw the man running as fast as he could to get to my car. I sped out of the library parking lot and onto the main road. The police station was a block away, and I made a beeline for it, still driving recklessly fast, hoping to be pulled over by a cop. I got to the police station, and that's when the fear finally settled in. I sat in my car and cried, breathing raggedly, completely frozen. I couldn't get out of my car. I was terrified that the man had followed me there, that as soon as I got out of the car, he would get me. A police officer came out to my car and escorted me inside. They must have seen me on their security cameras. I spoke with a female sergeant. I told her what happened, gave her the best description I could. They immediately sent cars out, but found no one. I assumed that the man was after my car, my camera maybe, and said that out loud. The female sergeant looked at me and shook her head, which she told me I'll never forget. I don't think he was after your car or your camera. He was after you. When I was 16, I would sneak out of the house at night to get high and read a book. There was an empty foreclosed home next door, and I would get inside via a basement window and smoke in the basement's bar area. One night, it was raining pretty heavy and I forgot to bring my lighter. I went to get it and it was still pouring when I got back. I set up a comfy place at the bar and turned on my camping lamp that I kept there. Then I started hearing noises upstairs. I turned off the light and sat still for a moment and realized the sound was actually coming from the doorless room right next to me. I grabbed everything I could and made for the window, and with half my body through, I heard someone running and shouting behind me. I felt someone touch me as I finished crawling out and ran to my house, where I snuck in as quietly and as fast as possible. I heard sirens soon after I made it into my house and worried that it was law enforcement that had caught me in the home. Sirens went on for a while into the night and I barely slept. I learned the next morning that someone on the next block had burned his mother's home down with her in it, and he had been found breaking into a home later that night that was occupied several doors past the house I had been in. It was likely him that was in the basement with me, and I still get scared thinking about it. Story 80. Growing up, my parents added on to our house and my bedroom was the only one upstairs. My sister and I had shared a room at one point and are still to this day extraordinarily close, so it wasn't uncommon for her to wander into my room and sleep in my bed or vice versa. I woke up in the middle of the night one time to see a hand scrambling around between the edge of my bed and the wall. I immediately assumed that my sister had slept in my bed and had fallen off the edge. The hand was grasping the side of the bed and reaching like it was trying to grab something desperately in a blind panic. Thinking my sister needed help, I looked over the edge of the bed and there was nothing there. I scurried down the stairs and slept in my sister's room that night, where she was sleeping peacefully without incident. Story 81. Over the summer, I took my son and his friend on a ride at the local fair. My son has Down syndrome, which is relevant to the story in that he doesn't have the sort of fantastical imagination of his peers. Said differently, he doesn't make things up. As we were sitting waiting for the attendant to buckle everyone in, my son hit himself. This is not at all normal behavior. So I said, "What are you doing?" He replied, "John told me to." I asked him, "Who is John?" We are literally locked and loaded into a spinning something of death ride. He replies, pointing in front of us, "John and Stephen, the guys standing in front of us with ketchup all over their face." No one was standing there. He has never mentioned them or done anything like this since. Story 82. When I was in college, I made some money by modeling, sometimes just letting photography students take pictures of me for practice. Other times, I'd work with professionals on fetish shoots. One day, I saw an ad on Craigslist. Standard creepy Craigslist deal. Amateur male photographer, seeking woman willing to pose nude for him to practice his art and also add to his private collection. It was summer, and my jobs on campus had dwindled down to nearly nothing. I needed money, bad. So I replied to this very sketchy ad. The guy wanted me to take a bus to the big city several hours away from the small town where I went to college. Then I would meet him at his studio and I would be paid $200 to model for him. He said I could bring a male friend for safety. He was not expecting anything more than modeling. He promised it would be okay. He was a normal man in his 40s with a professional job, a doctor, and he just wanted more practice at his hobby. I'm desperate to make rent. I say sure. We set a day, the day of he emails me to be sure that I'm coming along. I say no, I'm bringing my friend as we agreed. At this point, the emails are getting weird. I get this feeling in the pit of my stomach that things are not okay with this guy. I stopped replying to the emails and obviously did not attempt to go to the gig. Life went on. 2 years later, I'm living in another state, but just happened to see a news story on Facebook. It was about a trial. A professional man, a doctor in his 40s, was on trial in the big city for murdering a woman who had answered his ad for a nude model. He had murdered her in a horrible way. Based on details from news stories, I am certain it was the same ad I had seen, the same man I had emailed, the gig that I had almost taken. Story 83. My mother's family lived on the second floor of a large duplex. The front doors to the second floor apartments were located on the side of the buildings and faced each other from one duplex to the other. They rarely locked the front door and everyone knew their neighbors quite well. One morning, one of my uncles, who must have been about 13 at the time, says he woke up very early. This was summertime, and although it was kind of light out, the sun hadn't risen yet, so it was practically in the middle of the night still. He was half awake in his bed, a bit groggy, and he realized that what had woken him was the sound of someone creeping along in the corridor. For some reason, it didn't feel right to him. It didn't sound like someone from the family was going to the bathroom during the night. It was slower. He called out, "Hey, who's there?" He then heard whoever was in the corridor walk back to the top of the stairs, down the stairs, and then out the front door. Creepy enough in my opinion, but it gets much worse. Within 6 months of this happening, a teenage girl was found dead in the duplex next door to my family's home. She had been killed during the night with a hammer by a 15-year-old boy that lived nearby. He was known by all the other kids of the neighborhood, and my mother remembers him as being very quiet and always kind of looking down or away whenever you would look at him. He was kind of an outcast, certainly because of his personality, but also a bit perhaps because he went to a posh school thanks to his father being the janitor there, and he got a bit snubbed out by the other kids. In the duplex where my family lived, on the first floor there was a family with 3 teenage girls. In my family there were 2 teenage girls. I guess he knew where to look, and I guess he must have been lurking around for a good while before deciding that it was time to take the hammer out. He killed himself while in a hospital while he was still very young. Story 84. When my friend was about 11 or 12 years old, she went to an all-inclusive resort with her family. This was one of those big places with several pools, restaurants, kids areas, etc. Her dad buys walkie-talkies, one for her brother, and one for the adults. This was before cell phones were a big thing, so that they can stay in touch if the kids want to do their own thing. One night her parents and her brother go down to the restaurant for dinner. My friend isn't feeling well, so she asks to stay in the hotel room and watch a movie. They agree, giving her the walkie-talkie for emergencies. She's up there for an hour or so, checking in periodically with her dad, just to say hi or ask what they're doing. She starts to feel really sick and says to her dad, "Hey, when do you think you'll be back to the room?" Her dad answers back, "We're coming up right now. I forgot the room number. Could you tell me what it is again?" As soon as she's about to answer, her dad's voice cuts in, "Hey, we're coming up right now. We brought you some cake. We'll see you in 5. She knows that the second voice was her dad. She locks the door. When her parents get back, they say they haven't talked to her all night. Story 85. We were camping once, driving through some city. My dad was driving and my mom was in the passenger seat. I was in the back. It was evening but not fully dark. We weren't really talking, and my mom was looking out her window when she says, oh my God, do you see it?" My dad says, "Yeah, I do. I'm going to slow down and let them pass." He slowed and the car on the right passed us. I couldn't see inside, but their window was down and the arm hanging out the window looked to be that of someone impossibly thin. I asked my mom what she saw and she said it was nothing. My dad backed her up. Years later, I asked them about it again. My mom said it was a skeleton. It was no mask because you could see through the jaws. It had a tongue and eyes. My dad backed her up again, but years later, after my mom was dead, he recanted, saying that it must have been a mask because nobody could be alive and look like that. Story 86. A couple of years ago, I was living in Budapest. It was half study abroad, half hanging out with my family who lived in a town about 30 minutes south. Every once in a while, I would take day trips with my friends. So on one of our trips to Romania, our car broke down on us right at the border. One of my friends had family that wasn't too far away but way too far to walk. So the 4 of us decided to hitchhike. We grabbed what we could out of the car and then called her family to tell them that we were on the way. We locked up the car and made a sign that said we were hitchhiking. About 5 minutes later, a van pulled over and we got inside. The guy who picked us up, Andres, was very nice. He was very interested in where we were all from, what we like to do, where we've traveled, and what kinds of things we were studying. It started to get dark, and Andres mentioned his family had a house not too far from where we were, and that we could stop there for the night and sleep since he was tired and didn't know if he could drive us all the way to where we needed to go. We all kind of looked around at each other, but ultimately agreed that it was rude to expect this nice man who picked us up to drive us all through the night. Yes, Andres was nice, but driving up the dirt road to his house made all of the hairs on my arms stand up. I would later ask my companions, and they said the same thing. All of us got silent as we tried to take in the scenery. It looked like any Eastern European house set far back on what used to be a farm, with all of the old abandoned equipment around. We unloaded and shuffled into his house, which was very quaint and charming. He showed us into a room off the living room that we could all sleep in for the night. We all set out our sleeping bags and kind of congregated on the floor while Andres went into the kitchen. He started talking to his wife. "Honey, I've brought back some travelers again. They are all very nice. Some of them are American." Yes, of course, I was going to offer them some brandy. Which he did. He came back into the doorway of our room and offered us brandy. I passed, but the others accepted. He brought us out a tray and the rest of the bottle, and then disappeared again. Eventually we all drifted off to sleep. I woke up first, got dressed, and went outside to pee. I ran into a little girl on my way back up to the house. She was incredibly shy. I asked her what her name was and if she lived there too. She said she did, but she kept saying, "But my father doesn't believe me." I chalked it up to either my Hungarian being rusty or her being a kid, but I told her that she should come back inside because it was very cold out. She instead slunk back into an old mangled trailer she was playing in. Inside the house I breezed past the kitchen with Andrea screaming out, "Why are there not enough eggs for our guests? What kind of wife are you?" But when I got back to the doorway of our room, all of my companions were standing up. Bags hastily packed. Mouths agape looking behind me. I turned, and that's when I saw a scarecrow dressed up in women's clothing sitting in an armchair at the far side of the living room. I turned back to my friends laughing and said, "You guys are afraid of a scarecrow." But just then Andres came through the door, picked the scarecrow up by the arm and flung it across the room. "You are the stupidest woman in the world," he howled. "I work so hard and you embarrass me." He went back into the kitchen still screaming, and now rifling through the drawers. I turned to my friends and we all agreed that it was time to leave. Only the things Andreas was saying got worse. "I killed the last one, I can kill you too." We stood as a group, frozen. My friend Liddy turned around and saw a window, so we decided to jump through it to get out of the house. She was the first out the window, only when she landed she made this weird squishing sound. My friend Jenny popped his head out of the window and then started screeching and backing away from it. At this point Andreas was stabbing the scarecrow with a huge knife, and we were all trying to just get the hell out of the house. The two of us still in the house pushed Jenny out of the way, not really caring why he was screaming because Andreas was holding a knife. Finally I jumped out and landed in what I to this day pray was animal remains. Blood and guts filling this deep trench next to this guy's house. There was also a lovely portrait of a family painted on the side of the house using what looked like the blood from this giant hole. The four of us bloody, shaking, and still able to hear Andreas killing his scarecrow wife hightailed it the hell out of there back to the main road. We decided against getting into another car and instead ran all the way back to our old car. We took a break from day tripping for a while. Story 87. A couple of months ago, my husband and I were road tripping across the United States. At 3 a.m. we stopped at a run-down gas station in the middle of nowhere. By the middle of nowhere, I mean the middle of nowhere. The gas station was the only building in the area, and it was surrounded by empty fields. It was maybe 2 miles off the interstate. At 3 a.m. it was pitch black outside, and the lights at the gas station were the only thing that illuminated the area. Since the gas station was closed, we were the only people there. My husband filled up the Jeep, and we spent a few minutes rummaging through our bags because I couldn't find my purse. After a while, an SUV pulled up right next to us. The driver was a man in his late 20s or early 30s. At that point, I was sitting in the passenger seat, and my husband was about to get into the driver's seat. The man approached my husband and said, "I lost my phone here. Have you seen it?" Suddenly a sense of dread filled the pit of my stomach as I noticed that he already had a phone. A flip phone on his hip. I studied his face. While he looked unassuming, there was something off about him. Something sinister. I must have left it in that field over there. The field was pitch black. Can you help me look for it? My husband already had his iPhone out with his flashlight on. He's such a good Samaritan. He started to follow the man. Quickly I whipped out my phone and texted him, "Leave." My husband immediately saw the text and turned around to look at me. I must have looked terrified because he ran and jumped back into the car, and we booked it out of there. As we were leaving, I looked back and saw the man get into his SUV. We drove for about 20 miles on the interstate to a rest stop and slept there. After a short time, my husband woke me up and told me to look through the passenger side window. The man had pulled up right next to us. There were some empty parking spaces at the rest stop, and he still parked next to us. The creepy part is that we were parked at the very end of the rest stop, and the spot next to us wasn't a parking space. We had our seats down to help us sleep, so he probably didn't see us in our Jeep. We quietly watched him get out of his car, look over our Jeep, and walk into the building, probably looking for us. As soon as he entered the building, we snapped our seats back up and hauled ass out of there. We drove for about 50 miles and found a hotel about 6 miles north of the interstate. We never saw him again. Story 88. In the summer of 1999, my family and I took a trip to Yosemite National Park. While at the park, we stayed at a motel called the Cedar Lodge. It was a nice place in a remote part of the park. My 15-year-old self came down with a huge fever, and instead of infecting everyone else, my mother decided to get a separate room for me. So I'm laying around in bed, sick as a dog, when my AC stops working. I called up the front desk and asked them to come fix this stupid thing. A short while later, the door just magically opens, and in comes this gruff-looking man with a very distinct handlebar mustache. After entering, he proceeds to just stare at me. I remember being pretty scared, but I noticed he was in the motel uniform with a tool bag, so he must be there to fix the AC. He didn't say a single word. He swiftly moved over to the AC unit, knelt down and began fixing it. Every few minutes he would turn around and look at me like I was a piece of meat. The entire time, he never said one word. After he was finished, he walked to the door and stopped as if he was going to say something, but he didn't. He just closed the door, and that was that. Fast forward a few days later, we arrived back in Florida after a great trip. Besides me getting sick, of course, and my grandparents and I were watching TV. The main story for the program we were watching was a serial killer that was caught in Yosemite National Park. I immediately started getting a strange sensation in my spine. They said his name was Cary Stayner. Then, a picture of the Cedar Lodge appeared on the television. At this point, I'm about to wet myself because I know I'm going to see that mustache on the next screen. Evidently, he murdered 4 women right before we traveled to the park. To this day, I still get shivers when I think about it. I was all alone with that man. He could have easily killed me. It's strange when I think about those gazes he gave me, probably contemplating where he would bury my body. Story 89. About 6 years ago, my neighbors went out of town and I was tasked with feeding their fish as well as taking care of the house and the pool. This also meant that I could use the pool whenever I wanted, so naturally I did what any 20-year-old would do and brought my girlfriend of the time over there at night. It was a nice summer night with no wind. The moon was out with no clouds. We couldn't figure out how to turn on the pool lights, so we said screw it and went in anyway. With the moon being so clear and bright, it was as if the light was on anyway. The only thing this changed was that the water looked like a sheet of black glass in the light. Imagine a peanut-shaped pool where on one end is me and my girl swimming in the shallow end, and on the other side is the deep end with the water slide. We were swimming along, not doing anything wrong, maybe just hugging a bit and talking. We both stopped dead when we heard deep breathing. We both looked to the deep end of the pool where the sound was coming from. In the moonlight, we could see a black silhouette of a head sticking out of the pool right by the water slide. The noise was coming directly from the shape. Normally that would be enough to scare someone, but the part that freaked us out was the feeling that we both got. It was a feeling like someone twisted a knife in our gut, like something extremely evil and wrong was there and we needed to leave. We didn't get away though. We stood there in fear, looked back at each other, looked back at the shape, and it was gone. No ripples in the water, no lighting changes, just gone. And with it went the noise. We both got out and tried to see if there was someone in the pool with us that we didn't notice. Nothing. We both grabbed our towels and then ran like we have never run before. As I was running out of their backyard, my girlfriend was ahead of me. I crossed into the front yard when I felt 2 hands push on my shoulder blades that made me face plant into the grass. No one was there. After all these years, I tell people that it wasn't the head, the noise, or the push that scared me the most. It was the gut-wrenching feeling of something being wrong that did. My ex will still not talk about it to this day. Story 90. I was playing with walkie-talkies as a kid, those old 70s mega-sized walkie-talkies. It's summer. I'm with my brother and 3 friends. We're all about 12 years old. Suddenly, a stranger's voice comes across them and begins talking to us. It's obvious it was a nearby guy messing with us, but he did it in a real sadistic way that still gives me the chills. I basically tell myself it was a really sick joke or a prank. He was a grown man, not a kid or a young adult. He told us all what we were wearing and where we lived and how he was going to kill us all. He mentioned what my friend was wearing the day before and not currently, so we knew that it was real and that he was stalking us. All in a super calm, serious, monotone voice. No laughter or I'm going to scare these kids kind of tones. He knew us by name and residence, but also details that seemed very observant. Details like when and who we last played at the basketball court with, as well as what we wore at the court the last time we went swimming. One was that my buddy loved orange creamsicles. He would grab one whenever we went to the corner store. That's all fine, but the two areas weren't in eyeshot of each other. For him to know this, he would have had to follow us. Stuff like that, specific and observant. He really knew, the youngest of us. I'll call him Billy. He knew everything about Billy and what he did, even the stuff we just did on a whim in relative outdoor privacy, so not a parent or anyone but someone that was watching us would know. Still, it wasn't what he said as much as how. Listen to how the Zodiac Killer spoke on the phone, and that's exactly how he sounded. He suddenly stopped to, "No, see you soon," or something similar. He just stopped after we tried to go back and forth, figuring out who he was. When he stopped, he didn't totally stop, though. He just stopped responding to anything we said or did. We went from, haha, who is this, to, no really, who is this, to pretending not to be horrified. He just stopped talking eventually. We all stayed together at my house that night, and on a dare, we turned on our walkie-talkies about 2 hours later. We didn't speak into it, just listened. It was completely silent except for sounds he clearly wanted us to hear that he would broadcast every 10 minutes or so. The sound of walking around as he whistled a creepy tune, or what sounded like knives sharpening or rubbing on each other. After an hour or so of just listening to these bursts, he stops in the middle of whatever he was doing in one burst transmission and says, "It won't be tonight. You can all go to bed now." Smart to stick together. Smart. Then that was it. Never another direct transmission, but we thought we heard similar random sounds about 3 days later. A 5-minute burst of a chair rocking, or wood creaking or something. Adults got home about an hour after that, and we explained it all. They took it as some asshole messing around, basically saying, "Relax, you're fine, go to bed." But it really messed with our heads. I think they thought we were exaggerating. Something on a deep level was very disturbing about it. It wasn't kids being scared of the boogeyman. It was my first taste of what I'd call real sickness. I've dreamt about it a couple times this year alone. Dozens over the years. His vocal demeanor was worse than what he said. How he would kill us as the others watched, and nobody would find us, and depending on how good we were, he would decide if he'd go back to get others in our family and around the neighborhood. Specific, creepy stuff, but told in a terrifyingly relaxed monotone. Horrible stuff he would say, but that tone. Man, I hate to play off that as anything but a sick guy being sick and messing with us, but a couple years after a young boy did die nearby, he suddenly couldn't be found, and then he was found nearby a couple hours later. About a decade after that, another kid around the same age was horribly murdered, and it's never been solved. It made the national news. No connection other than the town and general area, but it leaves very little doubt in my mind. I told the police this story in hopes it narrowed the location of a suspect or place to look for one. You really had to hear his voice and what he said, as he knows who you are, but you have no idea who it is. Zero idea. It felt like a guy being honest. It's just how it felt then and now. You had to be there. Story 91. My mom and I were living in a small house in Laguna Beach back in the early 80s. My mom was out of town, and I was home alone. Before I went to bed, I made sure to lock all the doors and windows, because this was when Richard Ramirez was terrorizing Southern California. I woke up in the middle of the night, because my dog, who was sleeping on the bed with me, started to growl. I looked to see why he was growling, and I could see the figure of someone standing in the kitchen, staring into my bedroom. I could not make out any features, or even clothing. It was just a dark shape. They didn't move or make any noise, just stood there. I ducked under the covers in terror, and the dog jumped off the bed and ran out of the room. I couldn't hear anything, and eventually, after hours, fell asleep. When I woke up in the morning, I double-checked all the doors and windows, but they were all still locked. My dog was outside on the back porch. Story 92. About 10 years ago, I had just started dating this girl that I had a massive crush on. We were fresh out of high school, and her parents went out of town for a weekend. I was going to finally stay at her house that night, and I was amped. I have a bit of trouble sleeping in a new place, so I was awake after she had already fell asleep. I tried to keep my eyes closed and let sleep come naturally. Just as I started to drift off, I heard a sound like scratching on wood, quick and getting faster. I opened my eyes and oriented myself again. It wasn't scratching. It was whispering, and it was getting louder. My girlfriend was staring at me and was rapidly whispering. The whispering continued until she stopped mid-sentence. She closed her eyes and rolled over, leaving me with a very what-the-hell feeling. I asked her about it in the morning, and she said she used to talk in her sleep a lot as a kid. I still have no idea if she was messing with me or if it was real, but it was easily the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. Story 93. I don't believe in ghosts, but there was something that awoke me in the middle of the night when my family and I were in our cabin in the mountains, far from civilization. I didn't see anything, but I woke up with a start. I couldn't move. I held my breath out of fear, sleep paralysis maybe. Suddenly, I heard my mother from the adjacent room whisper my name, as if trying to get my attention. I'm too paralyzed to reply. I eventually fall asleep. The following morning, my mother said she saw me sleepwalking. My sister said that she too awoke with a start, and she'd also seen me walk by her bedroom. I don't sleepwalk. I had been in my bed the entire time. Story 94. This was probably 10 years ago. I was about 13 years old. I was at my house with my brother, who was around 11 years old, and our two friends and neighbors who were brothers and the same age as us. Both our parents and their parents had gone out together for the evening. Our house has large double front doors. The second of the two doors, which is hardly used, has the locking mechanism where you have to unlatch it along the bottom of the door frame to open it. The main door is your standard front door. We were playing video games in the basement when I decided to let our dog out. I went upstairs, unlocked the main door, let her out, and shut the door and locked it. I went back downstairs and we continued to play whatever it was we were playing. I totally lost track of time, and my friend, who I'll call Steve, noticed that our dog was sitting next to the couch we were on. I was confused, thinking perhaps our parents had just returned, as I hadn't gone back up to let her in. I went upstairs, calling for my parents, to which there was no response, and noticed both of the front doors were wide open. So not only had the main one been unlocked and opened, but the latch on the second had been undone, and that door had also been opened. I was terrified. I slammed both doors shut and locked them, grabbed the home phone, sprinted downstairs, and let the others know what happened. We hunkered up in a spare bedroom, called our parents, and they immediately left where they were to head home. Nothing ever came of it. To this day, I still have no way of explaining it, but it was terrifying. Story 95. My wife and I were out camping back in 2012. We had spent 52 nights in the backwoods that year. Every weekend we would camp on Vancouver Island and enjoy the solitude. We were on a beach a good distance from anywhere. To get to the trail to leave the beach was 1 kilometer along the beach, and 2 kilometers to the road through the forest. There was nobody there except a guy named Leon from New Zealand that we met earlier on the beach that was planning on sleeping in his van up the road. We invited him down to the beach to join us by our fire, and we brought a bottle of wine that we could share. He came out and we talked about all kinds of things. We kept hearing female voices from what sounded like behind us in the bushes. I had figured out it was just someone who had anchored offshore, and the sound was bouncing in a weird way. All of us acknowledged that we could hear the voices. It was getting late, so Leon hiked out to his van and we stoked the fire because my wife was creeped out. We stayed up very late and the voices had stopped, so we decided to put out the fire and go to bed. We'd scanned the cove with a flashlight several times looking for boats that could be the source of the talking. It must have been 3 a.m. About 15 minutes after we lay down, we heard footsteps in our camp area over by where the fire was. They came from the direction of the bushes toward inland behind us. That direction was not traversable by people. We just lay there hoping it was a bear or something because the island had black bears, but they were easy to deal with. The footsteps went from the fire and then over to our tent, but then back into the woods. 5 minutes later the footsteps go back to the fire with 2 female voices talking gibberish very loudly. They are having a discussion at full volume in the dead of night very far away from civilization without using lights to navigate through dense brush relatively quietly in a direction that we considered impassable. After they were done at the fire pit area, they walked over to our tent still talking at loud volume. We couldn't make out anything they were saying. It was gibberish. They stood over us and talked for a few seconds and then went completely dead as night, silent. Then they went back into the woods, never to be seen or heard again. We just lay there completely frozen, afraid for who knows how long. We woke up around 11 a.m. the next day because we had such a late night. That was the last night we stayed outside for at least a year. Story 96. I was working at a hotel in Albuquerque, the graveyard shift. I had been talking to the security guard, and he asked if he could get a ride home, so instead of waiting for 30 minutes for my shift to end, I just left a note for my boss that said I left early because my brother was stranded outside of town and needed me to pick him up. It was a total lie on my part, but I needed a good excuse to leave early. I drop off the security guard at his place and then go home and go to sleep. A couple of hours of sleep and I wake up to my phone ringing. It was my brother. He tells me he is stranded outside of town and he needs me to pick him up. I tell my brother the lie I told my boss and how much of a coincidence it is that he's calling me and saying this. He says that's not weird at all. He will show me what's weird when I get there. I get there and ask him what is weird. He puts his phone up to my ear and plays a message that he got when he woke up that morning. It's a voice that kind of sounded computerized, but mostly just creepy as hell. It said, "You're stuck." Freaked us both out. Never figured out where the call came from. Strangest, creepiest thing that's ever happened to me in my life. Story 97. When I was little, I would go over to my grandparents' house frequently with my sister and my cousins. My grandparents have an attached mother-in-law apartment, so we always played in there while the grown-ups would talk in the main house. One day, we were playing hot and cold with a little key we found in the apartment. While one person was hiding it, they accidentally dropped it and it fell under the door to the basement. I opened the door to get it, and when I did, there was a man standing at the bottom of the stairs that I didn't recognize. When he saw me, he yelled, "Close the door." I was so freaked out, I bolted and immediately ran into the main house to tell my parents. My dad went into the basement to look, but couldn't find anyone. To this day, they all tell me that I imagined it, but my sister and cousins insist that it was real. About 5 years later, both of my grandparents passed away, so I was helping my dad clean out their basement. It turns out they were missing a lot of stuff. I haven't gone back in that house since. Story 98. My husband and I left Target late one night, and since it was winter time in Chicago, my husband was fine with me getting in the car to warm up while he loaded the back with our random assortment of Target goods. The parking lot was relatively empty, except for the car parked directly in front of us. I look at the car and notice a man sitting in the driver's seat. Not wanting to stare, I look away, but then stop. I look back at him again, and I get chills all over. My husband finally slides into the car, and I say, "This guy in front of us, do you see this?" He looks, goes pale, and says, "What the hell?" He's not looking at us. He's not looking at anything. His eyes are so sunken in, they look like black voids. His mouth is agape, like he's sleeping, but it's just a black hole. No teeth or tongue. Now, this might just be due to obscured vision, since it was nighttime, but we were right under a light, so he was fairly illuminated. The creepiest part was his skin. Think the cockroach alien from Men in Black, when he's in that guy's body. Some places of the face were hanging off, others were stretched tight. He looked like a thing wearing a human face. He wasn't moving, just breathing. "Let's get the hell out of here," my husband said, obviously startled. We pulled out of there as quick as we could, and triple-checked the locks on our doors that night. We still get creeped out remembering that night. My husband is a huge skeptic, and doesn't believe in the paranormal or anything outlandish. But even he knows that there was something unexplainable about that guy. He just didn't look human. Story 99. A notorious murderer in my city was actually a security guard at the company where I worked before he was identified and caught. After he was apprehended, we discovered that he had kept the body of a small child in a cold water tank on the premises, just a few yards away from where we worked. It had been there 2 years or so, but was never found or even suspected until he had given the information to police. The man is still in jail nearly 25 years later. It has since been proven with DNA that he was actually responsible for several area murders. He is serving compound life sentences. He actually was very friendly with me and with my colleagues. As we came in and out of the building every day, he smiled and joked with everyone. In fact, the two of us had an ongoing morning gag. While he still worked there, and well before his crimes were discovered, my baby daughter was born. My wife and I brought her into the office to show her off one day. I let this security guard, who was the father of an 8-year-old himself, hold my baby. As the body of a toddler he murdered a few months before lay decomposing a couple of rooms away. Story 100. There used to be an old abandoned school in a town by my house. It was heavily boarded up and super hard to get into. A friend and I managed to get inside once by climbing up the side of the school via a pipe and a fire escape combo and slipping through a window on the roof. We explored the basement, which was flooded. It was really creepy seeing stairs that disappear into water. We had just left the gym when we heard footsteps coming from the doors on the other side of the gym. Scary, especially considering it sounded like it was one person, not another group of explorers like us. Whoever it was blocking our exit back up to the roof. The only way out otherwise was behind us through boarded up doors. Whoever it was sounded like they were walking around and stopping periodically. There was no light coming from that direction, and we couldn't fathom why someone would come into a creepy place like this alone. We waited for the footsteps to stop and then snuck across the gym, peered down the hallways, saw no one, and continued towards the stairs which would lead us back to the roof. Halfway down the hall, we hear someone sprinting towards us from behind, probably 50 meters away or so, down a typical high school hallway. Now, it is mostly dark in here, but there was a small amount of light coming in through the cracks in the window boards. Still, we didn't see anything behind us as we quickly ran up the stairs. We didn't stop until we got back to the 4th floor. We listened for noise. Nothing. We hopped out the window and climbed back down the pipe. Story 101. In 2004, I moved out of my parents' house into a very small one-bedroom apartment. It wasn't in the best neighborhood, but it was all I could afford at the time. A few months after I moved in, I woke up in the middle of the night to a voice on the other side of my bedroom door. Someone was there, in the hallway, in the dark, and they were whispering my name over and over. The scariest part of this was that whoever it was stood in the dark hallway to my apartment and whispered my name for hours. My cell phone was on my kitchen counter charging. I sat there for hours, helpless and beyond scared. Story 102. One night, when I was around 12 years old, something under my bed kept tugging on my sheets and eventually fully pulled them under my bed. I sat up all night, scared shitless. I checked under the bed in the morning, and my sheets were balled up under the foot of my bed. Story 103. I live in Stuttgart and was walking across an open area that used to be a parade area, just kind of a wide open field. My head was down and I was looking at some of the leaves on the ground when off to my left, I heard, "How are you doing?" I looked over, assuming I was going to see someone I knew, but it wasn't. When I looked over, I saw a small person, about 4 feet tall. I say person, because I still don't know if it was a man or a woman, child or adult. But more than anything, the clothes are what really threw me. The clothes looked as though they were made by someone who had never seen clothes before. That's the only way I can describe it. I answered, but I quickly looked away from the person. I started to walk away, but then I stopped. I thought to myself, you need to turn around and figure this out. Well, I turned around to an empty field. I have no idea where this person went, since I only walked a few steps. I have no idea what I saw and actually thought that I had a full-on hallucination. Nothing like that has ever happened to me before, but it was definitely the oddest thing that's ever happened to me. Story 104. About 2 years ago, me and a buddy decided to go on a drive. It was a hot summer's night, and we were bored out of our minds, so we picked up some cigarettes and went on a late-night drive. We decided to drive to the top of the mountain. The base of the mountain is about an hour's drive from where I lived, and it takes about another hour to drive all the way to the top. where they have a restaurant and a bar. It was pretty late, around 3 a.m. in the morning. We knew the bar would be closed, but we thought we would just chill on the benches, have a smoke, and take in the view at first light. So we get to the base of the mountain and start driving up and around. The road twists around the mountain until you get to the top, so when you reach a turn, you can barely see around the corner. It was pitch black darkness. Only the road was visible due to the street lights, but apart from the road, the edges and the mountainside were barely visible. We had been driving for about half an hour. Everything was pretty enjoyable. Absolutely empty roads, complete silence. It was just very relaxing. As we turn one of the bends, I get this very uneasy feeling as I see something. Definitely a person sitting on a boulder at the edge of the road. My friend sees this as well, but keeps driving, but I realize that he is turning the car around and going back because it's pretty treacherous to reverse on that road. So we head back, slowly, and I realize that he is fine. He's not getting any bad feelings. He is in a normal mood. So I convinced myself that I'm acting weird. We park the car opposite of this figure, the engine still running, and my friend calls out, "Hi there, are you okay?" I have to admit, I was still pretty scared, so I didn't say anything. No response. The figure then looks up in our direction, and we see that it's a woman, wearing a plain white dress, with very long beautiful hair, but her face was 3 times the length of a normal person's face. Her eyes were completely blank, and she had a smile on her face. I swear, we both felt so fearful that we were completely paralyzed. We couldn't yell, or even communicate, not even a single word. It felt like we couldn't move. I don't know how he found the courage to press the gas and get the hell out of there, but I do remember that when we got home, we had a very high fever, and we were both like that for a couple more days afterwards. Story 105. One night, I was in bed, getting ready to go to sleep. I was around 17 years old, living in my parents' basement. I heard someone open the basement door and start walking down the steps. It sounded like they were wearing flip-flops, which was odd because it was fairly cold outside at the time. They came down the steps and then stopped. I thought it might be my brother, but he was out with his friends, and he never wore flip-flops. I called out anyway, "Jake, is that you?" No answer, flip-flop, walking toward my door. "Dad? Mom?" No answer. The knob on my door started to move. No dice. It's locked. There was an audible, disappointed sign, and then, flip-flop, 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 away from my door and back up the steps. I was straight up scared as hell. I grabbed a baseball bat and went out to the living room, dividing the bedrooms. Nothing. No one in the bathroom. No one in my brother's room. No one on the steps. We had 2 phone lines at that house, so I called my parents' line. "Dad, did you see headlights come up the driveway, or hear anyone come in the house?" He hadn't. "Did you or Mom just come downstairs, wearing flip-flops?" "What?" "No, go back to bed, son." So I did, eventually. I thought someone had snuck into our house. It was the most genuinely terrified I had ever been. Story 106. Following a trail through the snowy woods on a cold winter night, suddenly, the strong scent of a woman's perfume. Just in one particular spot. I was past it before it really registered. That's odd, I thought. I stepped back. Yes, I could smell it. I took another step, and the smell was gone. When I stood in one particular spot, I could smell it. But one step either way, there was nothing. And the trail did not intersect with another. I stepped off the trail into the deep snow, and sure enough, no scent to the left or the right. The night was still. No wind. A chill went down my spine. By this time, I was looking around to see if maybe someone was hurt off the trail, or even if there was a body nearby. I called out. No response. I called again, listening carefully, and I stood there, wondering what to do. And then I carried on, with my hair standing up on my neck, looking back over my shoulder. You know what? I just realized I had never looked up into the trees. Story 107. I like primitive camping, and me and my wife go out sometimes by ourselves. We usually bring the dog, and spend a couple nights. This time we invited some friends for drinking shenanigans. On the first day, we heard a vehicle coming down the road. Not odd, but there are maybe 10 more sites on this several miles of road. It's a dirt road with nothing there but these primitive sites. One way in, one way out. What is odd though, is that the vehicle was a meat-packing truck. It was old, really old, and all the lettering on the side of the truck was faded, or gone. It was this fading beige and decrepit. None of us actually saw the person driving it, but there were no tags or plates on the back at all. So we all get creeped out, but collectively kind of decide it wasn't as weird as we thought, and we get back to enjoying our night. Flash forward to the next morning. My mom calls. She is panicking, freaking out. Apparently some hikers were abducted near us. There are several girls at our site, including my wife, and she is convinced it was them. I wanted to know how near, so I pulled up my GPS, and an article I found about it, with their last known locations. It was about a half a mile away from where we were. I legitimately don't remember what happened after that, but I'm scouring the news from those years, and it's hard to find an article. I want to say they found one of the girls tied to a tree. Apparently there are quite a lot of people abducted and murdered on and near the parkway. I'm pretty sure that the man driving the truck was never found. Story 108. This past summer, I was working on a project monitoring amphibian larvae. Many of them were in the middle of wide expanses of state land, largely unpatrolled. Technically, with no public access, but plenty of old logging roads and ATV trails people don't usually use for poetic strolls at sunrise, through nature, or bird watching. I stumbled onto a lot of illegal dumps with weird things. Sofas, construction equipment, hundreds of chew cans, baby clothes, not to mention plenty of abandoned camps and hangouts for people to shoot up, plenty of disposed paraphernalia. But without a doubt, the creepiest thing I ever found while I was alone, about 5 miles from a paved road following only deer trails, was an upright, gently used baby stroller. There were toys in the storage areas, and a blanket still in the main area. I just stood there and stared at it, like at any moment, something would step out of the woods at me. Story 109. I was hiking through a set of old train tunnels in Colorado with another female friend when we got to the last and longest train tunnel. We both got this horrible feeling that we were being watched. We entered the tunnel and began walking toward the other side. We kept hearing strange echoes and noises, but we both nervously laughed it off. We had one flashlight between us, and at the middle of the tunnel, it started to die. Right before it went out, we saw this really creepy, white, faceless man-sized doll. It had been stabbed repeatedly in the face, and white stuffing was leaking out. We heard loud shuffling behind us. The light went out. We hauled ass and ran to the end of the tunnel. On the way back, we took an alternate route. Neither of us ever went back to that trail. Story 110. When I was a kid in the mid-90s, my friends and I were hiking around the woods behind our house on some timber property, and we found an abandoned farmhouse. The weird thing was that the house had been left very suddenly. There was still an opened mail and magazines sitting on the coffee table, all dated back to the 1950s. The sheets and blankets were still on the beds, clothes still in the drawers, a pantry full of canned and jarred food. Half of it exploded or was leaking after so many years. There were dishes in the sink, dishes on the table, unburned candles still sitting waiting to be used, a refrigerator outside full of food that had turned to muck and dust. After exploring the house for a while, we checked out the farm. The chicken coop had dozens of chicken skeletons. There were 2 pig skeletons in a pen, and the remains of a horse and several cows in the surrounding pasture. It didn't occur to me as a kid at the time, but aside from the house having been left so suddenly, it was really remarkable that the entire place was undisturbed. There was no vandalism, no sign of entry, and as far as I could tell, we were the first people to set foot there in 40 years. Story 111. I watched security cameras for a transport company in Detroit. It was roughly 2 a.m. I'm watching the cameras and notice a woman in a nightgown standing at the end of the driveway. The facility is fenced and gated. I kept an eye on her, and she stood there for about 5 minutes, not moving, just kind of swaying back and forth. There weren't too many people working that late, but I let everyone at the facility know that there was a woman standing outside of the gate. One driver decided that he needed to hit the road. When he exited the gate, the woman walked in front of the truck, blocking him. I immediately phoned the police. He blared his horn, and then she rushed to the side of his truck and attempted to open his door aggressively. He sped away, leaving her standing there. She continued to stand there, in one place, not moving, for about 10 minutes. She eventually walked away, never to be seen by us again. The police never showed up. Story 112. My work has me walking and running around the whole plant all shift. We usually cover around 12 to 16 kilometers on a good day. Combine this with Ontario's negative 30 degrees Celsius winters, and a deadly crosswind caused by open shipping doors makes for a pretty rough shift. I was close to death 4 hours into my shift, so my coworker told me that she'd cover me while I went and took a quick nap in my car. I parked in the assembly plant's parking lot, across the street from ours, so the supervisor couldn't see me. No more than 15 minutes into my 3 a.m. nap, I was startled awake by someone tapping on my window. Looking around, the parking lot was deserted. Whoever woke me must have either ran away in the seconds it took me to open my eyes, or evaporated. I decided to head back to work, and I told my coworker about what happened. Her response: "Oh yeah, that happens all the time with everyone working the night shift. We don't know who it is doing it." I haven't taken a nap in the parking lot since. Story 113. I pulled over for a break on the way to Melbourne from Sydney at a truck stop. There were no street lights or anything. It was pitch black. No other trucks or cars at this stop. I turned off my lights. I switched the truck off. I pulled the curtains. I locked the truck from both sides and jumped into bed. I set my alarm and set my phone above me in the I couldn't get to sleep due to it being prime summer temperatures. I'm looking up at the ceiling, mentally planning out the day ahead. Suddenly, the passenger side door opens up slightly, and the cabin light turns on. What the hell? Now, the truck is fairly a late model, and in pristine condition, so there's no question about the door being faulty or anything like that. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, expecting someone to come up and see me sitting there with a solid rod in my hand that we use for tightening belts. No one came up, nor was there any noise at all. Just quiet, eerie silence. I grabbed my torch and jumped down and walked around the truck. No other trucks were around, nor were there any cars. It was just me and my fully loaded B-double. After around 5-10 minutes of getting messed with, I locked up and went to bed again. I left before the sun came up. Story 114. My 4-year-old daughter was supposedly asleep when I heard noises coming from her upstairs bedroom. I tried to listen, but could not make out what was being said. I approached the room, and she stopped talking. Thinking I alarmed her, I went into the room. At the time, she was sharing it with her 3-year-old sister. I walked in and saw the 4-year-old sitting up in bed. I smiled and said, "Is everything okay?" She said fine, but her sister said they were keeping her up. I asked who. My 4-year-old said, sorry, but that she was talking. When I asked her who was talking, my 3-year-old sat up and said, the girl in the window. She said you were coming. I asked who the girl was, and they both said a girl comes and stands in front of the window at night and talks to them. Not knowing what to say, I said okay, and tucked them in and hung around outside their door. The next day, I asked about the girl. They said she came back, but was mad. I waited a few days, and then asked again. My 4-year-old said that the girl in the window was still mad. I forgot about it for about a week, and then my wife said, who were the girls talking to upstairs? Freaked out, I ran upstairs, and both girls were sitting under the window, looking up. They turned and looked at me and asked if I wanted to meet the girl. When they turned around, disappointed, they said the girl had left. It has been about 5 years since, and I have not heard about the girl in the window ever again. Story 115. When I was about 11, some friends and I were having a slumber party, and we all snuck out of the house in the middle of the night and went to a park about half a block away. We had been there at least an hour or so, when I thought I saw a large figure about 100 feet away, lurking in the shadows under some trees. We all turned to look and stare at the shadow's direction for about 5 minutes, trying to make it out. Right about when we decided we were seeing things, the figure started running at top speed towards us. We jumped up and ran back to the house as fast as we could and locked the door. We could hear someone moving around the outside of the house, and then someone began tapping on the windows. We couldn't wake anyone up, since we would have to admit that we had snuck out. We spent the night huddled together in the middle of the living room. None of us slept that night. Story 116. When my cousin was around 7 years old, his room was in the basement. The basement level was half underground and half above ground. His room had a window, and his bed was right next to the window. One night, out of the blue, he wakes up and opens his eyes, and there's a man, crouched right outside the window, staring at him. He didn't know what to do, so he just froze for a second, and then turned over in bed and turned his back to the guy, and eventually fell asleep. Why he didn't run screaming to his parents' room is something that I will never understand. This went on for a while. On random nights, the stranger would come and stare at him through the window. Sometimes he would actually tap on the glass with his finger. On the opposite wall of the window was a mirror, so one night, when my cousin noticed the stranger was there, and he turned over in bed so as to not have to look at the guy, the stranger shined a flashlight and bounced the beam of light into the mirror to illuminate my cousin's face as if to say, "I can see you." But the worst part was this. One night the stranger finally got bold and began to push on the window to see if it would open, but luckily the window was locked. To this day, my cousin has no idea who the guy was, or what he wanted, or what he would have done had the window been unlocked that night. Story 117. As an undergraduate at a state university, I got a job on campus as a custodian assistant. The shift was from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. They were good about letting you get your max 20 hours a week, just about any time in between those hours. In theory, we were helping out the full-time state employee custodians, but in practice, once you knew what to do, you were responsible for an area by yourself. Some of the buildings I worked in were kind of old, early 20th century classroom buildings, with faculty offices in between. One building had a nice little movie theater dedicated to silent film legend, Lillian Gish, who was born nearby. I think film classes would meet there. In the lobby were stills and posters from Lillian Gish's movies. I had to go there, pick up, and vacuum one night a week. In the quiet, dark theater at midnight, with no one else in the building, the old-timey movie stills and posters of the actors wearing the ghoulish Carnival of Souls pancake makeup kind of creeped me out. No big deal, just felt a little unnerved with the freaky eyes of the now-dead actors looking at me. I graduated and a year later returned for graduate school. During the summer semester, I got my old job back, and one night, I got assigned to clean the building with the theater. Later in the evening, I go to clean the theater. I unlocked the door and saw some of the posters and stills on one wall and the light streaming in through the open doorway. No big deal, just a little creepy. I flipped the switch for the lobby lights and just about had a heart attack when I saw Lillian Gish standing a few feet away from me. It turns out they added a new exhibit while I was away. An incredibly realistic, life-sized wax statue of 90-year-old Lillian Gish. For half a second, I didn't know who was there in the dark or whose embalmed corpse was standing in front of me. Story 118. One of my childhood homes had a balcony that was attached to both my mother's bedroom and mine via big glass doors in each of our rooms. Next to the balcony are two trees. One of them I often used to climb up and down from the balcony. One night, my brother and my mother weren't home. I was 13 years old, reading in bed with a very dim reading light. I heard what sounded like something moving in one of the trees outside. But this didn't worry me, as possums and bats are common in our area. Now, I had thin curtains on the glass doors that separated my room and the balcony, and the doors faced out towards the street, where street lamp light was always visible through my curtains. Shortly after hearing the tree rustling noises, I see a shadow slowly move past the doors, at which point I immediately turn off my reading light and freeze like a deer in headlights. The shadow is tall, so it wasn't a neighbor kid, and it definitely wasn't my mother, who was 5 foot tall. The person moved slowly, creeping as though they were trying not to be noticed. They wouldn't likely be able to see into my room, but I could see them thanks to the street lights behind them. They moved past my doors out of sight. I sat there unable to move, or even think about what to do, other than be absolutely still. That is, until I heard another sound. The sound of someone trying to open a glass door. My mom's doors to the balcony. I didn't know if she had locked them or not, but I wasn't taking chances. I moved as quickly and as silently as I could to my bedroom door, and locked it. I listened for what the person was doing now, and they were still jiggling the glass door handle, but it sounded like the doors weren't opening. I felt relief. This person couldn't get in surely. All I had to do was wait for them to realize that, and then they would leave. Right? I heard light footsteps move back along the balcony, to my set of glass doors, until I saw his shadow stop directly in front of them. Again, I froze. He couldn't see me. He couldn't know that I can see him. I saw a shadow of a hand reach up to my door's handle, and my heart stopped. Had I locked those doors today? I was out there earlier. What if I forgot? The seconds leading up to him grabbing the handle felt like an eternity, but thankfully, when this person tried to open the door, it did not open. It was locked. I sighed such a sigh of relief. I was worried that he had heard it. After this, he began pacing the length of the balcony. I didn't have a cell phone, and the landline was at the other end of the house, but I was too scared to take my eyes off the person. I was silently crying and praying that they would just leave. Then I heard him stop moving, and then he said, "I could just break the glass, you know." Before I could even process this, I saw car headlights turn around the corner of my street, and then stop at our property gate. My mom was home. The person on the balcony moved out of sight. When my mom came inside, I was hysterical, and was barely coherent in telling her what happened. Eventually, I got the message across, and she called the police. They never found or caught anyone, but a neighbor reported a truck in the street that matched the description of a truck that had been reported recently for attempted child abductions near my school, which was a block away. Story 119. Some years ago, I was staying at my parents' place looking after their cat while they were away on vacation. At a little before 5 a.m. one morning, I was woken to the sound of the glass on their front screen door shattering, followed by pounding on the door. I went to the door to find out what was happening. Long story short, one of the neighbors had a grown child living with them who had a psychotic breakdown. He attempted to murder both his parents with a big butcher knife. His mom escaped and ran to my parents' house. I let her in, of course. Her arms and hands were covered in defensive wounds, and she had also been stabbed several times. She ended up surviving. Her husband did not. The kid committed suicide. The scariest part that I didn't know until later, at the time that I let the mother in, as I was closing the door, I thought I saw someone else. I opened it thinking maybe it was the father needing help too, but no one was there. So I shut the door again and went back to helping the mom. A neighbor who had been woken up by the noise and looked out the window told me that it was the son chasing his mom up my parents' front steps that I had seen. He turned away after I closed the door and went back and killed his father instead. If I had been 5 seconds later letting her in, she likely would have been killed on my parents' front doorstep. A couple seconds faster opening the door again, and he still would have been there. Story 120. I had pulled over one night to discipline my 2 young children. A car pulled up beside me and told me that there had been a wreck over the next hill and traffic was stopped. They suggested that I take a side road that detours the wreck. I thanked them and they left. I decided not to take that road because I'm from the country and didn't want to get lost. As I drove by the detour road, I looked over and saw the couple had stopped and had gotten out of their car. There was nothing but woods all around. It was just getting dark and that's all I could see. The next morning as I drove by the same road, I saw the dead end sign just past where the couple had gotten out of their car. It still gives me the chills when I drive past it now, and it's been 15 years since it happened. Story 121. My daughter was driving from Wichita Falls, Texas to Oklahoma City on my 44 to catch our plane home to Pennsylvania. It was 4:5 a.m. I remember because I was afraid that we would miss our flight and the highway was empty. We were almost out of Lawton city limits when we saw an older model car, light blue or silver, launch off an embankment roll 3 or 4 times. I could actually see a human fly through the air. I pulled over and called 911 and gave them the GPS coordinates of the overpass. I asked the dispatch if I should back down the highway, and she told me not to because there was an officer less than minutes away. When I got home, I Googled it, and this is what I found. Exactly 10 years prior, a group of teenagers were speeding down a suburban road when they lost control, flipped over a guide rail, and rolled down the embankment. All 6 kids were killed. They were driving a 1986 Oldsmobile. The time of the accident, 4:5 a.m. Story 122. I was living in Las Vegas at the time and was 19 years old. I lived in a trailer park in Northtown, a not-so-nice area of Las Vegas. The trailers were about 10 feet apart at best. At about 11 p.m., I heard the sound of bodies flopping on the ground from the trailer next door. It sounded like someone wrestling or fighting, but no yelling or loud voices. I then heard the screen door of the trailer open and then a car speed off. I thought nothing of it and kept to myself. My roommate was at work and wouldn't be home until morning. I went to bed. I woke up to a tapping on my front door. As I opened my eyes, I saw a police officer holding a shotgun leaned against my window. I woke up in a hurry and answered the door. The police officer told me that I had to vacate the premises for my own safety. Apparently, the sounds I heard were from my neighbor who stabbed and killed someone in their trailer. Story 123. The road that I take to get to my house is very long and windy. It's surrounded by trees and there are no houses on it. It's just a very long road out in the middle of nowhere. 7 years ago, a car with 4 people inside crashed into a tree on that road. It was a very big deal because everyone in the car died, and supposedly there was something wrong with the brakes and the car just kept accelerating faster and faster and then finally hit a tree that was located almost at the end of the road. Every day when I drive down it, I think of how scared everyone inside the car must have been as they flew down this road at 100 miles per hour and then finally lost control. I literally think about it every time I drive down it. Last weekend, I was driving home from work and I had gotten off late. It was around 2 a.m. when I was driving down the road. The road is unpaved and is very rough, so unless you have the right tires, you have to drive down it slow. As I was driving down, going about 15 miles per hour, I saw some people randomly standing next to a tree. I stopped the car after I passed them and saw in my passenger side mirror that there was 3 people walking towards my car. I immediately had a very bad feeling and hit the gas. I sped the rest of the way down the road much faster than I ever had before. There were 4 people that died in the crash 7 years ago, and I only saw 3 people. I don't believe in ghosts, but there was no other car on the road. I can't think of a reasonable explanation as to why they would be out there so late at night, walking down a very long road. Every time I drive down the road at night, I'm afraid I will see them again. What would have happened if I hadn't driven away from them? Story 124. Many years ago, my kids told me that I had started snoring at night. I didn't believe them and decided to record myself sleeping. The next day, when I listened to the recording, the first thing you could hear was me breathing. And then after a while, I started snoring. And then clear as day, I heard 2 voices talking to each other over me. They said, "Can she? I don't think she can." I had the tape for years. I've shown it to many people. Nobody has recognized the voices. And I always thought they were wondering if I could hear them. Story 125. Driving home from my friend's house one night, I had to pee, so I pulled off the road to go. I was doing my business against an old wire fence that's meant to keep cattle from walking into the street, when I look up and see a man standing in the field in front of me, about 50 yards away. He was moving. Just standing there. I seriously cannot even express how scary this was. I got back in my car and drove off. It makes absolutely no sense why someone would be out in that field on a deserted road in the pitch black night. Story 126. I was house sitting for my friend one time, and her dog's racking crazy, barking at nothing, whimpering. Eventually I had heard a weird noise upstairs. I counted the dogs and they were all with me. I messaged the group chat that if they didn't get updates from me in 5 minutes, they should call the cops. I went to go look upstairs. I tried to bring a dog with me, but they were having none of it. Eventually I found the source of the noise and was relieved to see that it was just the sink. I turned off the water and texted the group chat, "Never mind, it was just the sink." And then somebody replied, "But who turned it on?" Story 127. I grew up in an old farmhouse on a huge valley in a residential area. One night my parents are out of town and my aunt is watching us. I'm around 12 or 13 years old at the time, and me and my sister are playing on our trampoline, which is about 5 feet from the edge of a wooded hill. It's dark outside and it was fall, so all the leaves had fallen to the ground. Out of nowhere we hear a scream that could only be described as a woman being murdered. But not only that, with the screams we hear the leaves rustling like she is trying to get away. My aunt hears it from inside the house and runs out and sees us looking toward the screaming. It stops completely and she tells us to come inside and has the phone in her hand. She calls the police and they show up. They go down and search the area for about an hour and find nothing. My brothers and I never went near that area again. Story 128. Sometimes when I'm going to sleep I like to keep track of how weird my thoughts get right before I actually fall asleep. Usually within a few minutes before I conk out, my thoughts are just nonsense, just random things. A year ago I was going through a pretty bad time. My girlfriend dumped me for another guy. Work was terribly stressful, and I only found a new apartment a couple days before my lease was up and I had to move out. A day or two before I had to move out, All my stuff was moved out already, and I was sleeping on an air mattress in the living room. I was falling asleep and paying attention to how weird my thoughts were getting. Nothing too strange, just a bunch of random thoughts and phrases popping through my head. When all of a sudden, clear as a bell, I heard what sounded like a voice just a few feet away from me say, "Just cut him open. Oh, he can hear us." I snapped up, looked around, and of course there was nobody there. It was just a creepy auditory hallucination, I guess. But it felt absolutely real, and it was made worse by how strange and how empty my home felt at that moment. Story 129. This happened a few years ago. My wife was working a second shift, so it was only me and my dog in the house. As I'm getting into bed, I hear something in the den. It sounded like whispering, loud enough to hear, but not loud enough to make out what was being said. As I'm walking to my bedroom door, I'm thinking someone has broke into the house, but my dog has not made a peep the whole time. So I open the door, and it's a song that is playing. The same song that I use as my wife's ringtone when she calls me, so I just think that I left my phone out in the den. So I go check where I would usually put it in the den, but it's not there. Then I realize it's on my nightstand beside my bed where I put it to charge. So I search for where the song is coming from, and it's my computer, which I had shut down earlier in the day and now was on. The media player was pulled up, and the song, my wife's ringtone, was playing. It didn't freak me out that much at first, but the more I thought about it, it did, and I slept with the bedroom door locked that night. Story 130. When I was 10 years old, I had an incredibly vivid nightmare that I was being chased through a dark maze by a giant, disembodied hand. I woke up in a cold sweat, shaking all over, and I needed to use the bathroom. I mustered my courage and got out of bed and walked down the hall. When I opened the bathroom door and turned on the light, the hand was there. I screamed at the top of my lungs and then woke up again. It turns out that I had a false awakening, where you dream that you woke up. Thinking I was awake and then finding my nightmare had come true was mind-numbingly terrifying. Story 131. I had fallen asleep around 9 p.m. and was awoken a little later by the sound of rumblings and glasses vibrating together. As I woke and lifted my head off the pillow, I saw what I mumbled. "What the hell are you doing?" Just as I finished my sentence, she walked through our bedroom door from the hallway. I remember feeling confused and asked her what the hell was going on. She told me that there was an earthquake. Still weary, I was very confused. I eventually asked my mother half. "So who just went into the closet?" "Don't say that," she said. I jumped off the bed and opened the closet door. Nothing. Just a closet. Honestly, I'm by far very skeptical about supernatural happenings, but I still to this day logically can't explain what happened. I creeped myself out by asking if maybe the earthquake happened to wake me up and stop whatever was about to happen to me from happening. Whatever was standing in my room watching me sleep had to quickly escape, and at the last moment I saw a glimpse of something I shouldn't. Story 132. My best friend and her father dropped me off at my house after school because my parents were still working. As they were driving away, they saw a man sneak up behind me from the other side of our house while I was unlocking the door with my back turned. They slammed it in reverse, honked like crazy, and the man turned and bolted away. I was 14 and was so frightened. That's when my innocent child view vanished. I don't know what would have happened if they didn't see him. Story 133. When the first paranormal movie came out, I was still living with my mom. I saw it with my then boyfriend and was terrified. Later that night that we watched it, I was in bed. I tossed and turned for about an hour, too freaked out to fall asleep. Every little noise in the house got my heart thumping. When I actually began to fade out, I heard something in the kitchen at the other end of the house and then footsteps down the hall getting closer to me. I also heard what sounded like someone sliding their hand along the wall. 2 seconds away from screaming, my bedroom door opens and I scream bloody murder. It's my mom. She had been sleepwalking and she screamed as she woke up, standing in the middle of my bedroom. Story 134. I was 4 years old and camping with my family. We went walking in the woods and I stopped to tie my shoe. My parents slowed but walked a little ahead of me. All of a sudden, this woman with the same colored hair and eyes as me came up to me, got down on one knee, held her arms out to me, addressed me by my name and said with tears in her eyes, "Don't you remember me? I'm your real mommy. You were taken away from me when you were 2. I immediately became terrified and ran to my parents. I tried to tell them about the lady, but when they looked back, she was gone. This messed me up for years. I thought the lady was telling the truth until I was about 10 years old. I was convinced that I was kidnapped from her, when in reality, she was trying to kidnap me. My mom has brown hair and blue eyes. My dad has brown hair and brown eyes, and I have blonde hair and green eyes. That lady, whoever she was, had blonde hair and green eyes. Story 135. I was watching TV probably 3 years ago. The TV had a small glare on it, and I could kind of see the sunlight from the hallway reflected on it behind me. It was probably 2 or 3 in the afternoon. I was completely alone. My wife was at work. I was watching TV, and I noticed in the glare, the silhouette of a tall man stepped into view. I froze solid and didn't make any movements or noise. In fact, if you were looking at me from behind, I would have appeared to remain in the exact same state. But somehow, the silhouette of the man stopped right when I noticed it, lingered for a second, appeared to raise his arm and wave, and then stepped out of view. I didn't hear a door open or close. I didn't hear a window budge or break or anything. And I didn't find any evidence of anyone. Story 136. I am a 911 dispatcher and I work the night shift. At my agency, we work 12-hour shifts with one partner. I am no longer on the same shift with the partner I was on that night. However, the change in partner was simply a change in schedule. To give some background, my dispatch center currently only dispatches fire and EMS, not law enforcement. We are located in one of our fire stations, and the station is only staffed by the 2 dispatchers and 2 medics in the same building. There is another separate and larger building across the parking lot where our administrative staff, such as HR and payroll, works during the regular work week. Nobody is in this building past 1700 hours or on the weekends. In this building, there is a very nice updated firefighters' quarters, which includes a large kitchen, a pool table, a couple large and comfy couches, and a television. Our fire department is a volunteer department, so the firefighters' quarters are not staffed or occupied unless there is a special event or someone decides to crew the station for a night. Being on such long shifts, I sometimes cook when the phones aren't ringing because dispatch also has a small kitchen. We often are missing a pot or pan, so we will venture over to the nice, updated firefighters' quarters because they often have what we are missing. About 3 or 4 months ago, late at night, I was trying to bake banana bread and we, of course, did not have a bread pan. It was around 2:30 in the morning and I told my partner, Mike, that I was going to run over to the admin building to see if they had one. I grabbed my badge that allows me to buzz into our buildings after hours and walked out the door. I started walking across the parking lot and I took in the fresh, chilly, yet crisp air that met me. It's a short walk over to the admin building and I flashed my badge up to the buzzer and heard the lock click. The night was extremely dark and only the building's exterior lights were on, so the inside was dark. I walked in and turned to my immediate right to buzz into the firefighters' quarters. I had my iPhone playing my Spotify playlist and tucked it into my back pocket. I walked into the firefighters' quarters and flicked on the 2 kitchen lights but left the others off. I began sorting through the cupboards and cabinets trying to find my bread pan. I was having quite a bit of difficulty finding the pan I was looking for and I decided to look in their large walk-in pantry. As I'm ruffling through the pantry, I hear a muffled bang from outside the firefighters' quarters in the main lobby. It wasn't extremely loud, but I heard it over my music playing on half volume. I stop and freeze. I thought for a second that maybe Mike had followed me over to come check on me since it was taking me a long time. That was quickly debunked when I realized 2 things. First, even if he was worried, he couldn't leave dispatch without anyone at a console ready to answer a 911 call. Second, I had my cell phone on me, so he would have just called or texted me, not followed me over. My second thought was that I left the doors unlocked and somebody followed me in. That was also quickly debunked because the doors aren't manually locked and unlocked. They automatically lock 10 seconds after the initial buzz-in. I quickly found myself on edge, but figured that it was probably just the loud air ducts or heating as it was a very large building. I kept rifling through the pantry without further incident. Still no bread pan. I exited the pantry, closed the doors, and walked over to the sink to check in the dishwasher, thinking someone may have used it and not put it away. Soon after I walked to the sink, a strong, unpleasant, and very recognizable scent took over my senses. It hit me all at once, and I couldn't believe how repulsive it smelled. As an ant, I was able to identify the scent right away from the few times I'd encountered it. It was that of a decomposing body. I started commenting to myself how wretched it smelled and that the firefighters needed to man up and do a better job of keeping up with their kitchen. It was not a second after I made the remark about my lazy firefighters that I heard a deep, manly scoff and chuckle coming from the other side of the firefighter quarters. I was not immediately alarmed, slightly startled, but I just walked over to see who the hell happened to be in there at such a late hour without knowing that they were crewing. I walked out of the kitchen expecting to meet someone wearing a blue fire department shirt, but nobody made themselves readily known. I followed up with a curious, "Hello." And I made an awkward chuckle as well, thinking about how stupid I looked, blindly looking for this firefighter who startled me. Nothing, and nobody, to explain the feeling that hit me harder than a freight train, is impossible. My eyes began watering, but I was not about to cry. My arms were raised with goosebumps, and my heart was doing backflips in my chest. I looked left and then right to find nobody. I walked over to the light switch and flipped them all on. All of them switched on except for the one closest to the couches and TV, and I about lost all my stability. I looked over to the dark section with a couch facing away from me with a high back. My mind danced with fear as I imagined a crazed killer laying on the couch with a sinister smile spread across their face and hiding from me, but ready to jump up at any moment. I began rationalizing the situation, and realized I was being way too jumpy and dramatic. I had to use my badge not once, but twice to gain access to where I currently was, so it was clear nobody was there who shouldn't be. I spoke up again, now really thinking it was a firefighter messing with me, which wouldn't be cool, but not completely out of the ordinary either. "Hey, you scared me. I'm just trying to find a bread pan. How come you didn't tell us you were crewing?" I began approaching the couches, hoping someone would answer me. Nobody responded. I stopped about halfway from the lights to the couch. I waited another second. Okay, screw off honestly. Also, it smells like literal death in here, so you need to clean the hell up. It's nasty. At this point, I was getting real mad as the thought that a firefighter was just messing with me made more and more sense to me. It seemed cruel and a mean thing to do. Still, nobody answered me, and I again started to second-guess myself, and maybe it was my music that somehow sounded like a male laughing. I took a deep breath and went to grab my badge and close the dishwasher. It was clear I wasn't going to find my pan. I walked over to the dishwasher, where it previously smelled of rotting flesh, and much to my surprise, it no longer smelled like that rotting, almost bitter smell. I slammed the dishwasher shut and turned to leave. I switched off the lights and pressed the bar to walk out the door, when I heard what sounded like nails against a bumpy textured wall coming from behind me. The air felt still as I whipped back around, getting ready to lay hard into this jerk trying to scare me. I wanted to know how screwed he would be once the chief caught wind of this. After all, it was way too early for these kinds of shenanigans, and I was over it. Despite being a smaller female, I was about ready to teach this idiot a lesson or two. But again, I saw nobody once I turned around, but the sound continued, only it almost sounded like shuffling now. I backed up into the press bar again with some force this time, and nearly fell through the doorway. My feet caught up to my increasingly panicked body on a direct path to the floor, and I turned to run out the firefighters' quarters. As I turned and began quickly pacing out the building, I caught a glimpse of a dark standing figure at the end of the long open lobby near the side exit door. The eerie part was how his silhouette was dimly illuminated by the green exit sign, and all I could make out in the split second I saw him was the outline of a large body. That solidified the whole experience for me, as I knew nobody should have been in that building. And I ran all the way across the parking lot, back to dispatch, and buzzed myself in. I apologized to Mike for taking so long, and word vomited this entire encounter to him. He seemed shocked, and had never heard of anything like it happening. He is also a firefighter with our department, and had been for many years, yet nobody had ever said anything similar. We decided to watch the security cameras posted outside that watch over the entrance to the admin building. Nobody exited. We investigated the next morning to find nothing out of place, and nothing unusual. As far as I know, there haven't been any deaths that occurred on this property, and I have not experienced anything out of the ordinary since. I tend to think rationally, as you do in my field. I have heard my fair share of horrors and nightmares unfold on the phone with callers, and seen many things in the field. This experience definitely scared me, and I will never forget that bone-tingling fear of someone able to see you, but you can't see them. Story 137. I was in bed, listening to an album from a well-known metal artist. It was on full blast, when suddenly, the music got interrupted, and a female voice started talking. She sounded like a flight attendant, and very politely and calmly stated, "Your greatest wish is to die, your greatest wish will come true." I freaked out, and ran from my room to grab an adult. They told me to stop freaking out, that it was probably just a part of another song on the CD. I listened to that entire album several times, and never found anything like that on it. Even today, I still try to search for a song that has those lyrics at the end. Story 138. I used to work as a cashier at a BP that was right off the interstate. It doubled as a truck stop, and was open 24 hours. I had worked there for about a year, so I was fairly comfortable with the job, and I was used to working night shifts, alone, despite being a smaller person. So I was working one night, and everything was going as usual. It was about 1 a.m., and I saw a pull in. 3 passengers got out, and entered the store. The 2 men were wearing camouflage outfits, and the woman was wearing jeans and a sweater. The men talked to the woman outside of the door, before entering, and then they all went straight to me at the counter, and asked for some cigarettes. As the one man was paying, the other one went to the other side of the store, looking at drinks. I looked at the woman, and realized that she had a look of panic on her face. I immediately felt in my gut that something bad was going on. We made eye contact, and she mouthed the words, "Help me." Then, the man grabbed his cigarettes with one hand, and the woman's arm with the other, and yelled at his buddy that they were ready to go. I was only 19, and wasn't really sure what to do, so I waited until they walked out the door, and slid my hand under the counter, and hit the panic button. About 5-10 minutes later, the cops got there, and I told them what happened. They looked at the surveillance videos, and told me that they were investigating a kidnapping, with a description of that same vehicle. I told them which direction they went on the interstate, and the rest of the officers left after them, while I gave my statement to the one who stayed behind. I never did find out if they caught them or not. Story 139. In college, I would go home every other weekend to work at the job I had since high school. I would drive directly from campus after my last class on Friday to my job. After my shift was done, I'd go back to my parents' house, which was out in the middle of nowhere. My parents weren't yet home when I got back from work. They often spent their Friday and Saturday evenings drinking, like they were the ones in college. So the house was dark, and, since it was mid-fall, so was the yard, except for that one yard light. I pulled into my normal parking spot, got out of the car, and then turned to open the back door of my car, and get my backpack out of the back seat. That's when I noticed that the bathroom light was on. Was that light on when I pulled up? It must have been. Right? As I was contemplating the light, and reaching for my backpack, there was suddenly a very angry looking old woman standing in the window staring at me. She was very pissed off at me, and I knew it. We stood there staring at each other for a good 10 seconds, when my parents pulled into the driveway and distracted me from my stare down. By the time I turned back, the light was still on, but the woman was gone. Story 140. About 2 years ago, I was driving home from a family reunion pretty late at night, and the drive was about 2 hours. I didn't stay the night, because I had to be back for work the following day. Most of the drive was on roads with dense bushes and trees on either side. The real creepy ones you see a lot in movies. I had been driving about 45 minutes, and I was starting to get really tired. I knew I wasn't going to last, but I didn't come across any place that I felt I could park and safely sleep. After it became clear to me that I wasn't going to find a place to pull over, and my tiredness wasn't going away, I did something very questionable. I pulled over to the side of the road onto the grass behind some bushes to try and hide my car from anybody else who was going to come past. I made a mental note that the time was 11:22, and then I fell asleep. Some time later, I was awoken by a scratching sound. I looked at the clock. 11:50. The sound stopped after a few seconds, and because I was still extremely tired, I didn't bother looking around, and simply went back to sleep. I was later awoken by the same sound, and it was now 12:40. This time, it really freaked me out, because the sound didn't stop. The thought ran across my mind that it was just an animal inspecting my car, but why would it return almost an hour after it had left the previous time? I looked in my rearview mirror, and just managed to catch a glimpse of something running away into the forest. I got the hell out of there. There was a bend no more than 100 yards up the road, and as I came around it, there was a car parked off to the side of the road with the driver's side door open. I slowed down just to look to see if anyone was in there. There wasn't. Then, I looked in my rearview mirror. I didn't see anything, and then all of a sudden, this guy comes sprinting around the corner. He starts screaming at me, shouting stuff like, hey you, get out of the car now." I sped off. I never saw the guy again. Story 141. I once had to work at a very late shift at the funeral home to prepare a body for a viewing the following morning. I think I finally finished my work around midnight. It was winter, and I ended up getting snowed in at the funeral home that night. I had to stay the night until the plows came early in the morning to plow me out. Let me tell you, it is creepy as hell sleeping in a funeral home, knowing that there are 20 dead people in the basement, especially when you hear constant noises. Story 142. I'm in college, and I live on a campus in a dorm room. This dorm is very old and community style. I've been living here for 2 months with my roommate, and everything has been fine. In the last week, we've had all of our lights in our room, just our room, go out. We've been trying to put maintenance requests in for the past week, but the website won't allow us to do it for some reason. Last night, I heard my roommate yelling from the hallway that her key wasn't working in the lock and that she needed in now. So I stumbled out of bed and was reaching for the lock on the door when I looked over and saw her asleep in her bed. I backed away from the door to go back to sleep, thinking that it had been a dream. I took a last look at my sleeping roommate and went to turn around to climb into my bed when I saw the shadow under the door. The door is a good inch or two off the ground, so I bent down to see if there was someone standing at our door or the one across the hall. When I was eye level with the crack, I saw a pair of boots facing the door. Then the person turned away and I heard the stairwell door open. I couldn't even turn on the lights because the bulbs were out, so I crawled into bed with my lamp and sat there for an hour because I was freaking out. To get onto the girls' floor, you have to have the student card of someone that lives here. They lock the building up at midnight every night to make sure that only students and guests are inside. We've had problems with homeless people sleeping in some of our buildings. I was freaking out because the boots at the door were men's boots. I could have swore I heard my roommate's voice. Story 143. I took care of my mentally handicapped cousin a few years back. She could get around well enough, but due to severe arthritis in her knees and ankles, she had to be watched, helped into the bath, shit like that. I would go into her room in the morning, help her to her walker so she could go to the bathroom, and I would make her breakfast. One morning, I heard the water running in the bathroom when I went in to check on her. I had to pass her room on the way to the bathroom. When I did, I saw that she was in her rocking chair in the corner, her blanket over her head, and she was rocking back and forth. "Don't leave the water on. You're going to flood the place." I went into the bathroom to shut the faucet off, and my cousin was there washing her face. I immediately ran back to the room, but it was just her blanket crumpled up on the rocking chair. My cousin wanted to know why I undid her bed. I didn't stay too long after that. Story 144. When I was younger, I used to live by the woods and could see a cemetery from my back porch. One Easter, I remember waking up and seeing the Easter bunny. I didn't tell anyone, but there was an extra Easter egg in my house that my parents didn't hide. Years later, when I was in high school, I asked my parents if they ever dressed up like the Easter bunny and came into our room. They said they would never go through so much trouble. Then, my younger sister, who I shared a bunk bed with when this happened, said she remembers when the Easter bunny came into our room. I was terrified that we both remembered seeing a person dressed as a bunny in our room. To make it even weirder, I told the friends I sat with at lunch what happened. One of the girls was my neighbor across the street. She told me one Easter a long time ago, she looked out her window during the night and saw the Easter bunny standing in her driveway. It gave me chills. To this day, I am terrified of people who wear that costume. Story 145. I had awesome parents who let me sleep in the living room because my sister was a light sleeper and I could stay up until dawn. But of course, I've always ended up sleeping on the couch because Nick at night made me tired. One night, I wake up to a strange feeling, like an instinct. I just bolted into a sitting position and stared out the front window. We lived in rural Georgia, so you can imagine the magnitude of trees and perfect light cast from the moon. I see a silhouette of someone in the tree in front of my house. The family dog dashes to the window and is snarling into the glass. Terrified, I run into my parents' room and try to explain to my parents that there is a strange person outside. My dad grabs something defensive. I tremble in my mom's arms until my dad comes back in and says that he saw no one and he wants me to go to bed. I decide to sleep in my regular bedroom. I tell my sister what happened. Dad is making regular rounds in the house with a cup of coffee. Everything is silent and calm and I finally think to myself, I can sleep. Nope. I noticed the man outside my window. He gives me a hush signal and runs away. He just turns around to run a straight line away. Story 146. Every bit of this story is true. I grew up playing pool and going out of town for the weekend to play a tournament was common. My friends and I were in our early 20s and on a tight budget, so we decided to carpool and share a hotel room for the next tournament. We even found a fourth guy, Bert, to ride along with us. I had only met Bert once prior. He was a huge redneck with a wandering eye. Intimidating and drunk might be the best word to describe him. On the 3-hour ride to the tournament, Bert was already drunk and talking crazy shit about his wife. Apparently they were going through a divorce and he was not happy about it. He eventually starts describing this fight where he has her on the floor with his foot on her neck and then cutting her throat. Everyone in the vehicle was like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? We all make it back home from the tournament and the following Monday, I get a call. It's the cops. Holy shit. They asked me the strangest questions about Bert. Did he have mud on his shoes? Did he mention his wife? What was his demeanor like on the trip? Weeks later, I would find out what really happened. Bert murdered his wife that Thursday night. The next afternoon, He gets in my car for a road trip. That fight that he described in the car wasn't just some fight. He was describing how he murdered her. I went on a road trip and shared a hotel room with this guy. Story 147. I had a very frightening night last year. Out of the blue, I live by myself, and late in the night, I got a phone call. My cell phone's volume was down very low, and I couldn't hear it ring while I slept. I woke up for no particular reason. About an hour after the call, I grabbed my phone and looked at the screen, and it was a private number. I went back to sleep and thought nothing of it. I woke up again a couple hours later, and I looked on my phone to see that the same number had called 15 more times. That was enough to wake me up completely, and I saw that I had 3 new voicemails from that number. I listened to the first one that was left. A man whispered into the phone, "I just crawled through the window in your dining room." That obviously made my hair stand on end, and I felt like I was going to pass out. I sat in bed terrified for a few minutes, thinking of what I should do next. I listened to the second voicemail. The man then said into the phone, "Your bedroom door is locked." After hearing that, I immediately called 911. I told them somebody was in my house. They proceeded with questions, and I didn't hear a single one. I was so scared. I stayed on the until 2 officers showed up at my house and they searched the place. Eventually, I felt comfortable enough to let them leave, and when they did, I listened to the third voicemail. The man whispered into the phone, "I am hiding in your house." After hearing that, I got in my car and drove to my sister's house and slept there that night. I didn't return home until the next day with more police officers, my sister and her husband. The whole place was searched inside and out, and we all found nothing. Not a single sign of forced entry, nothing. Not a single phone call after that night, and I need to tell myself it was just some kid trying to scare me. Story 148. When I was in high school, you could say I had some mental issues. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I was depressed all the time and thought about killing myself regularly. My parents had me go off to a psychiatric institution for boys. I made friends with boys who were like me. They had similar problems and understood where I was coming from. This one day, a new boy arrived on our block. We all knew very quickly that he was a very special case. On his first day, he attacked another boy with a plastic spoon he had broken. He was put into private isolation where he received counseling every day as well as massages to try to keep him calm. At some point, he was free to be around the rest of the boys again, and on the day he was first allowed to join us, he came up behind me when I was drawing and bit the back of my neck. I don't mean he gave me a nibble either. I was rushed to the nurse's station and had to get 23 stitches. I was released from the institution before this boy was, and every day I was there with him, I was terrified. He would look at me often with a hatred in his eyes. All he wanted to do was hurt me and every other boy there. I have no idea what became of him. Story 149. My father remarried when I was 7 years old. My new stepmother had 3 kids. The youngest, a boy, was just a baby. Her oldest was also a boy, and he was a very nice kid. He was 2 years older than me. Her middle child was my age, and she was a girl. This girl, we'll call her Amy, was extremely troubled. She was a very, very mean child. When we first moved in with them, I would wake up in the middle of the night, and Amy would sometimes be there in the doorway to my room watching me. I'm not exaggerating. She actually did this, and my dad flipped out when I told him. Amy stopped doing it after she got in trouble, but after a few weeks, one night I woke up to unbelievable pain. Amy had pushed a thumbtack into my forehead. I screamed and cried, and my dad and mom came running into the room. Amy got in trouble, of course, but not like she should have. My parents were in denial and figured she was just mad at me, but I told them there was something wrong with her and that nothing had happened and she had no reason to be mad at me and to do something like this. I could tell that my dad knew there was something more that was wrong. I tried telling my dad I thought she should go to a hospital, but at my age, I didn't really know what they were called. Just a hospital for people with problems. We lived down a dirt road, and during the weekends, sometimes I was forced to play with Amy. I constantly told her to stop staring at me and to not come near me. I was living in hell. This little girl was crazy. All she talked about was becoming a doctor so she could do surgery, but maybe not good surgery, as she put it. She said it would be fun to cut people's bodies open and fill their cavities and arteries with broken glass and nails. To say I was scared of her would be an understatement. One day I was playing in my room when she told me to come with her. She wanted to show me something. I followed her down to the creek by our house, and when I got there, I almost fainted. She had brutally killed a bunch of ducks. I ran home and cried. She told me that if I told anybody, she would stick thumbtacks into my head again. My dad and her mom eventually got divorced a couple years later, and it's been many years now. About 5 years ago, I saw on her mom's social media account that she was committed to a mental institution. Surprise, surprise. Story 150. I was asked to house sit a few years back for my good friend Paul. He and his family were going to Disney World on vacation for 5 days, and he wanted me to stay there and feed their pets and just make sure everything was cool while they were gone. I was unemployed and he offered me $200. I really needed the money, so I agreed to do it. The first couple of days were fun and relaxing, as a matter of fact. They had a hot tub that I took advantage of, and their 2 dogs were really awesome. On my 3rd night there, however, things started to get weird. I made a sandwich for dinner and left everything on the counter, or so I thought. About an hour later, I returned to the kitchen counter to grab a beer and put everything away, and I noticed the bread was already put up and the mustard and mayonnaise were also already back in the fridge. I wasn't positive that I didn't put everything away, but I was pretty sure. I brushed it off and fell asleep watching TV. The next day I woke up and the TV was off. Not just the TV though, all the lights in the room, the TV, and the speakers too. I was officially weirded out by this point and thought they might have had a ghost or something. Again I brushed it off. The rest of the day everything was cool. Nothing weird happened. Then the next day I went to the store, and when I came back I decided to get back in the hot tub. A while later I got out and realized my towel that I had left hanging on the hook on the deck was gone. I went inside dripping all over the place and found my towel in the master bathroom flung over the side of the shower. I knew for sure I had not put the towel there, and I called Paul to ask him if he was used to weird shit like this happening in his house and if they might have had a ghost. He told me no, that they hadn't experienced anything weird. He then told me to ask John. I asked who John was, and his answer confused me. He said it was his brother-in-law. I told him his brother-in-law has not come by since I'd been there. His response gave me goosebumps. He said John lives there with us. I was so freaked out that I tuned out everything else he said to me and finally said back to him. I have not seen him one time. Why would you ask me to house sit if he was here too? He then said John was disabled and he couldn't drive a car or get around the house easily. After hearing that, I told him again I haven't seen him once and that I was so freaked out I was gonna leave. He tried to keep talking to me, but I hung up and ran to start gathering my clothes and whatnot. I was on edge, and a few minutes later I had all my things and bolted out of that house. Paul called me 2 days later and told me John said he never saw me either. Story 151. A few years ago I was home alone at night. I was watching TV in the living room when I heard the doorbell ring. Whenever I hear the doorbell ring, especially when I'm home alone, I am very cautious to answer it. I walked up to the people without turning on the porch light so they don't know if anyone is actually home or not, and I looked through it. It was really dark, but I can see a small figure, more like a black blob. I don't know its definite shape, and had to be around 3 to 4 feet, doing like a dancing motion, dipping down and oscillating its arms outward. Think of a person moving their arms like wings gracefully. It was dark outside, but this figure was darker, so I could see this going on. After a few seconds, I stopped looking through the people because it was too freaky to look at. I regained some courage and looked back through it, and whatever it was gone. To this day, I still don't know what that was, and I get freaked out just thinking about it. Story 152. I'll give you some backstory before I begin. I'm 21 years old now, but when this happened I was only 14. I was home alone. I don't remember why, but I do remember I was on the phone with my friend when downstairs I heard a noise. Confused, I got up from my bed and creaked my bedroom door open. I told my friend to hold on and I yelled down the stairs, "Guys!" I was assuming I would hear them respond, but I didn't. I didn't hear a thing. I did hear my dog growling downstairs and thought that's what I must have heard the first time, although it always made me scared when I would hear her growl. It put me on edge. I felt comfort though because my friend was on the phone with me. I went downstairs and turned the corner into the kitchen. As I turned the corner, I saw the door to our basement close. It scared the shit out of me, and I froze where I was standing. My dog was growling outside looking in at me and started freaking out when she saw me and started jumping on the glass door. This didn't help and scared me even more. I ran over and let her inside, and she immediately ran to the basement door and started growling at it. That was all I needed to see, and was freaking out to my friend on the phone. I told her I was sure somebody was down there and I was gonna leave. I felt much better when I went outside onto the front lawn and saw my neighbor outside getting his mail. I went over to him, and it was weird because I have never spoke to him until then, and I told him I was sure somebody was in my house. He was very understanding, and he told me to come with him while he grabbed his phone and called my parents. I didn't know he had their number, but I was so glad he did. My mom believed me right away, but my dad took some convincing. I felt bad for ruining their night, but somebody was in our house. I was sure. I sat with my neighbor awkwardly on his front porch staring at my house. While we waited, I saw the master bedroom light turn on. My neighbor and I flipped out, and he couldn't believe it. When my parents got home, my mom came over to us, and my dad and my neighbor slowly went inside the house. I think they were scared as hell, but neither one said so. They ended up not catching the person, and I was happy because I was afraid of my dad getting hurt. My dad did say that he thinks he just missed whoever it was. The back door was unlocked the whole time. It was so creepy. I never felt comfortable in that house after that, even when my parents were home, and still I get scared sometimes when I think too much about it. Story 153. Hey, I'm new to the forum, but I have a really creepy story to share. Around 10 years ago or so, I was working as a pizza delivery driver. I had just turned 18 and it seemed like a good first job for me. So that you can understand the story and my experience better, just know that I am a female and I'm on the petite side. So I hadn't been working at this pizza place very long before this happened. It was a Saturday night around 11 o'clock. Why it is okay to have a petite young girl deliver pizzas at this time of night, I have no idea, but I was. I had one delivery to make at an apartment complex a few miles up our main street. I figured this one would be quick and I'd probably get a decent tip because I always seem to win delivering to this complex. I went to the apartment number listed on the receipt and knocked. A man answered the door. This man was tall, good-looking, with long brown hair that was kept and combed to the side. If I remember correctly, he was wearing blue jeans and a turtleneck long-sleeve shirt. When he answered, he seemed very happy to see me. He said hello and told me to hang on for a second and kind of closed the door in my face. I assumed he was getting the money when he opened it back up and I saw another man now standing near a bedroom door close by. The man had a big smile and was honestly pretty attractive. He asked me to come inside and set the pizza on the table. I looked at his hands and he wasn't holding any money. I thought this seemed weird and I didn't trust the situation. I told him I'd just wait here for the payment and he insisted that I come inside to put the pizza on the table. I told him I was sorry but I couldn't do that and he said something like, "It's fine, I'll get your money, just come in and put it down." I told him I didn't feel comfortable entering people's houses and that it was against our policy anyway. He then stopped smiling and said, "Just come in." I felt scared now and told him I wasn't going in one last time. He then slammed the door in my face and it scared me even more. I hurried back to my car and drove back to the store. The guy obviously didn't want the pizza. It was very frightening. I wish I could say I quit after that, but I didn't, and I even delivered pizza to that same complex a few more times before I started another job. Thank God I never saw that man or the other guy that was there again. Story 154. Do you ever have the feeling when you're walking somewhere at night that the person behind you is following you? That happened to me, and not very long ago either. I was walking home from my friend Nicole's house. She only lived like 7 blocks down from my street, but we live in the downtown area of a huge city. I should have known better, but I do now. I was walking and I could just feel that somebody was behind me at some point. I'm not sure how. Instinct, I guess. I turned around kinda to see who it was, and it was exactly what you don't want to see. A tall man wearing dark clothes with his hands in his hoodie pockets. I started picking up my pace because of the natural nervousness it brought me. I thought for sure he was actually following me, but I started to hear his steps when I couldn't before. I turned again and saw that he was walking really fast behind me, now about 30 feet away. I became scared and paranoid and thought, should I actually start running? And after I heard his steps become much faster, I realized he had started running. So I did too. I turned around while running to see him full-on sprinting at me. This damn near gave me heart failure. I ran faster and faster. He wasn't gaining speed on me, and I saw the sign of a liquor store fairly close. I heard his steps start to fade as I got closer to it, and I ran inside and up to the counter where the very concerned man that was working there was looking at me. I told him I was sorry, but I thought somebody was following me. I looked out the door and the man never passed by. I called my boyfriend and told him what just happened to me, and he was pissed. He said he would come get me, and I stood there telling the man at the counter about it too. My boyfriend came in and he said nobody was outside the store. That proved to me that the guy was actually chasing me. Story 155. I was remodeling a house about a year back down in Memphis. This couple that had hired me on had money and they were expecting a baby when I first met them. The wife was pretty far along and it turned out she went into labor only about a week into my work there. I showed up for work the morning after they had gone to the hospital and the husband left me the key and told me to help myself to anything in their refrigerator and they probably wouldn't be home for a couple days. So I was putting up drywall in their family room listening to music. I was trying to keep busy when suddenly I heard something. It sounded like somebody hit a drum. I set the stuff I was holding down and turned down my radio. I didn't hear anything anymore, so I walked over to the foyer and peered down the hallway that led to the master bedroom. I'm not shy, so I hollered out hello. I got nothing back. Then I heard a door close down the hall. I was looking down the hall and I heard it, and to me it sounded like the door to the master bathroom had opened up. I said hello again. I heard nothing. I went back to work, but only a few minutes later I was holding a full sheet of drywall about to drill it up when out of the corner of my eye I saw someone. I turned, but they had vanished. I heard them run down the hall. I pretty much dropped what I was holding and said hello again. I was breathing heavy now because I saw a person in the corner of my eye. I was certain. I walked over to the hallway again and looked down. I saw no one and heard nothing. I looked at my watch and it was 6:19. I told myself I was good for the day and walked back over to where I was working. I plugged in my drill charger and slid a battery into it, and I grabbed my keys on the counter and walked outside. I came back to their house the next morning and continued working. Before I did though, I walked down the hallway and checked the rooms. Nobody was there but me. Later on I asked the husband when they got home who that might have been, and he said he had no idea that nobody lived there but them. I'm certain I saw somebody in that house. Story 156. So my wife and I were celebrating 5 years of marriage. We were staying in this nice hotel in Santa Cruz called the Dream Inn. It was September, so it wasn't too hot outside and not cold either. It was perfect. One night we got back to our hotel from dinner. My wife got in the shower and I was sitting on the balcony overlooking the ocean. I was drinking a beer and just enjoying the scenery. It was really cool. I could see the ocean from there, the wharf and the boardwalk. As I was sitting there, a man walked over and from underneath me he said, "Hey, your wife is gorgeous, sir. You better keep your eye on her." I took offense to this asshole approaching me and saying this, so I just said nothing back. He walked off and I forgot about it. The next day we were walking along the wharf and saw a nice restaurant we wanted to meet lunch at. We went inside and sat down. I noticed soon after that one of the waiters was being creepy and kept making a point to look over to us as he walked by. My heart skipped a beat when I realized that the waiter was the same guy that was under my balcony the night before. I stared him down and he just smiled at me. It really angered me and quite frankly scared me. I told my wife about it and she agreed that we should eat somewhere else. We were only there for one more day and I didn't see that asshole again, but man, that was creepy. That guy must have been on a lunch break or something and followed us. I have no idea. Story 157. Hey there, I have to share this with you guys. I think this story would qualify to be on here. I work for a pest management company. I want to remain anonymous and don't want to name my company, but it's a pretty big one in the U.S. I'm a termite guy, which means I do the really tough work. I have to crawl under houses and spray termite killer on the wooden beams that hold up the house, as well as drill holes in concrete and dig ditches along the perimeter of houses. Not too many scary things can happen, I guess, while doing this job. It's really tough work, but this one day, like 6 months back, I had the surprise of a lifetime. I was working at this really old, run-down place up in the hills in my state, and the woman who lived at the house was really nice. She was an older broad and just wanted her house saved before the termites literally ate the whole thing. So everything was going as it would normally, and I was going under the house in the crawl space to spray. As I was crawling, though, I smelled something really foul. I thought to myself, this smells like nothing I've ever smelled, but it was really strong. Not strong enough to stop me, though, or make me puke or anything, but man, I tell you, it was bad. I was crawling, spraying, and trying not to breathe too much because of the smell. As I crawled, I ran into a body. It was almost completely rotted, but there was still flesh I could see. It felt surreal, honestly. I couldn't believe I had stumbled onto it. It felt like winning the lottery of stumbling onto something so weird. The body was obviously put there, and I became aware that the nice woman I was working for might have committed murder and put this body there. From what I could tell, it was, but I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. I actually called my boss from under the house, and he told me to get out right away and tell the homeowner. I got all detective on him and said I shouldn't tell her, and maybe our company should just call the cops. He said no and insisted that I tell her right then. I did, and she was shocked, asking if I was sure and all that. I told her I was pretty damn sure. I had just found a rotting corpse under her house, and she called 911. I left the house without finishing my work, of course, and I wasn't able to find out if she had done it or what the hell the deal was with it all. I looked online but never found a thing. Sometimes I feel like driving up there to see if her SUV is still parked there. It honestly wasn't too scary after it set in, but when I first saw the corpse, I swear it looked like the skeleton was looking right at me. Story 158. I work at a pizza joint in Chicago, and I unfortunately have the shitty responsibility of delivering pizzas, usually on the weekends and usually at night. I've asked my boss for day shifts, but she seems to ignore my requests and give me whatever shifts I don't want the most. I know being a pizza delivery man is somewhat of a dangerous job, but I never imagined anything like what happened to me a few months ago could actually happen. There is this one customer that always calls in and acts strange as hell on the phone. Sometimes he will just hang up on you. Sometimes he'll order pizzas normally but make crazy sounds while he does and then hang up. We've always thought this guy was just an idiot playing pranks. He would make really weird comments too, like I want to order a large pizza with pineapples, mustard, and your skin. I'll never forget that one. We usually just hang up on his ass now, and we always know it's him calling because his number is saved in our system. So he called again a few months ago and ordered a pizza normally. No bullshit, no weird comments or sounds, and gave his address too. I thought it would be interesting to finally deliver to this guy, and when I drove up to his house, it was something you'd see in a scary movie. An old as hell looking place right on the line where we don't deliver. Not in the busy part of the city where most of our orders come in. The house looked like it was about 100 years old, and there were no lights on that I could see. I wasn't scared or anything, just looking forward to seeing what he looked like. When I went to the front door, I rang the bell, but it wasn't working, so I knocked. I realized I forgot the guy's soda and thought he'd give me shit for sure, or just freak out on me. Nobody answered right away, so I knocked again on this big door. He opened up after that second time. He was wearing this weird-looking mask around his mouth. Only his mouth. His eyes were opened wide, and I told him how much the pizza was and that I was sorry I forgot to drink. He looked down, I think, and then said it's okay, and then looked at me again. I stood there looking at him for like 5 seconds in silence when I got bored of his shit and told him the amount again. He said okay, and then asked me, has anyone ever attacked me before? I told him no, and if they did, they'd be sorry. He then took off his mask that was covering his mouth, and he had big-ass scars all around his mouth. I have no idea what they were from and can't even imagine what they might have been from, but he looked seriously messed up. He smiled at me, and his lips were all cracked. I noticed he wasn't about to hand me some money, so I told him I was leaving. I turned around and started walking down the steps, and he screamed at me and slammed the door. This bastard was crazy, and I don't think any of his shit was to be funny. That final scream he gave me was creepy as hell, even though I kind of expected him to do something like that. He has called several times since then, and we always just tell him now that he is on our no delivery list. He usually just screams and hangs up or cusses out whoever is on the phone. Story 159. Hello, I want to share a scary story that happened to me when I was 10 years old. It happened at my house in the middle of the night. I woke up to get some water, as I usually did. I walked out of my bedroom and went down the stairs. My house was 2 stories, but really it was 3 if you count the set of stairs you have to climb to reach the front door and the back door. So this was my usual routine. I would wake up somewhere around 2 a.m. and go downstairs to get water. I would stand in the kitchen and drink while looking out the back window and down in our backyard. I always did this and would imagine how scary it would be if I saw somebody back there. This one night I did see someone back there. As I was drinking my water, I saw a figure standing against the fence in the back of the yard. I didn't know what they were doing or if they were looking at me, but they were dressed in all black. I stood there frozen with fear until the person started moving. They started walking nonchalantly across my backyard. It was terrifying to see. They were walking over to the wooden steps to get to the back door. I ducked down and ran back up the stairs as fast as I could. I tried opening my dad's bedroom door, but it was locked. I knocked and knocked. It took forever for him to finally say, yeah. I tried whispering that somebody was in our backyard, but also loud enough to where he could hear me. Nothing happened, so I repeated myself a little bit louder. He finally opened the door and I started crying. I told him I saw a person in our backyard. He told me to go in his room, and I did while he went down the stairs. I waited for a minute and couldn't handle it, so I left his room and slowly started going down the stairs again. Before I could reach the bottom, he turned and scared me, saying nobody was back there. I told him I saw somebody for sure walking towards the door, and he went back over to the kitchen to look out the window. We both looked out and saw nothing, saw nobody. After him asking me numerous times if I was sure, he called the police. They arrived pretty fast and they checked our backyard, the front yard, everywhere, but didn't find anyone. We went back to sleep and nothing else happened. For some reason the person didn't try to enter our house. I'll never forget seeing that person back there though, and I still can't look out my windows at night. Story 160. I was home alone one night when I was a teen. Everything was fine until I woke up in the middle of the night to get some water. I walked out of my room down the stairs, and as soon as I hit the bottom landing, I saw that there was a figure sitting in the old chair in our living room. I stood there for a few seconds completely in shock and terror. The person sitting there began to move and stand up. I turned and fled back up the stairs. I ran back into my room and slammed and locked my door. Completely in tears, I sat on my bed in the dark staring at the door. My dad appeared at my door not 10 seconds after I closed it and asked why I just slammed my door and what was going on. I opened up for him, and in between my sobs I told him I saw somebody downstairs. I asked if it was him, and he said no, that he had just come from his bedroom right next to mine. It was just the two of us living there. He checked the house and found nobody except an old-looking business card for this hotel in our city. It was tucked between the cushions of the chair. He checked into it, but nothing became of it to my knowledge. It was the scariest night of my life. Story 161. This happened on a Friday. I was in high school and I had just walked home after school. I walked into my house and my parents weren't home yet. This was typical. They got off work at 5 and I was always home alone for a couple hours after school. I was sitting in my bedroom watching TV. I was sitting on the edge of my bed and my bedroom door was open. As I was watching, someone walked by my bedroom very fast and scared the living shit out of me. I'm an only child, and I knew that whoever had just walked by was not supposed to be in my house. I got up and thought about jumping out of my bedroom window. I was very creeped out and decided that was probably the best idea. I opened my window and crawled out. Luckily, my bedroom was on the first floor, and when I hit the grass I turned around and looked up at my window, mortified that I'd see somebody standing there or somebody about to jump out after me. Relief. Nobody was there. I ran to the gate, and the damned lock was so old and rusted it made so much noise trying to undo the damn thing to open it. I got it open after making so much noise and ran to the street and started going down the sidewalk. I stopped and my heart sank when I realized I had changed my pants into gym shorts when I got home and my cell phone was still in my jeans pocket. There was no way I was going back inside, but I did start walking back toward my house, and when I reached it I stopped and tried to see somebody through my front window. Of course I didn't. I walked up to my front door and very quietly opened it. It creaked open very slowly, and as soon as the door stopped after hitting the door behind it, I heard somebody say, "Get out." I sprinted away and called my dad at the grocery store that was kind of close to our house. He came to the store to pick me up, and I told him we should call the cops, but he wasn't afraid, and he just walked right into the house when we got home. And he assured me that he checked everywhere. I only went inside when he said he was 100% sure there was nobody inside the house. Early the next morning I woke up because my bedroom was freezing. I sat up and my window was wide open. It was winter and there was no way in hell I would leave it open the way it was. I told my dad, but he of course didn't really believe me. My mom seemed a bit creeped out because she could see how serious I was. Whoever had walked by my bedroom was still in there. They were in my room while I slept. Story 162. When I was 24 years old, I experienced something so strange, so scary that I just had to write about it and share it with the world. It is absolutely true and was the scariest thing that has ever happened in my life. I was traveling at the time, going to visit my best friend who had moved a few states away from me to go to college. One day I was driving in Ohio, if I remember correctly. I was on a long highway that stretched across the state when out of nowhere my car died. I shifted to the side of the road where I eventually came to a stop. I didn't run out of gas. I had just filled up at the last town, I tried starting my car and I was very happy when it actually started. I was confused and was worried about why the hell it just died on me. As I started to pick up speed and get back on track, my car started making weird noises and it sounded like something was grinding on something else. I looked up and saw a sign that showed that there was a gas station and food at the next exit. My car was moving, but with this grinding noise I decided to get off the highway and take a look at it at the gas station. There were only two places off this exit that I could see. A gas station with one pump and an old-looking diner not too far off next to it. I pulled into the gas station and it looked closed. I checked my watch and quickly realized this was strange as hell. It was only 2:30 p.m. What kind of gas station closes before this time? I got out of my car and approached the glass door entrance to the station. I put my hands up and cupped the glass around my eyes to see inside. The place looked abandoned. It was obvious nobody was there, and I turned and looked around me. I felt a bit uneasy at this moment when I saw that no other people or cars were around me. What the hell? Where am I? I checked my phone and of course I had no service. I looked up at the sky and it was white. The clouds were moving fiercely and it was cold as hell outside. I decided to get back in my car and drive it over to the diner. When I reached this place, I thought for sure it was closed as well. But to my surprise, before I could even reach the door after getting out of my car, an old woman opened the door to the place and greeted me with a smile. She looked nice, and I was so relieved to see somebody else and maybe get some hot food in my stomach. She said hello and asked if it was just me. Did I want a booth? Blah blah blah. I told her yes, it was only me, and a booth sounded fine. This diner looked very old-fashioned, and there was no other customers inside. The woman showed me to my seat and I scooted into the booth. I looked up at her and she was wearing an old apron with stains all over it. Her teeth were old, cracked and yellow. She had a pleasant voice though, and she seemed to be a very nice person. She handed me a menu and asked what I'd like to drink. I told her a Coke or Pepsi would be great, and she smiled and said she'd be right back. I sat there looking at this menu, and there was dirt on it. It looked like it had been sitting outside for years. I cleaned it off, and the food that was available was very basic. Burger, chicken sandwich, fries, salad. That was pretty much it. I decided to order the burger with some fries. A few minutes passed, and she hadn't returned with my drink yet. I was anxious to ask her if there was a mechanic around that could look at my car. A few more minutes passed, and I started thinking, what the hell is going on back there? I yelled out, "Hello," in as nice a voice as possible. I got no response. At this point I was annoyed and I got up. I walked over to the door that led into the back cooking area and swung it open, about to ask where my drink was. To my surprise, the back of the diner was empty. There was no cooks, no fryers, no grills, nothing. The woman was nowhere in sight. It was obvious that this diner was not a running establishment, and I felt sick to my stomach. I started to walk into the back area when I heard the scariest, most evil old lady laugh I've ever heard. I stopped and backed up out the door into the front. I turned and walked out the door I came in from. I ran down the 3 steps and over to my car and got inside. Thank God my car started and I floored it out of there. As I was driving away, I looked into my rearview mirror and saw the woman standing in the middle of the road. Story 163. I spent the night at my girlfriend's house one night and had to leave really early in the morning to go to work. So early, it was still dark outside when I left and would be for a few more hours. She lived in a rural town about 60 miles from my house and work, and when I got in my car and started driving, there wasn't the usual street lights lining the roads to guide me. The only light came from my headlights. About 10 miles into my drive, my car started to slow down and eventually came to a stop. I first checked my gas and it was almost full. I'm not very car trouble savvy, so I dug my phone out of my jacket pocket and swiped the screen. Nothing happened. I realized that my phone was dead, and immediately after that, I came to the realization that I had forgot to plug it in last night before we went to sleep. So here I was stuck in my car on the side of a rural street. Pretty much in the middle of nowhere, I started thinking of things to do. I could start walking. No, bad idea. It was dark as hell out here, and I wouldn't be able to see anything while walking. And on top of that, somebody could hit me. I concluded the only thing I could do was sit in my car and wait for daylight, which is a very stressful and scary thing to have to come to terms with. It was winter, and I started getting cold. I tried starting my car over and over to no avail. I gave up and crossed my arms. I sat in the dark car on the dark street for about 10 minutes, just looking into the darkness in front of me before I squinted my eyes and noticed somebody walking toward my car directly in front of me. They were about 30 yards away. The only thing I could see was the outline of their body. They stopped walking right after I noticed them. I got really scared and just gazed at this outline for the longest time. In a sudden movement, they started walking again, but fast. In a few seconds, they reached my driver's side door and tried opening it. Did they think the car was empty? Holy hell. Did they see me in here? I leaned away from the door and window onto the center console. After failing to open my locked door, they stood there for a moment, and then very suddenly turned and walked away in the direction they came from. I was so confused and creeped out at this. Why would they walk back that way? The way they came. I sat there in the dark wondering what just happened. When all of a sudden, I saw two headlights come on in front of me. The car was parked on the same side of the road as mine, but facing me. Had the person stopped when they saw my car? What would they do next? How did I not see them stop there? After a few moments, they started their engine and turned their car around, driving off down the road. A few hours later, the sun was rising and a truck stopped next to me and asked if I was having trouble. I asked if I could use their cell phone, and with it, I called my girlfriend, who picked me up soon after. Story 164. Cody, Wyoming. Midnight. I had just finished a very long day at work. I am a medical courier, and I am regularly on the road, staying in hotels, and life is never dull. This particular evening, I wound up on a 500-mile drive that ended in Cody, Wyoming at around midnight. It had been cold. It was December after all, and this is Wyoming. The roads had been very so-so that night. They weren't clear, but they weren't treacherous. It was one of those drives in the dark where you are on edge the whole time, staying alert for 500 miles in the dark on roads that were nearly abandoned. At this time of night, with light snow and heavy winds, it takes a lot out of a person. This particular week, it had been very busy. I had been in 4 states that week by the time I reached Wyoming that evening. The drive to the patient's house was up on a windy, slick road, and the drive was uneventful. After I had dropped the medicine off to them, I called the boss to let them know I had made it and was heading to a hotel to get some sleep. Pretty usual conversation. We talked briefly about how much they would reimburse me for the hotel room. They always say $80 to $100. It's pretty typical and fair since the cheap hotel in Cody, Wyoming is about that price. I, however, am 31 and a good night's rest, a good free breakfast, and a nice AM soak in a hot tub are requirements for when I catch myself in a hotel room. I know that by the time I get to the hotel, I have put on serious miles, so I treat myself. 1, because if I am staying in a hotel, it has been a profitable day and I can afford to treat myself just a little. And 2, I feel better after a good night's rest, a great breakfast, and a nice soak. I will not name the chain of hotels I stay at, but I frequent one chain because it's the best value hotel in my hometown, which is back in Nebraska. Tonight, I pulled into the hotel, which I have stayed at 3 or 4 times now, so I am familiar with the place. I had called ahead about 8 hours before when I was leaving Denver to call and book a room and let them know they would be expecting me at midnight. I walk into the hotel with my bag, dusting off the snow that had fallen on me while I got my stuff out of the car and walked inside. It's very quiet. There's no music, and the TV isn't on in the lobby. I wander to the counter, leaving a trail of wet shoe prints behind from coming in out of the snow into the lobby, my shoes squeaking as I approach the counter. When I get to the counter, there is no one there. On the counter is a bowl of ice cream with a brownie from the restaurant connected to the hotel. The local paper is open to the comics page, and the Sudoku is half filled out with a pen sitting there. Hanging on the back of the chair is a small lady's coat with fake fur fringe around the hood. On the floor next to the chair are a pair of smaller pink and black Nikes, and a black purse. I figure that she, by the assumption of the coat, shoes, and purse, is in the bathroom, so I stand at the counter quietly, waiting on her to return. I fiddle with my wallet, getting out my card to pay for it, and my ID. I scroll through on my phone and hook up to their free Wi-Fi. 5 minutes go by, and then 10. At 15 minutes the phone starts ringing. I still had no idea where she was, and I had begun to get irritated. It had been a long day, and I wanted to get rested before I got up and drove home in the morning. After the phone stopped ringing, and I started to get frustrated, I began to wander around the lobby and behind the counter shouting, "Hello, is anyone here?" as loudly as possible. The area behind the counter is an employee-only area. I venture back behind the counter, where a hallway leads to the back of house area connected to the offices, staff elevator, bathrooms, laundry, and the restaurant. I venture down the hallway shouting hello. Still no one answers. It is now 12:30 am. As I return to the counter and begin looking for a posted phone number for a manager or someone of authority, the phone rings. The cordless phone still laying next to the paper she had opened. Frustrated and exhausted, I answer the phone, hoping it's someone who could tell me where the woman is who is supposed to check me in. It's not. It's another guest who had tried calling earlier for a wake-up call in the morning. I explained to the gentleman on the phone my situation and how I cannot help him. He states he is coming to the lobby to help me look for the girl at the counter. I have not found a number to call. 5 minutes go by and the strange older man with odd glasses and long unkempt hair comes into the lobby from the first floor hallway. At this point, I had been behind the counter and had been shouting to the point I feared I may wake up other guests. I had wandered through the back area, the lobby, and the front part of the restaurant, all while shouting and no one responded. This guy had given me the creeps and I was exhausted but on high alert. There was an employee missing and a creepy guy who just happened to appear in the same time she is missing. Feeling nervous about this gentleman, I stay prepared for any strange behavior and keep myself at least arm's distance from him the entire time. I explain where I have looked, that I have yelled. At this point I begin to go through what I call worst-case scenario preparation. This guy could have easily overpowered a small woman. I may be standing here with a crazy person. I keep my space and my back towards the main entry just in case. I am a grown man, just under 6 feet. I have had self-defense courses, and I have a concealed carry weapon after encountering a bear at a patient's house in the fall. I have no reason to believe I am in immediate trouble, but this guy gives me the creeps. It is at this point I debate calling the cops. It is now 12:45 am. The gentleman tells me maybe she is in the bathroom, which I respond to that I had thought that myself, but I had walked by and yelled loudly when I walked through the back and no one responded. He insists that we check the bathrooms. My red flag goes off and I put another foot or two of space between us as I let him lead us down the hallway to the employee bathroom. My heart and mind are racing at this point. Did this guy kill her and now he is going to try to kill me? I start to worry about my safety as we go down the hallway that leads to small rooms and with one exit in and out. We reach the bathroom. He knocks and announces himself and then opens the door. The bathroom is empty. We check a few more rooms and the elevator, but we find nothing. We venture back to the lobby where I stand behind the counter looking for any phone number that could be a manager or supervisor. After about 10 minutes, I find a number and someone answers. It is now 12:55 am. The half-asleep voice on the other end of the phone is the maintenance woman for the hotel. Confused as to who I am and why I am calling, I explain the situation as the creepy man stands on the other side of the counter staring at me in a dead cold manner. The maintenance woman says she will be there in 10 minutes or so. I hang up the phone. I walk around the counter still confused, looking at her stuff there as if she just vanished. It is at this point I decide to wander towards the lobby and the seating area for the restaurant. Once in the doorway, I turn the corner and down at the end of the booths there are a pair of legs hanging out of the booth. I had walked within 15 feet of there while checking around before the creepy guy showed up. I see her legs hanging and instantly the pit of my stomach turns sour and a sense of dread comes over me. Suddenly the creepy guy walks right up by me. Thinking the worst, I take a quick few steps away from him and down the row of booths in the dark restaurant. With him at the other end, I look in the booth where she is laying. She is maybe 20 years old and very pretty. I shake her foot. She doesn't respond. I shake again, saying, "Hey." Nothing. It's at this moment the creepy guy starts to walk down to the booth that I finally feel I may need to defend myself. I kneel down to draw my ankle holster as he quickly comes down the row of booths, and it's at this exact moment the girl wakes up and accidentally kicks me in the chest, knocking me gently on my ass and stopping Mr. Creepy in his tracks, also stopping me from drawing a weapon. She had been asleep. Mr. Creepy was just a guest. Moments later the maintenance woman arrived, and by 1:15 am I was in my room trying to decompress. Story 165. When I was 19, I was driving back from my girlfriend's house at around 1 in the morning. I see this SUV parked at a closed gas station with a woman screaming for help. And I mean screaming like the most terrifying scream I've ever heard. So I pull over to see what she needs. Then I see this huge guy laying on the ground behind the SUV, his head surrounded in a pool of blood. Now I am thoroughly freaked out. The woman looks Spanish, and all she keeps saying is help over and over again. So I call 911 and give them the intersection the gas station is at. There is nothing around for miles, just forest in every direction. While I'm talking with the 911 operator, the woman stops screaming and gets into the passenger seat of the SUV. The man on the ground sits up, stands up, and then gets into the driver's seat. I'm still on the phone with 911 when I see the woman pull out her own phone and start casually speaking in Spanish. It is at this point I realize there is another huge guy sitting in the back seat. I have no idea what to think, but I know I need to get out of there. Then they just slowly pull away like nothing happened. It's a good thing I never got out of my car, or things could have been a lot worse. I still don't know what they were doing, but I'm glad I didn't find out. A few months ago, story 166, I had a random encounter with a crazy lady outside my apartment. It was around 3 a.m. and I had went downstairs for a smoke. I noticed that there's a woman standing out in the middle of the street and it's pouring rain. So I asked if she's okay. She just ignores me, so I went back to browsing through my phone. As I start walking back to the entrance, I have to turn a corner, and as soon as I do, the woman is standing right there, right in front of me. Now, I'm not a small guy, but this 5'60-something-year-old Asian lady was terrifying. I've come across wolves and wild boars in the wild, had a knife pointed at me, even had a gun pulled on me, but oh my God, she has haunted my dreams since this happened. She was bawling but also somehow looked furious. She starts screaming at me in a deeper voice than expected, saying that I knew she had been there and that I knew her true name. I promptly walk past her and ignore her. She starts laughing hysterically as I walk to my door and says her name is Soul Eater. I still have dreams about her every now and then. It scared the hell out of me. This happened when I was living in Indonesia. To set the scene, we had a house for a while that was a bit like a wedding cake. On top was a little nook room, a bit like a ship's crow's nest, you could see for ages. We were in the middle of an empty square patch of land, and it backed onto an unused field, big, flat, open, nowhere to hide, no trees lining it, just more flat fields and then a tall back wall. A wall of about 4 foot high separated the field and my house. One day, late afternoon, I'm up there just relaxing, and I hear these blood-curdling screams. I look out the window, a woman. From my window I can see her running across the field at the back, kind of limping, pretty sure she was covered in blood. She was about halfway through the field when I saw her. I run down to the ground floor and towards the field, and she's gone. No sign of her at all. It took me all of about a minute, if that. I was booking it down there to get to the field, but she had just vanished. Nowhere to be seen. It is incredibly unlikely someone came into the field, grabbed her and pulled her back out without me having seen them. Pretty much impossible, really. I sent my house security out to look for her. I stayed in the field looking, and they went towards where she came from, and over the wall she had to have come over to get into the field. It was an unused holiday villa, and they found a sandal and a bit of blood. Nothing else. There was blood on the wall where she climbed over, but nothing on the other side. So I know I didn't imagine it. We called the police, and they came and had a look, and they found nothing. I really wish I knew what happened when I was coming down those stairs, but I know it can't have been good. It still really freaks me out. Thank you for listening, and I wish you good health. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to support us. Thank you very much.